Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series 4. My name is Cracked Wisdom, and joined in the booth today for the final day of the final weekend of the top tier of tournament that you have for Escape from Tarkov Arena is the man, the myth, the mustache, and the most prepared member in the booth this morning. That's right, it's Hot Sauce. How are we doing today, buddy? And are you looking forward to some finals fandango?
I am absolutely ecstatic to be back in the booth for finals day, nonetheless, as well. And well, I mean, for the first time in a long time, it's not Vertus Pro that has punched that ticket into the grand finals just yet anyway. So we got some of that lower bracket to get through here. It's the final day. It's the last shot to make everything happen. And man, I'm just excited to watch it all unfold.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was so almost late to getting into the casting booth this morning because I've been too busy grinding away at that amazing quest that got dropped last night. Best Served Cold, already 3 steps down, looking on toward getting on 4,500 points with a checkpoint, chaos, and a couple more wins in Blast Gang to be able to knock that out and claim the T. But many more things that have been brought to you thanks to this amazing production partnership from Battle State Games, the Hunt Premier channel, and both live on channels, each of them on Twitch, so that SteelSeries can sponsor the show and show you the way to go when it comes to powerful performance from PC parts and bringing that finals day alongside some swag equipment. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been giving these out throughout the entirety of the tournament so far. We have had a couple of people that have missed out on the prizes, so going on throughout today's broadcast, we're going to be giving away a couple of those prizes that were not claimed, so make sure you are thoroughly locked in for today's broadcast because there is tons of stuff, not just from SteelSeries, but from Battle State Games as well, to be able to get your hands on.
I mean, look at all this great gear. Like you said, we've already given out quite a few of these keyboards and mice. And, well, unfortunately for some, they didn't claim it. So luckily for others, they get an extra shot here at some wonderful giveaways. We've seen the in-game drip that's now available in the store here as well. And we've got that new quest line as well, Cracked. I know I completed mine yesterday. My grandma said that I was the first to ever do it. So, I made sure to post that on Twitter. But a lot of great things going on over here.
I think your grandma was right. I think you were actually the first to ever do it. I don't know what anybody else in the arena scene is going to say to contest that. We'll have to maybe get some times and some date stamps and maybe a couple of screenshots for proof to look at that one in the future to maybe really find out how the first person to complete the quest Best Served Cold was. But what it is great to see is the rise of the masses, those that enjoy the game of Escape from Tarkov Arena, really appreciating the fact that Battle State Games went that extra mile just to add another little bit of content to be able to interact with alongside this Arena Cup Series 4 finals weekend. We've had 2 amazing days worth of entertainment. Friday set us up where a couple of teams were sadly said goodbye to. It might not have been as everybody would have hoped from the EU region, but it is as it stands. And on the day, again, we've seen a similar performance out of all of the teams, bringing us to where we are now, where the first match of the day sees our last surviving member from Europe trying to retain some of that dignity, trying to stand tall with the CIS teams that are breaking the scene apart, and that is Panderic Apex. Their first match today will feature them going off against Vertus Pro. And boy, oh boy, Hort, if we're starting off finals day with an absolute banger, this one is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I'm excited for it. I mean, we saw Outcast EPA recently take a map away from Vertus Pro, and so Panderic, at least historically or recently, has been a better team than Outcast. But again, they're doing it without Cacao. Now, they've been playing very, very well with Crank. He's been doing a great job filling these shoes. But on maps like Bull, where they typically shine, they have had some trouble on. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Vertus Pro maybe trying to head toward Bull. It's a map that Panderic, has won a lot, but now recently has been struggling on.
Yeah, very, very tough battle for both teams actually going into this first match of the day. Arguably, Vertus Pro could be having themselves found under a little bit more pressure than what you would normally expect. Bearing in mind, Panderic Apex now are considered that cursed team, that dark horse, maybe the upset factor that might see Vertus Pro considering themselves not finding their way back for a fight against TarovHelp like we saw yesterday, a repeat of that best of 3, but in a best of 5 scenario to fight for the final title of Arena Cup Series champions. That being said, whichever of these 2 teams is successful is going to find XPA second, and then they're going to have to climb that even larger mountain after getting over the first hurdle to be able to get to the top of the precipice of the cliff, where they are then going to look down upon the gulf of the task that stands in front of them, which is going to be taking down TarovHelp, who have shown us that despite Vertus Pro being 2 times champions, it might not be all it's written out for this time around.
Honestly, I kind of got my eye on XP Academy. I love the way that they've been playing here lately, but much like last ACS, Pandaric Apex into that lower bracket early, they were able to topple Sicario for the first time, where they went on to meet XP Academy, where it was a nail biter that went all the way. And honestly, it was a close series. I mean, we had a lot of hopes for them back then. So Pandaric, the potential to kind of recreate history, but maybe go a little bit further. They've got to get through the polar bears first, and I just don't know if they're going to be able to do it. But I mean, this is the perfect time to do it in a moment like this, the final day of ACS, where everything is on the line, and I'm sure everybody's going to show up and show out.
I think you are very much happy to trend set this novel that's been slowly building its way towards some form of success. I mean, the Pandaric squad last ACS, they made it to here. They made it so far, but not quite so close. This time around, we foresee maybe a similar form of performance, potentially even making it one step further than last time, maybe bettering themselves by 1. But it still would be so far, so close, but yet not quite good enough. So wondering if maybe you're still building on that ethos of the next HPL to provide some more power to the EU teams, and then the next ACS, maybe where we see a bit more of a closely contested scenario, but we don't get to talk about that just yet. We can only think for the future. For now, we've got the gift of the present, and we've got teams to be able to battle it out in the arena. And the first 2 teams in this head-to-head that we're going to get to see for the day are going to be our Vertus Pro Pandaric Apex squad, as we mentioned, which were, funnily enough, as we look at the bracket on screen, now the first 2 teams to successfully qualify in playoffs weekend. Yes, Vertus Pro took a 2-1 versus Outcast.epa in their first match. Pandaric Apex taking a 2-1 versus Sicario, respectively, which is what saw them in their matchups yesterday, where they did not find a win, right, Hawk?
Yeah, I mean, we take a look at these series here, and again, I was kind of surprised that TarovHelp did 2-0 XP Academy. I mean, it was a very, very close series. I don't know if obviously, hopefully everybody had a chance to catch it, but I don't know why I'm just feeling strong for XP Academy today. But obviously, they don't have the easiest route, and we talk about it, right? This was something that we mentioned in the last ACS. No matter how well you play from that lower bracket, the fact of the matter is, for teams like Vertus Pro or even XP Academy, you're going to have had to play a few games already, and potentially for the polar bears, maybe 6 up until they get to this best of 5. So dexterity is another thing that is going to be, come into play as the day goes on here. And so all things to kind of consider or keep in mind. And that's why it's so nice to punch your ticket into that grand finals on day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Got the fortune of being able to run into and play a few games alongside Accords Disabler last night, one of the XPA members that's been playing throughout the tournament, and even he expressed that although a great game they had yesterday against TarovHelp, a good close game, they didn't end up winning. Wasn't impressed that they didn't take the victory home, but even he said it himself yesterday. They played the best of 3 versus Pandaric Apex, and then going into another best of 3 versus TarovHelp. It's a long day. It does play on your mind. Eventually, you can get tired. So, big respect, but even tired as he was, Cause Disabler in those last heroes, still dropping 60 to 70 kills a last hero. So, tired is a perspective in my mind. When you can say you're tired and you can still drop a 70 bomb in a 1v1, V1, 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 where you're getting anywhere up to fifth and fourth partied all the time, is out of this world insane. But no, grinding away at those tasks with one of the pros, just goes to show how much commitment they have to the game. Not only are they, during the tournament, trying to do their best to produce a result, but they're also trying to pick up the benefits that Battlestate Games is providing, not only the viewers, but the players alongside of it. Now, let's take a quick look at that head-to-head, Hawk. These 2 teams for the first best of 3 of the day. Going to decide who our opponent is for the second one.
Hey, we're here for it. I mean, Vertus Pro, the 2-time champions, looking to create that 3-peat, but they've got the toughest route that they've had in ACS just yet. Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Andreezy looking to topple the likes of Pandaric Apex, who's been doing it without Cacao Crank. Big shoes to fill, but has been filling that role nicely. They just have been falling a little short in some of these games.
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments coming in from the chat for some of the fans and supporters already starting to flood in before today's game. We've got Pandas greater than polar bears. It's a battle inside of the zoo this morning as 2 animals in those logos representing their teams are going to take to the pitch. But When we talk about animals, it's not just 2 animals, it's 10 animals. 10 demons of players. Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Dreezy's Polar Bear is going to be looking to swing those claws. But it's going to be a clash of claw on claw as the Pandas, Bakizi, Crank, That Ace, Codex, and Rapid. They're going to have a set of sharpened claws of their own. The question is, who spent more time to hone the edge of the blade?
Yeah, and it's something that we saw, I think, 2 days ago when I was on That Ace, had a slow start. They ended up playing very, very well, but in that first map where we typically see him shine was missing some shots on Bull, was having some issues. So that's one thing I'm going to be looking for. Players like That Ace, are they going to come out hot and ready? How long does it take them to find their stride or get into that comfort zone? Because you really don't have much room for error when you're playing these CIS region teams.
The other thing that's an interesting concept we spoke about from yesterday is a lot of those results ended up with a 2-0 scoreline, but I think both me and Kirk across the day, we agreed that there wasn't really a 2-0 blowout feeling from the scoreline, from how the teams played throughout the match. Yes, the result on paper looks very one-sided. The rounds did not feel that way. Both teams in every match yesterday could have had an arguable chance that they could have taken their best of 3. And this bracket could have looked an exact mirror matchup of what we currently see. So I'm going to be looking to individual players, and I'm going to be looking to the map picks specifically to see which of these 2 teams is going to have an advantage going into this head-to-head. Personally, players to look out for: Magic, Andreezy, Rapid, That Ace. They're your 4. They're your star members you're looking for in each of the 2 teams to be keeping a real eye on to make the difference inside of this one.
I mean, we take a look at the map picks. Iceberg will make its way out very quickly here. So the Polar Bears, even though they like that Tundra, we're going to be staying away from Iceberg. Bay 5 out of the mix as well. And so we start off on Fort here. And honestly, I mean, the Panthers play very well on Fort, but Vertus Pro, I think they're looking to prove something here today. They're not used to being in this lower bracket. They don't want to go to all 3 games if they don't have to, because again, for both of these teams, regardless of the outcome, they have a very tough journey in front of them.
And remember, I understand the perspective of Fort potentially being favored for a team against Vertus Pro. You've got to remember the Outcast.EPA squad that put a good attempt into being able to take Vertus Pro out previously was due to a good result on a Fort map that, I mean, arguably we thought was Vertus Pro favored up until the teams have shown strength on it here. So Vertus Pro, I feel, might find themselves heavily challenged on the first map. The second and the third, though, Hort, is what sees me feeling Vertus Pro are comfortable with the map picks as an overall. They got their first ban. They've got their first pick and have taken it to the, I guess, maybe least favored map of the 3 remaining for them. Get the hard one out of the way first. We know Vertus Pro looks really good on Skybridge, and we know that they are more than comfortable playing ball. But if we're going to see a deciding map go very even in this head-to-head, it's the 3rd deciding map that will be the even one. I feel like Fort is going to be very Vertus Pro favored. Skybridge is going to feel very, very Panderic favored. And the bowl match itself is going to be the close one.
Man, I almost have to go the complete opposite way. We take a look at Fort. It's the only time that Vertus Pro has dropped a map in the last 2 playoffs of the ACS, and that's where the Outcasts grabbed their win. I think if the Pandas are going to do it, it's going to be on that first map. It's Skybridge that Vertus Pro, Vertus Plow dominates on time and time again. And I think for the Pandas, they have to take it in the first 2 if they want to take it. If it goes to Bull, especially after the Polar Bears were to win Skybridge, I mean, Bull is a map, again, where they struggle on in recent times. You take a look at even playing against Sicario, they lost 11-8 in overtime. So Bull used to be a powerhouse for the Pandas, but without Cacao, who is that anchor over at the B site, 4Ks, 5Ks, the ace, without having him there, all of a sudden Bull becomes a much weaker map for the Pandas. And so I would say that overall, this 3-map series does favor Vertus Pro, but for me, it's going to be because of Skybridge and Bull.
Interesting. Very interesting. Fort is one of those maps that I feel like there's a lot of different ways to approach it. We've seen, like you said, issues from Vertus Pro. Not necessarily drastic problems, but once or twice they've just been caught off the mark. Maybe a little bit sluggish out of the gate, especially a game 1 Andy feel, rather than necessarily being weaker on Fort. It just feels like they're a bit slow to get started in this first map, which seems to coincide with being on Fort as an opposition's pick. They've chosen to go there first themselves. I'm wondering if that's part of the play style. Do Vertus Pro feel that this best of three is won by getting it over the mark in map one? Get the job done early and then cruise your way out of the back end of it? I'm not sure. Yesterday showed a lot of the first teams putting pressure on in map one. Maybe that's the mentality around it. And we know full well that Vertus Pro, having dropped maps on Fort, if they've done any work between last weekend and this weekend, I would expect it would have been tailored more towards this map.
Yeah, and honestly, I think it's smart because, you know, they banned the 2 maps away, so they know what 3 maps are going to be picked. So by taking Fort first, even if it is their most troubled map, they know that they are confident on Skybridge. If you win that second map, then you have that momentum, you have that confidence going into the third map. So, you know, had they gone with Skybridge first and then the Pandas picked Fort, you know, maybe things change on Bull, but I think because Fort's first, regardless of the outcome, whether the Pandas win or not, they're going to have a ton of trouble on the next 2 maps, which is going to favor Vertus Pro. But that doesn't mean that Vertus Pro is not looking to win Fort. They're going to come out here, look to make a statement, look to show that, yeah, we dropped a map on earlier in this series, but it doesn't matter. We can make the adjustments. We can put in the work. We are an incredibly talented team. We're the 2-time champions. So I believe that they're going to come out and look to make a statement on Fort. But if they happen to drop the ball here, they're going to be okay.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we look towards our first game of the day, a small reminder for those of you in chat that are already going wild over all of the great goodies that have been given out during the broadcast. And those of you eager beavers that are looking to try and get your hands on some stuff today, don't you worry. Everything is packed up in those confetti cannons, ready to pop off at the right time. As with all good Tarkov plays, it's only ever made at the right moment. So you just need to sit pretty and hang tight. We'll be getting to you some gifts and goodies thrown out into the chat very shortly. Drops will be running throughout the day. There was a little something you've all been mentioning throughout the week that may or may not be about in those drops today. Who knows? Hey, maybe you just need to wait for an announcement. But if you want to be in the right place to be able to hear it, you sat in one of those front row seats at the Hunt Premier viewing Discord or the viewing channel on Twitch or the main event, the Battlestate Games channel live on Twitch. If you're in one of those chats or the Discord, watch party, wherever you may be watching this action, you're in the right place to get a hold of all the goodies. Just keep a keen eye out. Make sure your drops are linked. Make sure your account is linked to Twitch, and you'll be absolutely fine. If you have any issues throughout the broadcast today, folks, there is a huge team of people working hard in the background. If you're not sure, ask a question. Please don't be afraid to reach out to a mod and be like, hey, guys, I missed my drop. I missed my paint. I didn't see how to get the quest line from yesterday. Can somebody help me out here? The guys are on hand, ready to be able to bring you the knowledge you need to know so you can get your hands on all the goodies. Don't be afraid to ask. They don't buy it, I promise. Loads of lovely people in the background.
Yeah, phenomenal squad working behind us here, making our jobs look easy as always. And I mean, there's a QR code right below us here. You know, it'll get you right to all the channels if necessary. You can see those Twitch drops are enabled, and that new drip, the day off USEC drip, and the bear are going to be flashing down there as well. Arena completely free this weekend. You got to take advantage of it. There's so much awesome drip in the free battle pass as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I just saw a comment in the chat, actually, that friendly guy coming in with a POV of one person had all the hair and the didn't. It's so rough. I'm wondering if I can go for a currency exchange in my battle pass to trade some spare points for some hair, please. I need some better drip. Poor friendly guy coming in with a killer. Oh, man. When are we next seeing you in the arena, friendly guy? I hope you've got your best serve quest done, because best serve cold is the way that friendly guy likes to hand out his action. He's a nice guy. Pacifist. But if you shoot first, be prepared to get revenge. Best serve cold, honestly. More to come for the folks at home. We've not just got quests. We've not just got drops. We've not just got those amazing Steel Series products, but we've also got 10 more kits of the USEC Day Off drip to give away, Hot. Not also that, but because of the re-rolled prizes from Steel Series, when those 10 gifts are giving away, we're actually going to draw 12 winners, not 10, with the 11th winner claiming one of those re-rolled prizes in a mouse and the 12th winner claiming a keyboard. So, folks, stay locked in. Those prizes coming to you very soon. But for first, we all need to get ourselves down to the real important part of the day. I want to see some predictions in the chat. Is it 2-1 Vertus Pro, Panderic? Is it 2-1 Panderic Vertus Pro? Do you think we've got a 2-0 clean sweep on the house from either of the two teams? And most importantly, Who's taking our first game as we go on into Fort? Thoughts, Hort?
I mean, again, it's a tough one. I think if the Pandas do take a map, it will be on Fort. Unfortunately for the Pandas, especially without Cacao and that final map being Bull, I just don't see him taking this series. I would love to be wrong. I would love to see an EU team begin to make their way in toward that finals, but you know, it's hard to bet against the two-time champions looking for that three-peat. Yeah, they've shown that they are human yesterday, that they can lose, but I think especially with Pandas not having Cacao on a map like Bull closing it up, I do see Vertus Pro winning this. Whether it's 2-0 or 2-1, that's to be decided. I really don't know there.
I'm actually kind of feeling a similar sort of mentality to you on this one. As much as I love to be an optimist, and sometimes even to the point of being slightly naive in my optimism, I do feel Vertus Pro probably have the better of this one in them. If we're going to see a Panderic success, it would need to be a blowout here and then a really good game in game 2. I don't see this one going 2-1 Panderic. If Panderic are going to escape Vertus Pro, it's going to have to be a 2-0. So here we go. Vertus Pro taking on Panderic, the first best of 3 on finals day, and we have gone to Fort.
I am all ready for it. If the Pandas are going to try to upset them, it's going to start here on Fort. Vertus Pro on attack, already making some pressure toward Cannon. It's Codex that will be eating some bullets to the brain, and VP starts off the player advantage now in their favor.
It looks like VP have already thought how this one's going to virtually pan out. Picking off the first player from the Panderic lineup as Codex is caught, packed up, and packaged back to the bench early on in the first.
That ace, nice knife shot. We talked about him needing to be on fire from the get-go. Rapid will find one as well. Andreezy, the answer back. And Bakizi on the Andreezy. They're making the rhymes easy for us as Crank Rapid now going up against FMX and Magic, the two players that have been shining stars over these last couple days. The device will get planted, and now Panda's looking for a pincer play.
Now, the question is, are they the Dung Beetle? Or are they the Scorpion? Are these pincers just merely used for shoveling? Or are they used to stinging? Inside outside, FMX has got himself on the good position to cover off Magic's back. Rapid needs to work his way around his left-hand player or in between. They're going to try and isolate FMX. FMX moves in time to be able to match that out of Crank first. And Rapid, as he goes down, is not going to go through. Vertus Pro hold the ground in the first.
Yeah, I mean, if there's two players you want left standing, I think it would be Magic and FMX, especially with the way they've been playing. But I mean, that's the nice problem that Vertus Pro has. It really doesn't matter who's left standing. They're all incredibly capable of finding these insane clutches. But what I'm looking for today is some of those Andreezy nade lineups that I'm always talking about, you know, even during HPL. So we saw when they played Outcast EPA, they struggled with a little bit of that utility on Fort. It seems like they're looking to make those adjustments here now today.
Something we saw a little bit of a... Hold up a second as Ragic picks up the first onto Magic. We'll talk about the performance and the utility in a moment, as normally mid with the first pick going down tends to get quite volatile. That's Codex for a second. Panderic find themselves 2 good disciplined kills on holding the angle as well. FMX gets Codex on the rotation, but Rapid uses that as a chance to isolate for the trade. Crank moves like Jagger, hits hard with the swagger off the top heaven and knocks him down. Now Panderic feeling really good in round number 2. 4 members left versus 1, and Andreezy, although in the backlines, he's going to find himself walking like a shadow into the night, into a nightmare very soon.
This is exactly what the Pandas need, honestly. I mean, they come out, they lose first round. It was pretty close, but they need to find a way to answer back. We always talk about not letting Vertus Pro run away with it, but it's easy. Snake in the grass in the background, already taken out. Andreezy looking to make this a little bit more feasible here. He spots another one down low, shots ring out, but 45 seconds on the clock. Still some time to work with, but is going to have to quicken that pace.
Very back and forth for the time being for the pacing in this one. Andreezy, let's pick up 1 of 4. But 3. Almost in a bit of a Pythagoras' theorem triangle of terror inside of that corridor, looking to try and just stop Andreezy from being able to step forward. That's a nice little smoke. Get a bit swifty with it. Underarm over the box. planting in the smoke. You know full well with that many members here, though. Oh, Andreezy. Oh, he tried to search with the bait on the bomb to be able to pull them all into the smoke. That's actually a really smart play. Imagine he gets all 3 of them in the smoke and then somehow sneaks to the angle to be able to collat them all. There's a potential there. You can see the thought. It doesn't work, but...
Yeah, I think with how little time was left, I mean, if the Pandas really felt that pressure, they could just send 2 into the smoke, hold 1 back. I mean, there wasn't enough time to find that plant. So realistically, having to get all 3 of those kills. But the Pandas, they bring it back into round number 2 here. So we're tying up 1-1. They need to try and take that lead, though. They need to get up early over these polar bears. They want to have a fighting chance. Magic already looking to get up top, but most of this action lingering toward cannon side.
This is something that almost plays into a Panderic mindset, though. An attacking style that they also like to favor. Codex is going to be able to swing into the 2 members coming up top cannons. He does not find a kill. This is good work from VP, although that undoes a little bit of it as Andreezy nades his own member and Rask doing the hard work. And then Bakizi's going to pick one up on the backside of it. Rapid just looking to pressure off from bottom ramp. Donut being held well. 3 versus 4. Vertus Pro found themselves in a little bit of a sticky situation here.
Yeah, they're going to slow it down just a little bit here. Maybe look to find another pick before they find some pressure. But honestly, they've snuck onto this B site. The plant goes down here, which is a little bit surprising. We see Rapid trying to rotate around as well, but FMX to find Crank, and now it's back to a 3v3.
Device planted. Magic. Able to pick up one onto Bakizi. You see FMX and Andreezy just holding spawn side round towards the B site. Yeah, all eyes are on Rapid right now as that ace picks up 1. Got to work off of that distraction that ace is putting in to be able to get pressure onto site. No, there's probably 1 mini. There's mini going down. FMX gets traded. Rapid gets the return. Andreezy waiting for a grenade onto the bomb for the defuse. And there's the grenade. It's one of those Andreezy easy squeezy lemon peasy nades you've been looking for, my friend.
Well, he needed a redemption nade because he found a nade that found a teammate early on in that round. So no harm, no foul when you win the round. And you can add a little style by doing it with a nade there at the end. But Vertus Pro, again, battling back, making sure that they retain that lead. They look to keep it here on Fort again. And the only map that we've really seen them have some struggles on against some of these EU teams. So, and Derek needing this first win here on Fort. But Vertus Pro, they've got other plans.
Interesting that Andreezy steps far enough back to just let the grenade do the work. I do wonder if Rapid goes into con there and the grenade doesn't go off if he has enough time to be able to tap the defuse. But that's thoughts for another round. The way it played out actually sees Vertus Pro taking a great lead so far. Panderic have done a good job of keeping their numbers thinned when they get to site. Vertus Pro much better in the execution and getting that bomb down. Only 3 rounds gone. My eyes at the moment currently watching an FMX that was popping off all of yesterday, has been popping off all tournament, and has started exactly the same as we expected from previous.
Yeah, and today they're showing a lot of presence around the B site here early. In the past, it's been a little bit more toward the A, sprinkling in some B, but mixing up the strategies here today and maybe something to give them a little bit of an upper hand as we see Rapid now on that peak. Most likely heard that audio cue here at mid as Rask looks to make his way in, caught with utility and hit his injury easy, and that's a huge pick for Rapid.
Really well called out as well. The audio cue raid, allowing him space to push up and take that kill. Codex for 1 as FMX goes down alongside of him. Look at the flank. And look at short. Magic about to have to make a crazy play. Codex finds hard, but mid, that's someone that's under pressure. This isolated member in Rask is going to have to fight out from the darkness. He's not going to find his way. He gets 1. But it's merely a consolation prize, and the Panderic squad do close a confident round out there. 2-2, we are level. Hot. I know Vertus Pro are definitely looking exceptional this tournament, and maybe stronger than the Panderic on a whole, but today, in this match right now, this is 2 very, very evenly matched teams.
I mean, we're only 4 rounds in, and we haven't got to the second half yet, so I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I will say that I do love the fact that every time the Vertus Pro has taken a round, the Pandas take the very next round decisively with 4 or 3 members left standing. So it definitely gives me faith in the Pandas that they've come to compete here today, but you have to be able to do it on both sides. And I feel like Fort, unlike Skybridge or Bowl, is a little bit more of a defensive map. So I think if Vertus Pro gets 3 or 4 rounds, it's still going to be troublesome for Pandas in the second half.
That is trying to get out. If it looks to push out, okay, one for an aggressive pick into the A side push. Lobby gets contained and controlled by Rask on that shotgun. The Enforcer doing Enforcer things hard, swinging left and right. He's got Crank and Bikizi down for a double cake bake into the oven. That one goes as there's only 2 members left on the Panderic squad to be able to respond. One, Rapid picks off Andrezi as the smoke covers off from headshot.
They're going to ring out. Rapid has been spotted. And again, just as the Pandas win their decisive round, it's Vertus Pro to immediately answer back, and they regain that lead. So until the Pandas can take that lead away, I'm still going to have a little bit of uncertainty there. And honestly, though, you take a look at the kills across to everybody and on both squads, everybody putting up big numbers here. I mean, for Vertus Pro, almost everybody at 4 kills or at 3. Rapid has that 6, so being the standout player at the moment. We've seen a couple nice snipes from that ace, but I'm used to seeing that ace not miss a single shot, and that's what I think the Pandas are going to need, especially against a team like the Polar Bears.
We also said the Vertus Pro's fort has looked previously before like it's had a bit of a weaker side to it. Now, seeing them use this A site and B site adjusted aggression, showing they have good capability on both sides of the map, has really, really strengthened, for me, how they look on this map. And maybe a case that we've just not seen them needed to pull out the strats towards that B site before they've been holding it this long. But where we can only guess at that, we are going to get to see how this one plays out. Their push towards Garden right now has Hard set for the best possible position to claim at least 1 or 2 walking out. There's the first, Bikizi does walk out into that line of sight Hard.
Another early pick for Vertus Pro. Hard will begin to shift forward. Shots ring out. It's Rask to find Rapid, though. Now a couple early picks. No rotation coming in just yet. Pandas want it B, and Magic's going to find Codex over there. The site completely open, and for Vertus Pro, they can opt to go anywhere they please. Crank's going to find one. That ace can't get Hard, though.
That's what's the right-hand side, and he's just going to tuck even further. Every time he picks up an individual contest of a position, whether it's damage, a kill, or just trading of information, immediately FMX and Hard are rotating off of each other's position to move and displace themselves, so they can't just be pre-fire peeked on a quick peek, re-peeking the same angle. You've seen it out of FMX the first couple of rounds. This round it was Hard doing the same thing. This is for the longest time why we have known Vertus Pro to be so hard to deal with, is when both of those players are firing on all cylinders and they're working off of each other's back. This team, it looks indestructible.
Well, they're going to need it. They're going to need it all day as well, because even if they get through the Pandas, they are going to have a very tough journey like we talked about. But a lot of cannon pressure once more, and we've seen more and more teams begin to kind of adapt this method, if you will, as strat's always evolving and changing. But Codex, a little rat in the corner, has been spotted, though. Hard will find him. FMX is going to get Rapid as well, and the Polar Bears continue to dominate.
Just feel unfortunate for Codex there. The positioning is good, but the weaponry not quite playing into the advantage you needed. Maybe would have felt a little bit more overjoyed seeing that many models with a shotgun there or something of the like, but it doesn't pay out. FMX is disciplined to check it as well as just top notch. Between the two, like we said, they're still holding that CT rotation despite finding a member prone. They're still respecting that another member could come round from that defensive spawn. Vertus Pro claim themselves a comfortable 5th, and it is just a hard FMX masterclass in the front lines at the moment. Andrezi, Rask, and Magic all pulling their weight, but the 2 gunslingers from the Polar Bears out in full force to start off with.
I mean, that's why it's so nice to be a Polar Bear, I think. We talk about FMX and Magic, but Hard, Rask, and Andrezi, everybody capable of popping off. And it's almost like they're continuously fighting each other for these kills. So always a great problem to have when you've got the skills. Vertus Pro up by 3, and it's kind of why I mentioned earlier we were only a few rounds in, because I want to see the Pandas play consistently well here on both halves. But now the Polar Bears, they're getting real comfortable, and they're starting to run away with that lead.
You see a comment in the chat, a couple of people, and I've had a lot of this through the socials recently. A lot of people have attested to some of Panderic's new success thanks to the work of their coach coming in the background. And a shout out to the Panderic coach that He's clearly been doing some great work. The team just keep going from strength to strength to strength and improvements across the board in the HBL season and in ACS. But ACS is that other demon hawk. This is the top tiers of the competition. You can't just be one of the best. You've got to be the best to be able to take it home here.
Vertus Pro, again, they continue to work this B side, and I think it's kind of caught the Pandas off guard. It's another fast plant, 40-something seconds on the clock, and the Pandas have to find 5 kills and get the defusal, but unfortunately for them, it's going to be Rask that finds the headshot on the Karank. The Piranha rounds continue to dominate. Magic on the Bikizi, and Pandas struggling just a bit, but Rapid looks to reel it back only for a moment, and the moment's gone. It's hard. Then that ace for two. Codex, and they look to battle back.
It was 1 for 1s, and then it was 1 for 2, then it was 1 for 3, and suddenly Panderic, from what looked like a little bit of a nightmare scenario, find themselves finding success out of sadness. Oh, that ace! It's the secondary! He doesn't even need the TRG. He says, give me that RFB back we were talking about yesterday. Bop, 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 job done.
That ace has had so many different secondary weapons throughout these tournaments. I mean, we saw him with the VPO, multiple different things, the SVDS, now onto this RFB, but that's the second or third kill I've seen him get with it. So having a lot of success with that here, making sure to clutch that up. And honestly, that was a round that was very strong for the Polar Bears. So the fact that the Pandas were able to reel that back, make it a decent half, one at which they can work with here in the second half, I think is going to be huge for them.
Crazy. Honestly. It's still a 2-round deficit. Vertus Pro still find themselves in the best position to be able to close this one out after the half. They could arguably be more rounds cushioned, but against a team like Panderic, I think any team on the attacking half will take a 5-3 positive success. Now on the defending side, got to look at Vertus Pro taking that 2-round cushion to convert. Flip side to this, that Ace and company, Crank, Rapid, Codex, now back on that shotgun, looking to try and push their attacking half to some success of their own.
You need this first round, but Hendrizi's going to open it up with a pick on the Rapid. Ras now on the Codex as well, and hard finding Crank. Magic picks up that ace, and they're looking for a flawless round here. It's all up to Bikizi, all alone in a world of hurt. It's a 1v5. He'd need an insane clutch at this point.
Starts off with the left hand. Hardest problem right to begin with. He's going to have one prone and one stud holding there from the right-hand side. That's not going to work out. But Bikizi goes down. And as you said, 5 versus 1. Impossible this time. 12 and 5. Look at FMX. He's flying. It's not even FMX. It's hard. It's the wrong one. Bruh, I can't tell which one of them's popping off each time because the two of them are constantly on top of each other, just murdering people.
I mean, and everybody's putting up kills for if you're not hard who's standing out in front of the pack. I mean, everybody very even across the board there and just getting the job done when it matters most. They've doubled that lead up to 6-3 now and looking to power it on home. Pandas, a lot of pressure in toward lobby here. They've got some good footing as well. And now maybe that rotation from Vertus Pro will begin to come into play.
So Magic currently holding the position of importance here for the A side. Out towards Useless. He's in that walkout spot to be able to step. He does step, but Crank sends him back to where he stepped from. Headshot, 2 on long. 1 still anchoring towards the B side. Panderic looking for a read into this, but Hard's going to take the advantage of stepping out into the slow pace that Panderic uses and claims himself a trade back. Rapid goes down on the extended action. And that 90... it's going to be slowly taken back up again by Hard. Crank needs to win this one out. Crank does. That's a great headshot out of Crank to shut down Hard, who's been dropping bodies in the last couple of rounds.
They give themselves the player advantage with that pick as well, and something to work with. Still a minute on the clock. We can see that they have control of that lane, and with that, Ras finding this pick onto that ace makes it a little bit more troublesome for them. I was hoping that they would be able to push out together to find that trade here at a minimum, but right now, just showing some patience. Codex trying to maybe bait out a pre-fire here as well. But with only 35 seconds left on the clock, they're going to have to start to quicken that pace once more.
You see the number 1 player, FMX, from Vertus Pro. You see the confidence out of the 2 remaining members holding this B-side 2v3. That he's not going to move until time says that they could not rotate to that site. They take the challenge 2 versus 1. They trade 1 for 1, leaving in a 2 versus 2. And Dreezy, there's the nades we've been talking about.
Codex at least gets the plant down. Unfortunately, that animation afterwards, it takes so much time. And Polar Bears just put themselves in good position to capitalize on that. They'll go up to 1 away from match point, and it's looking pretty good for the Polar Bears at the moment.
I mean, that's textbook, isn't it? That's just set up. That's all set up. They go from a position where they have control of site to not having control of site. Instead of overcommitting to trying to retake that site control from a bad position, they step back, they give space, they allow Panderic to think that it's a lot more secure than it is, and in them being given that space to try and plant, they put themselves in a dangerous spot to be countered. And Dreezy sets up for the nade. Instead of fighting face-to-face, gun-to-gun, they throw a nade down for the plant, and they use the fact that the numbers are set out for them because the time is not against them.
Hard already into a great position, but it's Rapid and Codex to find 2 early picks. They know just where Hard is, and Rapid will find him now on a 5v2. They are looking to fight back with all of the grit and determination, and they're going to need all of it here on Fort.
Oh my, imagine double swing, go straight back through Donut to an A rotation right now. Both members of Vertus Pro left alive have rotated to CT. That member in Codex that's pushed forward has confirmed that they are both here as well from that information. They're going to decide to just commit to it. This is a Polar Bear nightmare right now because they don't know whether they could be faking it thanks to the 2 members making audio in mid. Bomb is planted, Rapid stacked up with Bakizi, the captain in mini. Bakizi's going to swing, and he's just done enough to fake off that Rapid's there hidden. The captain playing a little bit of smoke and mirrors himself. Magic does find both of them though. That ace to finish it off. Panderic closed the gap to 4. It does come back. Some great work out of the captain, just giving his body, baiting himself for the teammate. What a play.
Rapid 3 that round, up on top with 10, and they're going to slowly try to inch back in here, but Vertus Pro, they've got a bunch of opportunities, so they don't have to worry just yet. See where they opt to go on this one. Pandas doing a good job of mixing up the strategies at the moment. We see Rapid again with 10 kills already here, so doing the best he can to bring this one back, but they don't have a ton of wiggle room.
Interesting strong side on the B side again from Vertus Pro, and we've only got 1 member in Bakizi holding all the way at the back of the catwalk. Look at the position from the captain, and look at Hard, actually. He's searching for him too. He knows he's there. So Vertus Pro aware of this setup.
Looks like FMX is beginning to shift through mid here as well. Maybe trying to put the pinch onto Bakizi. They do. It's going to be FMX that finds him. Now Codex is closed down. Ace with a quick shot finds Ras. Codex will pick on to FMX. They'll get the player advantage once more. That ace able to spot 1 on site here as well. Some intel that comes out, and he's going to find the shot. And Dreezy looping around from behind, though, and it's hard to find Codex.
Hard in Colt. That ace knows he has to recognize the danger from behind and the danger in front. Pincer coming in. He's going to get 1 on Andreezy. Now it's all down to that ace. 1 versus 1. He's already done as much damage as he needs to. 3 taken. The 4th lying in wait. Bomb his side of the court. Oh, that ace. You just take it and commit. The left-hand roll for the smoke to push it out towards Colt. Fakes out that he'd be getting on site to plant. Now he just has to wait to try and push through. Time is going to be tough. Hard is going to have to push through this. That ace knows he needs to give as much difference as possible to get this down. Hard's coming. The angle's good. That ace is just about going to get off in time. Not quite. He almost makes it work.
Yeah, just a little bit too far out in the open. Maybe if he had tucked in a little closer to the wall, but always easier said than done when we're up here in the booth. I mean, it was a really great attempt from that ace, and I like the smoke. I like the idea. Just needed an extra second there, and Hard, I mean, great patience. Playing back, knows exactly what he needs to do to win the round for his team, doesn't get overzealous, and that can be tough to do in these big moments, in a big tournament like the ACS. So a job well done, and look at Hard, man, 16-7 at the moment.
I don't know who made the call to deal with Bakizi and Spawn, but whichever Vertus Pro member, whether it's in preparation or in the game, has made that call that he's playing that position. Hey, hold up a second. Here comes Vertus. Plow straight out of bedroom. 3 members strong. They drop the bomb on top of Codex, and that ace. Rask is swinging hard. Not the member, but swinging hard and strong into the face of that ace on that bolty. That is 2 quick kills. While the Vertus Pro are looking very worse the wear for it, actually. A slightly, maybe over-aggressive push, costing them a bit more of the health than they'd anticipated for.
I like the idea that they mix up the strategy. They've been patient here on defense. They get real aggressive for a round. It pays off initially,
it
but
goes
it's
off.
the Pandas. They're able to reel it back, and Bakizi finds hard from above. Magic, the last standing member here in a 3v1. He's got a minute and 11 to work with, but the Pandas are going to be dropping that device onto site here relatively soon.
I thought that was going to be a Vertus Plow steamroll then. That looked like it was set for gold, and then somehow the Pandas survived the onslaught. That is a great defiance out of the Panderic squad. It looked so good, and then it just kind of hit a stalemate as both teams refused to give the ground when they hit head-to-head. That was a really cool little fight to watch, and that went neither way, really, actually. It kind of just ended in a straight 50-50 split, and, well, the Panderic squad managed to execute the chaos a little bit better. It's a scraped round back. It's a little bit scrappy, but it will still all count, Hort. It goes on the board as a point to Panderic, and gap close to 3. I don't think we're destined for overtime here. I do think Vertus Pro might close this out, but this is a game. This is a good, interesting game so far. Both of the textbooks, the work done beforehand, is really complex for this map. You can see both teams have really cooked up different strats into each other and respected what the other team does well.
Fortunately for Vertus Pro, they only need one of the next 3, and for Andrea and FMX, they're going to find the first 2. Rapid, able to find a pick of his own, but has taken quite a bit of damage here. So for Vertus Pro, they just have to play smart at this point. They've got the numbers advantage, and they can look to close it out here in this round.
This is the crucial position. We see the member tucked in the smoke there. You can see both Bakizi, Rapid, and that ace. They're all around Rask here right now, but all Rask is going to do is find the timing. He's going to get... Don't quite get that ace, and he's traded now immediately. Somehow Rask manages to barrel stuff Rapid before Bakizi shuts him down, but it was only a 1-for-1. It's possible, but the hopes of map 1 are slowly slipping away for Panderic as Vertus Pro. They just make them squeeze. They make them bleed one by one.
This is where it does get increasingly more tough. I mean, you look at Bakizi slowly bleeding out over there. Not a ton of time. That ace on the TRG, but that reload animation can be so tough to deal with when you've got to take out multiple members here. Bakizi really needs to find at least one of these picks here at a bare minimum. Unfortunately, doesn't get it in Dreezy, and now the device down in a very awkward spot. Hard will find that ace, and Vertus Pro get it done on Fort in 9-5 fashion.
It's a really good first map from both two teams here. Vertus Pro with a 17-8 performance out of Hard, 12-7, 12-11 out of Rask, actually. 2 outstanding performances, but the team itself as a whole across all 5 players for Vertus Pro having to pick it up in many different areas, actually. I think it's the first time, as you said, Hort, we've seen Fort utilized to its fullest across all of the map. We saw action in mid, we saw action on B, we saw action on A from both teams, as that complexity of the attacking side is developing and evolving every time we come here. Some great performances. I mean, 17-8, 12-11, 10-8 out of the top 3 players of Vertus Pro. Rapid and that ace even still putting on performances to be tipping the hat to 12-11, 11-10 respectively, but quite enough to get it over the line comfortably. 9-5. Game 1 goes to Vertus Pro.
I mean, we talked about that ace needing to be on fire from the get-go, and he certainly was that. So that's refreshing to see for the Pandas, but I really feel like they had to take Fort at this point. I don't know where they find that ground. Skybridge, a map that Vertus Pro has dominated on time and time again. A very dangerous team on this map. You look at Bowl as well, a map that they play very well on and that the Pandas have been struggling on recently. So the Pandas' backs against the wall. They're going to have to bring out all the claws in this one because it is now do or die. We might just be saying bye to the Pandas after this next one.
Had Derek map pick, though. That's the thing they've got to look to for some strength. They've got to feel like a home turf advantage would be the way to go with this. I don't know if you can consider a map against Vertus Pro as any form of a home turf advantage, but Panderic will definitely be going into this next map feeling very equally contested too. The 2 players that are standing out for the Panderic team, that's Ace and Rapid, needing to see a little bit more support maybe coming out of Crank and Codex. I mean, Codex almost makes himself the play that he needs to pull one of those rounds back off towards the end there. Second last round in mid where Bakizi gets taken out towards Statue. 2 members from that rotation from the B site looking to try and travel through Colt across the map. Get caught out for one, but then the trade comes through. And once Hard has that position in Colt, he's got himself locked into a spot to be able to stop that attack going onto site. and then the round falls apart.
Yeah, I don't know if I would call home court advantage for any team on Skybridge unless they're a CIS region team. I feel like the Skybridge is the CIS region map. I don't know if I've seen them lose on that map to an EU squad yet, really. So it may be the map pick for Pandaric Apex, but I would say Vertus Pro is probably the stronger team on Skybridge, at least from what I've seen in the past. And again, it's very rare that we've seen Vertus Pro lose on this map. I don't think I've ever seen him lose on this map to an EU region team as well. Maybe TarovHelp or XPA, one of the two I've seen beat Vertus Pro on Skybridge, but that's it. So fingers crossed for the Pandas. I would love to see it go to a best of 3 just because I want more Tarkov action. But realistically, especially with the way Vertus Pro is already playing, I mean, FMX, Magic doing great. Hard today also has gone above and beyond. It's going to be really tough for the Pandas.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to the top tiers of competition, there's some people that just can't quite hack it. That's not these teams, all right? I know that me and you, we kind of like to poke the bear, all right? Somebody shows a little bit of irritation. It gets on the nerves a little bit. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind. We'll poke the fire a little bit, let it get a little bit more frustrating, and just see how little a limit you've really got, because that weakness just seems to fold very, very easily. That, however, that kind of mentality, that goes when we leave the leagues that we play in. You get to an Arena Cup series and do you know what? We've just not quite got it this game. Okay, let's re-up and come back the next game. You don't get chance for this because it's now the end of the line. There's one match left in this best of 3 for the Pandaric to be able to turn this around. 2 matches for them to potentially look to take a spot continuing onwards. There can't be this round we may have did this wrong, we may have done this wrong. We're going to adjust to it in a couple anymore. It's got to be done right now. And although I've seen exceptional textbook adjustments from the Pandaric squad and how they've approached trying to counter Vertus Pro's play so far, I find myself extremely reaching for something almost mythical to happen to help get them over the line, because you look at the adjustments they're put on the table and it's like Vertus Pro are already one step ahead of them in the textbook. Specifically talk about that position Big Easy holds in spawn there. That's not an average default. That's not even classed as an off position. That's like a once in a long time position that you throw out as a Hail Mary, and Vertus Pro are 2-man ready for it, not 1. They don't disrespect it with an ego challenge. They still pincer it from 2 angles and then use that to fold the A site. How do you beat it?
I mean, they know it's a competition and they treat it like that. They play every moment as professionally as possible, and it really shows. Yeah, he could have easily tried the ego peak. Maybe he would have won, maybe he didn't, but they know by going together at a minimum, they're going to find that pick. It's going to be at a minimum a 1-for-1. Now, fortunately, it plays out where they don't lose a member, but I think the Pandas have to realize they are the underdog team here. It's not going to take one magical crazy round. It's going to take almost every round being something crazy, something clutch factor, like something magical. And it's going to have to be consistently round after round if they want to take a game away or a series away from an insanely talented team like Vertus Pro. But with that being said, the Pandas have what it takes to do that. They have the capability of finding those magical rounds after rounds. But I mean, they really have to buckle down, play as best they can, and have to have those fingers crossed maybe a little bit, because the way the Polar Bears are playing today is the way that they've been playing throughout the entire weekend, and that's near flawlessly.
This is what I've been so impressed to see. And this is the point that I'm attesting to, is it's like sometimes you feel like teams would come into a later section of the bracket, especially from group stages where they've had good convincing results against the team, and take them for granted. What we've seen more and more throughout the progression of the ACS is how little teams have been able to take each other for granted, and that dropping the ball has become less and less, which is great to see. This is the thing that I'm most impressed about from Vertus Pro in this one, is they don't necessarily come to the table favored as the top seed with how well TarovHelp's been performing, but they're not playing like it. They're still playing like they are here to not allow the ball to drop against a team like Pandaric, where they could be considered a good result 9-7. They don't want to let it be that close. They don't want to give a single round to them, and that's what it feels like against these CIS teams right now, is that as respectfully and as hard an effort that the EU teams are making, they're having to throw everything and the kitchen sink at these CIS teams just to kind of shake the boat a little bit. I'd really love to see something out of a team, be it an EU team in this match here, or maybe one of the CIS teams in the next match or the finals, throw off either Vertus Pro or TarovHelp from their solidarity with something completely unseen before. I don't know what it looks like yet. I don't know what it is that's going to be able to do it, but something's got to derail these two very stable, strong, disciplined teams to be able to find that upset, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, the CS region, they love showing that they're the best in the biz, and they have time and time again throughout the ACS. Now, we've certainly seen a lot of these EU teams begin to step it up as each season has gone on and on. They're getting closer and closer. I feel like it's only a matter of time, but not if, but when. But, for the CIS regions, they should be proud of how well they play every single season. I mean, they are the teams to beat. And I think there's a lot of teams that could, you hear me talk about it in the HPL all the time. Learn these Andreezy nade lineups. I mean, there's a lot of, I think, valuable information that could be taken from these teams and applied to some of the EU teams as well, to where that, you can still run your strategies, but maybe toss in some of these other ones here and there as well. And I think that's something that could, continuously keep your opponents guessing when you are kind of evolving and changing the strategies, not just within the game, but within the regions as well, because I feel like, from region to region, the play styles definitely vary.
I do feel like we've got the tough map out of the way for that, Ace. If there's something I'm looking to as a Panderic fan for strength going forward, I feel like the next two maps we're going to feel better for the TRG than Fort does. We are talking relative terms to Fort, right? Fort, close quarters, and don't get me wrong, yes, that Ace, he makes it look, like a walking stick. You use it anywhere. It's a universal tool. But there is still a lean into how well it fits an environment. So I'm feeling like that Ace already performing really well so far. And off the back of what Rapid showed in map 1, that if the Panderic squad are going to look to push us to a third game, it's going to have to be through an even better that Ace performance, plus a step up from maybe Codex. Crank looked good. Crank looked good again. And this is something I think we've said about Panderic for the whole tournament. Where is Cacao is slowly a thing that's sort of drifting away for me. I mean, he should be here. This is the most important tournament for them. But Crank has absolutely done a phenomenal job at being able to fill those shoes as best he can for now. The dynamic duo of Codex and Crank is not as iconic as Codex and Cacao for a reason, right?
Well, Magic's going to find this first one. I'll touch base on that in a second, because Magic has wasted no time. He's already got a 2K, and it's the quick and pressure toward this A site. Crank. And I'll let a nade sing out, or a smoke rather. The device jumping across here, but again, it's Vertus Pro with these early picks.
Actually see teams trading V40s and lethals there as they both bank it off of the top roof of the building that either is hiding behind. Neither member dying to it, though. Bits of fragmentation taking health off of Magic in the backside of the trade. Panderic 2 members down after a great set of shots out of Magic. Open that round up really well. The smoke on E-Box is going to delay any form of retake. No deny on that plan. Cover from FMX is going to take out Crank as he's looking to try and find some space.
Oh, that Ace right back to where he was from Fort. Finds that first one. Has to be careful of VIP. Begins to shift forward. There's so many bodies here for Vertus Pro, and he's going to spot one more. Unfortunately, that shot doesn't connect. The pressure comes in, and that Ace will find one on the way out. It's Andreezy and Bikizi who will get one apiece here as well, but it's a 1v2 with 25 on the clock and the device already planted.
Slight adjustment to the new Skybridge map now. Magic in a good place to be able to cover off towards site from that very, very aggressive tuck. If the bomb was planted for VIP, it is not. It is planted default middle, which leaves him exposed to VIP. Rast is going to step out and claim that one quickly. Pros don't fake, don't work today. Too many open angles to hold from. Well played, Vertus Pro. Round 1 goes on the board to them. Their attacking side. We did see Skybridge yesterday look pretty attacking favoured, honestly, Hawk, for the teams that have got both attacking map A and B plans in the textbook.
Yeah, I feel like Skybridge historically has been an attacking-sided map, but going back to what you were saying a little bit earlier, that Ace, that Ace has always played very well on Fort. We saw it here. He does very well on Skybridge as well, but this entire ACS, he has not performed on Bull, and that's the one thing that worries me. He's often 4 or 5 kills only on Bull, and so I think because, even though Crank's playing very well, without having Cacao to anchor that B site, it makes him much more tougher on a map like Bull.
That's normally an individual anchor over there, absolutely, and we will get a bit more into that if we get down to the third deciding match, because that is going to be a large part of what may settle the score for this one. But for now, Panderic have just got to work one step at a time. The task a lot tougher than it was before they started out the day. Now down one to Vertus Pro. That golden ticket next to the scoreboard shows their little Willy Wonka pass as one step further forward towards climbing back to that grand final. Both of these two teams here losing out the first map yesterday as Andreezy puts a grenade into the pocket of that ace.
Vice gets planted once again, and Rast is going to find Codex, so a two-player disadvantage for the Pandas. Time working against them as well. 40 on the clock to find 5 picks and the defusal. Rast has spotted one. He's going to let that Saga sing from VIP. It's Bikizi to find hard here near the middle of the site. Rapid looks to pressure in. The nade over the top as well, and the Pandas look to reel it back.
Wow. Nothing's being reeled back today. It felt like a yo-yo as that one got hit on. As went up and back down the string again equally as fast. Vertus Pro, Andreezy and Rask, the three all picking one apiece at the end to be able to knock the rest over. That ended quickly.
And that's the problem, right? The moment that you feel like the Pandas are beginning to find some footing, that they're looking to stifle that momentum from Vertus Pro, in the moment that you speak that sentence, Vertus Pro right there to answer back with 3 kills of their own and stifle any of that momentum. And for the Pandas, it's hard to get some wind in the sails if Vertus Pro continues to do that.
Well, a pace and VIP onto this. Actually looking at Vertus Pro setting up for potentially holding off an aggressive walkout from Panderic. Adjustment comes out, flash swap for grenade, flash out towards Hard as he is now completely and utterly blind. Those cool guy shades just look good on the model. Nothing else. For the time being, he's seeing stars. Oh, that's ace with an absolute belter of a grenade. We saw the trail as we just swapped perspectives, and that one ended Andreezy's life rapidly. Codex, Rask, Codex about to take a bit of chip off of Rask's health. Those legs now going to feel a little weaker at the knees. Oh, Hard. And Magic's covering him off. This teamwork from Vertus Pro right now is so hard to break apart.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal teamwork. You combine that with the fact that they barely miss a shot, crosshair placement, recoil control, everything is often very on point for this squad. They continue to showcase the talent, but speaking of talent, there's that ace. One of the best on the TRG, putting in work here on Skybridge, trying to be the glue to hold the squad together. But VP, they've realized that these last 2 members are over toward the A site B, going to be completely open here. So the shift has begun to come into play. That ace beginning to shuffle that way as well.
Interesting that they actually saw it. A slight bit of damage as Rast does manage to turn around and find Bikizi, who had snuck past him. Now that ace is all on his own. He needs to make work happen quick on the front side because his backside's about to be pinched in. He knows where the second is. He's got enough space to do it. Just done. He can't get there in time. 3, 2, 1. And that ace is going to just about have to get off. No way he's there in time. No way. In, out. Oh, this is all shotgun all day long unless that ace pulls off a worldie. Unfortunately, he's not going to have it happen. The shotgun is just way too favored. Too many bullets in the mag. He can pre-fire his way to success. Oh, bro. I thought he had enough space to defuse that.
I think he could have stuck that. I mean, I'd love to go back and see how close the time was. Obviously, these players know way better than I do, but I would have liked to seen him risk it for the biscuit on that one because it was dangerously close. You look at Rast too. When he gets that ace off the bomb, he only has a couple rounds in that mag. He pops them off immediately, has to dip back and reload, and so it might have been a gamble that ace could have come away with, but you can't really beat yourself up over it as well. I mean, the mental fortitude, we talk about it all the time. You've got a round and it's already unfolding right now, so you got to pay attention. Unfortunately for Codex, he's going to take an early lead in round number 4.
Magic is starting to feel a bit confident now. It looks like he was about to creep through the smoke and find the back of Rapid. He gets damage down onto Rapid, but doesn't find the kill. Rapid holding the tight tuck angle just outside the door of VIP so that he doesn't get his life taken free either. You see the Panderic squad now adjusting a bit more defensive in reserve because they realize just how important it is. Every round that slips away, the larger this gap gets, the quicker their hopes of continuing on in this tournament are starting to slip away.
Vertus Pro again starting out this round with a player advantage. Rapid has taken some damage for Vertus Pro. Everybody standing tall at the moment. The smokes in the lanes will allow them to pressure on the site, and the device most likely going to go down here shortly after. We can see one on the B site will most likely begin to shift toward the A. For Panderic, they've got 3 tucked back here. I'd love to see maybe some utility of their own held onto to smoke off these lanes and look for them to have an opportunity to retake. But FMX, Rask, and now FMX and Dreezy, everybody getting a piece of the pie here in a moment's notice. And Vertus Pro continues to plow through the competition. This time it's Rask, 7-0 up on top.
Was that a 4-burst round loaded in there? Because the way that those bullets came out of the mag onto the kill feed, it looked like they were all shot simultaneously. Holy 4-piece, bro. What was that I just saw? That ace is 6 and 4. Panderic's Bakizi at 2 and 4, and Rapid at 1 and 4. My concern right now is Crank and Codex are really, really sinking right now. They are drowning in the deep waters, and they need to find a way out quick. Rapid for an aggressive push out. This is the play that the Pandas need to make to try and get some confidence back. Rapid's going to get caught from VIP. He ducks out of the way, survives this time, but not for long.
Over the top, hits hard with another nade. He says, I can do it with the nades and the guns. He finds Crank as well, and all of a sudden, the Pandas, the domino effect continues. Rask, the headshot onto Bakizi. That ace all alone in a 1v4. The Pandas struggling to even put 1 round on the board at the moment.
Oh my, that ace is somehow getting away with his life. How is he still surviving? Okay, I'm going to say 4 people shooting at that smoke. Surely between 4 people, they would be able to find him in the smoke there. Crazy.
Oh, yeah, it's just a tough situation to be in. And right now, I think the Pandas are trying to figure out what exactly they can do. For Crank Codex, I mean, we're 5 rounds in. You're still sitting at a donut. And even Rapid at 2 is something that we're not used to seeing. But I think it just further reiterates how good these CIS teams are. And that's what I said, Skybridge, that second map, it may have been the Pandas pick, but I felt like it was something that Vertus Pro kind of forced to happen.
Again, the Pandas understand the severity of the damage done. That is a 5-round gap. The pace is going to be non-existent for now from the Panderic squad. Don't expect to see too many aggressive walkouts, push-outs. Even going to wait out util for the time being just to make sure that they can get into position. You've seen time and time again in this map already. Multiple grenades going off behind that position, claiming lives before the fight has even started. So Panderic looking to just adjust to that and make sure that they can get through the first half of the round without any losses.
Vertus Pro are comfortable going fast and then slowing it down. They've, again, really done a great job of mixing it up here as Rask continues to have Codex's number. Bakizi looks to work back into it, though. We'll find a nice pick on the Magic. Shots continue to be exchanged over here toward the A site. Right now, the majority of the members of Panderic are over here as well. They've got one lingering toward that B site, just anchoring it at the moment, and that's going to be Bakizi.
Craig just looking to try and find something off of this long angle from jungle. FMX is not giving him anything to play with. Device planted. Counter util going out. Flash towards E-Box. The smoke goes that way. Pressure onto Fanta gets immediately taken out. Apex wall. FMX and Andreezy good too. Rapid one in response as Rask goes down. Rapid for 2. Rapid for 3. Here's the moment. Can he pull it off? I was about to say he had support from his captain, but he does not have support from his captain. That gets removed immediately. Go on, Rapid. FMX is playing it so smart. Vertus Pro just showing they really are the kings of the court for a reason. Rapid's going to get off. 12 left on the clock, and FMX doesn't need to challenge. Rapid tucks. He's in a safer spot now. Oh, it's just too far out. The plant position from Vertus Pro is exceptional. Rapid's going to get taken out at the end.
I mean, this is why they're so much fun to watch, honestly, though. Their decision-making, their situational, their game awareness is absolutely phenomenal. And FMX, you know, he could have an ego. He could pressure out there, try to find that pick if he wanted to, but he does the smart decision. He makes sure to win that round. And obviously they have rounds to give. They're up by a lot, but it's just the continuous want to play the best, you know, at the top of your game throughout the tournament here. You love to see it from these teams. Vertus Pro, man, they are putting on an absolute clinic at the moment.
I mean, it's discipline, and the thing is, for Vertus Pro, this is the mindset they're bringing to every game. Hold up a minute as Blue in the kill feed leads too deep. Hard for a response. It's Rapid that goes down. Crank finds one on the board as well. And Dreezy with a nade. Can't be forgetting about that part of the round. Consistent for the last three in a similar fashion.
Shots from hard toward VIP. A little bit of damage done here as well. The Pandas have the player advantage here, but not for long. And Dreezy from behind, now hard, and back to Andreezy. Tag team back again. Whoop. There it is. The Polar Bears up to 7, 1 away from match point. It wasn't that long ago we talked about how rare, how elusive those 8-0 halves are. Even 7-1s really, but the Polar Bears an opportunity not only to have an 8-0 half, but to do it against a team like Pandaric.
Yeah, I think we both had a similar perspective in our heads, whether it was based off of the map or just general mental perspective to be able to win out the game. But we did say to begin with for this in the green screen that it's going to be Pandaric needing to win map 1 for any sight of a shot at pulling this to a 3-game series. We knew map 2 was going to be tough. We knew map 2 was going to be tough from the start, but this is near flawless from Vertus Pro. Hey up. Hold up. Conga train. 1-for-1.
Unfortunately, that train's about to get derailed by Magic and Rask and crew, and there's only one left. The Caboose is going to have to backpedal away here. Polar Bears getting it done yet again hard. Finding this headshot onto that ace. They've got the 2-player advantage, device in hand, and now they might just go on the hunt here for this third member that was on the flank. That's going to be Bikizi tucked in close.
You'd have to think that would be the only people towards the B side, but actually, because they've got a last person lurking towards lane 1, this is actually easy. Bikizi gets himself 2, and that might cause the bomb to go back the other way. Oh no, Codex is playing it super smart. Codex, can you make this work? You just need to pretend you're not here. He gets the first. 43 on the clock. He's going to push out, so he's got space to cover both rotations. Andreezy versus Codex. And it's Andreezy. Every step of the way, it doesn't matter what situation Pandaric put Vertus Pro in, how they go about trying to achieve it, what weirdness they throw at the textbook for it, it still comes down to a Vertus Pro player executing it better in the final moment.
Vertus Pro, I mean, Skybridge is just, you could say it for any CIS region map. It's been Vertus Pro map for a long time, but we have seen some teams take it away from them as well. They're just so good on these attacking sided maps because they're so good at being aggressive. I mean, they can slow it down when they need to. They can be patient when they need to. They certainly displayed that as well, but they are so good with the aggression, and teams, I think, struggle to match that at times. We saw hard popping off in the first one. We always talk about how anybody can do it. Rask and Dreezy both 11-3 at the moment. I mean, this team is full of juggernauts.
I mean, even the chat's feeling it right now. They're right. You know, VP just holding the boot on their neck right now. I mean, they are. They're from the 6th round where FMX doesn't give that one away and Andreezy doesn't give the 7th and so on and so forth. Every round extra that they put on the board without Pandaric claiming one is just applying more pressure, just making it seem that much harder.
Needs will ring out. That shots as well through the smoke. We see Codex pressuring in toward VIP. Bikizi able to find the first one. Codex and Bikizi. And there's some big picks, but you got to wonder. I mean, too little, too late, right? VP, they've got to get at least one of the next 8 rounds for Pandas. They have the toughest comeback ever in front of them, and Rapid with a nice headshot there.
I mean, we're not going to start talking just yet, are we? Come on, let's not. Come on now. Come on now. 5 versus 1. I mean, I remember a time in ACS 1 where Romza pulled off a 1v5 to win the tournament in a position where he didn't necessarily need to do so, and you've got to feel like Andrezi's got the potential from how they've been playing so far today. It's tough, but it'd be one heck of a way to close it out.
I just don't see it happening,
Nope.
Especially with that ace on the other side. The jumping shots again from the TRG will find the Pandas. They'll get their first round on the board, but I wouldn't get too excited for them just yet.
Attacking side favored mark? Question mark.
And they said it's an attacker side or map out there.
I'm just really spooling for animosity now. It's like, how far can this go? How far can this go? I mean, that's the question the Panderic squad's got to ask himself right now is, guys, we have literally nothing to lose except from one round. Like, that's it now. Like, we make one mistake, it's done, so just give it everything. B-side push, 4 strong, weak side for VP. They are slightly later to the rotation than the lane 3 push. Panderic will have pressure on site. Ramp's good, though, for Heaven. Codex is on site, he's got the angle.
Already able to find that pick backwards, though. And now Rapid does pick up on the Rask. It's a 4v3. Rapid finds another Magic, though. I mean, Pandas are trying to do what they can. And, I mean, I love to see the ground that they're gaining. But, again, one round at a time is how it's going to have to unfold. And that ace with a nice snipe downfield.
I'm just gonna write this scoreline down real quickly. 8-2. Okay. 8-1. 8-2. There's no way, brother. Hey, Ski Mask Timmy's not going to have any blood pressure left, let alone lung capacity by the time he's done watching this. He was in my DMs yesterday with how close those games were, being like, guys, I can't take this anymore. You're breaking my nerves. Well, an 8-0 comeback, Hort.
I mean, you can write that down. I'm not writing that down.
He's like, I'm not convinced yet.
Not yet. Not quite yet. It's only 2 rounds.
Ever the optimist.
Nice to see.
A. Rapid for 1. Free fire is good. Side clear. Oh, look at the pep in the step, Hort. Things have changed. Panderic have gotten their heads back in this game.
I mean, I'd love to see a crazy comeback, especially in the ACS, but I'll start to believe when it gets a little bit closer here. For Pandas, they're playing these rounds nicely. They're getting early picks. Magic has a ton of damage here as well, and so they just have to continue to do this, but...
The flank. Oh, they win the flank too.
The 180, and he finds it in quickening fashion. Rapid will drop down to the prone position of VIP. Codex finds Magic and the Pandas.
What is going on? There's one left alive. He's out. That ace is busy jumping and dodging bullets like it's nobody's business, and Bakizi's there to support him. Hold up a second. I'm writing that one down too. Okay. The flank was coming in at the perfect time. I saw Doom in the shadows, Hort. I'm sat back listening to you commentate in the front line in optimism, hoping, praying that we see just in the background the kill feed go, and the spectator catches it. The spectator goes and looks at the right time, and it actually gets won by Panderic. Hold up a minute, though, because we're still 5 deep. We're still 5 to catch up right now, if you're a Panderic fan. Vertus Pro. I mean, they've given themselves enough of a cushion to not be worried just yet.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they don't have to feel any of that weight just yet. Not until I think the Pandas get around 5 or 6 would they have to begin to worry a little bit. But I mean, for the Pandas, you know, if they can do it, we can do it too type attitude, right? And again, we talk about it 1 kill at a time, 1 round at a time, and it starts off with Codex on the Magic. They continue to find these early picks as FMX goes down as well.
What is going on? They're here again, and they're here early. There's 3 down. Andres is the only one with the response. Now it's starting to feel a little bit more safe, but then says the captain, who has, for the last 3 rounds, stepped up so much to be able to help his team. Bakizi, with consistent 2 pieces, back-to-back-to-back rounds, does end up falling down to hard, but he's the last alive. They have the bomb. They have site control. They have the rotation open to the A site. Panderic have a shot in this. Hard's going to close the distance.
At least for the Pandas, they were able to find this plant now. Hard will begin to pressure forward. He's got to get through too, including that ace on this TRG. Maybe baiting out some of that audio cue, but Hard knows there's one lurking close by. It is that ace. 30 seconds on the clock. They wisely back off and look to use time in their favor.
I mean, that ace has tagged him. He's one shot away from dead from either bullet at this moment in time. That ace can hit him with the M62, and he does. There we go. Panderic, pull back a 4. I'm writing that one down too. That's going straight in my basket. Oh, are we shopping for hope right now?
I mean, they've cut it. They've cut that lead in half. That's now 4 rounds in a row for the Pandas. Would have loved to seen this a little bit earlier, though. You still get that too little, too late vibe because it only takes 1 round from the Polar Bears, and they've been playing so well. But like I said, as Pandas get closer, 5 or 6, that's when I think the Polar Bears begin to start to really worry here, and maybe that added pressure is something that could potentially affect them.
Back-to-back flawless attacking sides would be wild comms. I don't care which 2 teams are pulling that off. Just that in general. Oh, this is bound for destiny. Oh, the wall catches it short.
In complete silence. You can hear a pin drop at the moment, but only for a moment. And now the smokes will begin to dissipate here relatively soon. We most likely will see the action begin to unfold after that. Pretty deep in toward VIP. I think Codex has begun to shift around. Magic finding this first pick on the Rapid is a huge one for the Polar Bears, though.
They have really strong left side sight control on this A side as well. You see Rask looking back and just looking in a crossfire to 3 teammates holding pressure over that VIP door. They know full well that Codex has started to get a good feel for that position and has been doing a good job taking space there. They need to try and shut down some of these Panderic members that have been working these opening picks so well. Rapid, one of them off the table, like you said, a very big pick for Vertus Pro to really kill this momentum and shut the game out right now. Panderic, wisely so, I think, respecting the fact that this A site is strongly stacked, now decide to try and rotate out. Look at number 8, though. This is that ace in a position where he's trying to make the difference. He is going to find one hard at FMX, though. Find the rotation. The bomb is down on site.
I mean, Hard's been lurking here the whole time. They went right by him. He had great trigger discipline and just being patient, allowing the play to unfold. And now that ace looking for something. Magic knows there's someone close by, but that ace goes too! The jumping shot is a beautiful one, but it's not enough to get the job done. The Polar Bears close it out in 9-4 fashion here on Skybridge. And again, the Pandas, we tip our hats. They dug deep into the pockets. They were pulling out the stops, but it just wasn't enough. MVP and Dreezy, 14 kills, 5 headshots, and another phenomenal showing from the Polar Bears.
Well, we were a believer for a small amount of time. We got our moment of potential uprising, but it was not to happen, not today. 13-10 on that ace, 11-10 on Bakizi, 10-10 on Rapid, not enough to get it over the line. Andreezy, the top performer for your victorious squad in Vertus Pro, 9-4 here on Skybridge, 2-0 in the best of the head-to-head. Take themselves on for a chance to fight for a spot in the grand final versus XPA. Honorable mentions to Rask, Hard, FMX, and Magic, who all pulled out the stops in various moments, but it was Andreezy who was the one that was consistently putting down kills, not only with the gun, but with grenades time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Hard in that first one. It just shows you that this roster is deep. They're all incredibly talented. And, you know, Crank, I think, has been doing a great job here throughout the last couple weekends. Had a bit of a tough game here on Skybridge as well. And it was kind of disappointing that we didn't see Cacao at all throughout this tournament here. So, you know, it's just one of those things, I guess, that happens from time to time. Panderic, again, we tip our hats to them on a job well done. Their trip stops a little bit shorter than it did last time as we say goodbye to them here. But for Vertus Pro, the job's not done yet today. They've got a very tough battle back, almost their own virtual Cinderella story here. If they want to become the 3-time champions, they're going to have to get through XP Academy next. And if they can find a way to do that, they're going to have to look to get some revenge against the incredible TarovHelp, who has also looked near flawless throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. You were 100% right. it was a little, too late from the Pandemic squad. One does think, maybe wonder what could have been if they'd have attacked first on Skybridge, started off with that kind of a performance, and then gone into the half themselves with maybe an equally similarly daunting scoreline. Like, these what they these. It played out on the day. Pandemic gave it the best shot, but they were not victorious. Vertus Pro showed us why they have already claimed themselves 2 Arena Cup Series titles. It's that simple. They are 2-time champions because they have time and time again executed in that kind of dominant fashion. That's why they end up taking a 2-0 here against Pandemic in our first match from the losers bracket. Our next match coming up, Pandemic taking on XPA, like Hort said. We are going to see if they are going to be able to better themselves. It's not Pandemic taking on XPA. I'm sleeping. It's Vertus Pro taking on XPA. My words are crossing myself today. Apologies for that one. But yeah, Vertus Pro taking on XPA for a shot at bettering themselves one more to go back for a chance to fight against TarovHelp for the three-peat. The title, 3-time champions, and I think probably putting away a few concerns that people have had in the community, right, Hort? We've attested to the murmurs in the background of people saying, well, TarovHelp just looked that much better this time. I don't know, man. Maybe Vertus Pro. Maybe they're not quite there. Well, they're going to get a chance to fight to prove everybody wrong. They didn't make it happen the first time around, but it was a close match again. We'll see.
Well, as always, as we search to crown a champion here today, we're trying to crown a few champions out in chat. And because a couple people didn't claim their prizes, got a couple extra ones today. So chat, I hope you're ready to give a big thank you to BSG. It's going to be exclamation point TY BSG, exclamation point TY BSG. We've got 10 keys for that amazing day off drip that you'll see scrolling below. Crack there in a few moments, available on the store as well. So we'll be giving away 10 of those keys for that amazing drip. We've got that Rival 3 mouse as well for our 11th winner, and that 12th one is going to be claiming that beautiful Apex 3 keyboard, all courtesy of Steel Series. So a big shout out to them as well. But so many winners we are looking for in chat. Again, 10 keys for the day off drip, that Rival 3 mouse, and the Apex 3 keyboard. You don't want to miss out on all the wonderful prizes, the giveaways throughout the day, and the drops. So make sure you get into the giveaway and make sure you're staying tuned for all those wonderful drops.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Never to be without some terms and conditions to make sure that you get your hands on the prizes in the correct fashion. Make sure that that post of the command exclamation mark TYBSG is in the Battle State Games Twitch channel to make sure you do get entered into that giveaway. And if you are successful at winning one of those prizes, we'll call you out. We're going to shout your name out on stream. We're even going to tag you in the Twitch chat. And all we need you to do, very simple, jump into the Hunt Premier Discord, reach out to the mod, create a ticket, and we'll get that prize sent out to you. So keep your eyes peeled, keep your hands on the keyboards, hot and at the ready, get those commands typed in so you can get yourselves in and a chance to win some of those amazing prizes. Thanks to the partnership and the sponsor from Steel Series this time around and Battle State Games with the Hunt Premier.
I love the new drip. Like I said, I'm a little jealous. I've seen my friends sporting it out here in the base game as well. Eventually going to be available in Arena. So you got to, again, if you're not lucky enough to be one of these amazing winners, it is available in the store. So make sure you hop over there. All the while, Arena has been free all weekend. I hope you didn't miss out on that opportunity. If you did, you still got one final day. That Battle Pass is free as well. There are so many amazing rewards throughout that Battle Pass that can get you some flashy drip as well. So you really need to take advantage of it while you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got tons more time for games today, tons more time to claim drops, and tons more maps worth of action for you guys to all enjoy. As well as that, don't forget to take a moment to check out all of the channels and the socials using the QR code below Hort's beautiful portrait there on screen for you folks at home to be able to lock in with the stuff going on in Escape from Tarkov, be it base game or Arena. The Battle State Games page, the news and the forums have always got you covered with that, as well as swinging by some of the socials on X. You can see many a community representative from Battle State Games daily posting different bits about updates, graphics, new designs, thoughts, and asking questions to the community to get your feedback so they can continue to improve the game. So guys, don't forget to immerse yourself inside of everything with Escape from Tarkov Arena. If you're enjoying yourself whilst you're here, don't forget to maybe drop a follow below the Battle State Games Twitch channel live, even the Hunt Premier channel live also together, both streaming live for you guys. So whichever chat you're sat in and watching from in the front row, don't forget to spread the support and show your love both ways. As well as that being said, folks, thank you for turning out. We wouldn't be able to bring an amazing performance to you on the screen without you guys sitting in the seats in the Coliseum. That's why we stacked you double. We didn't just bring out the floor ground seating this time. We opened up the balcony. So some of you guys can have the best view at the best action that Escape from Tarkov Arena has to offer. It might not be the best tournament in the world just yet, but it's definitely the best and the pinnacle of competition that you're going to see when it comes to EFT.
And now we can see those spams coming in. Everybody looking to get a piece of that prize there. We absolutely love to see it. I'd love to know if we're bigger fans of USEC or Bear out there as well, chat. So as it comes up, I'd love to see some USEC or Bears, what we like more. I know myself, I tend to kind of favor the Bear side. I get some guff from a lot of my NA friends over here, but it is what it is. So I'd love to know what chat thinks as well. Do we like the USEC? Do we like the Bear? And I'll be watching for that as well. But man, one exciting series done. It went the way that I thought it was going to go. I felt like, you know, again, if Panda was going to take a map, it was going to be Fort. Skybridge, Vertus Pro, a lot of these CIS teams are so good at. So I'm really excited for this next one. XP Academy, they're looking for that opportunity to knock off the back-to-back champions, to send them home for good, to let everybody know that Vertus Pro isn't even going to be in the finals this year. So don't worry about them. But I feel like the Polar Bears, they're hot and ready now. They've got the engines pumping and thumping, and they seem to be shooting very, very well. If they can allow that to topple, to spill over into this next series, I think it's going to be a very exciting one.
Going to get to see if Cause Disabler and company are able to take a different perspective to that one. I feel like this final match, the grand final and the best of 5, is going to be heated. Probably won't just be settled across 3 maps. Maybe goes to 4 minimum because of whichever team that they're going to go up against. XPA, after going down yesterday to a loss, will feel like a victory in this first match will put them in a good seat to be able to take out TarovHelp. Vertus Pro, arguably more so, who have a longer and more difficult journey to get there, could see to carry more momentum into that final if they're to make it there successful. That match going to be the one we're going to be featuring after getting towards some highlights for you guys very shortly, as well as a short intermission so you can all reload and get ready for the rest of the action. Final reminder for the folks at home before we do take it out. Guys, !TYBSG in the Battle State Games Twitch chat to get yourselves involved in that giveaway going on during the highlights and the intermission. We will announce you live on stream, so don't worry, you won't miss it. Hort, any thoughts for the break before we go away?
Hey, I'm just excited, baby. I'm really excited to see this next one play out. XP Academy, Vertus Pro. I think this is going to be really, really exciting and lead us into that final best of 5. I hope we get to see an iceberg today. I hope that you're right, that it does go more than 3. But as Crack said, we're going to take a little break on the other side of these highlights. Please do enjoy, but don't go too far. When we come back, we've got more Tarkov Arena action.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series 4. It is the finals day. That's right, we are here today to settle from our last set of teams who is going to be crowned champion of the Arena Cup Series. My name is Correct Wisdom, joined in the booth by Hot Sauce, the man, the myth, the mustache, and the majestic voice to carry us all through the amazing plays on the day. Thanks to the partnership from Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games alongside the sponsors in Steel Series. Day 6 has been a blast already. We've already said goodbye to one of our hopefuls, and as it is arrivederci to the Pandas, it's onwards to Vertus Pro for now.
It is Vertus Pro going to be taking on XP Academy. I hope everybody had a chance to get !TYBSG in chat, because that giveaway has now closed. We've got 10 amazing winners coming up for the USEC Day Off Drip, followed by a lucky winner of one of those amazing mice from Steel Series. And of course, the Apex 3 keyboard will be our final winner of the next giveaway. So get hype in chat and get ready, because we are ready to crown our champions in chat. Again, 10 lucky winners of the USEC Day Off Drip, the mouse and the keyboard, again, courtesy of Steel Series. A big shout out to them, Hunt Premier, and of course, Battlestate Games, for making all of this possible for all of you wonderful folk hanging out in chat. Cracked, are we ready for these winners?
You know, good old Philbo, whether he's sat on a beach, on a sun lounger with a cocktail in hand, or whether it's at his desk in the office, he's sat by that tombola now, rolling it up, ready to draw ourselves some prize winners. So guys, keep your eyes on the chat. The giveaway winners are going to be tagged and delivered momentarily. And at this moment in time, you lucky people are going to be walking home with, like Hort said, drip for the first 10 of you. That's right, those swag shirts. And then the 11th winner, the mouse, the 12th winner, the keyboard, popping into the chat now. You'll see your name rocking up. Giveaway winners alongside a couple that are currently dropping out right now. We have the Falungus, John's 3i, Hyrod, the Real Tomahawk, Upset Gorilla, Kill My Wormy, the Ephemeral Josh, Elevert.
I think you're reading a different list than I got.
A different list? Scrap that. Rewind chat. Scrap that, rewind that. Go from the top. So, Mortar KKW, Zeit Sevs, the Falungus, John Z3i, Hyrod, the Real Tomahawk, Upset Gorilla, Elevert, Molten 9, Hello Anon. In that order are winners for the drip, the kit, the USEC Day Off. Then, following that, the winner for the mouse, C0XXXXY, and the keyboard, 2, written to the number, your head. Congratulations to all 12 of those phenomenal winners.
That's right. Congratulations again to the 10 winners of the USEC Day Off Drip, Coxie, and 2 to your head for the mouse and the keyboard. A friendly reminder, though, guys, you need to jump on over to the Hunt Premier Discord and make a ticket. If you're looking for that, on the left side in that Hunt Premier Discord, there's going to be a Contact Us section. Once you click on that, you can't type in there, but you can click on the little hyperlinked mod mail. Open that up, send in that ticket, and we will look to getting that prize to you as quickly as possible. Keep in mind, there's a lot of wonderful people here working behind the scenes to help the stream run smoothly today. So it does take a little bit of time, but I can assure you we will get those prizes to you over as quickly as possible. So again, join the Hunt Premier Discord, contact us on the left side, make that mod mail ticket, and we'll work on getting that to you again as quickly as possible.
Yeah, if you're not sure how to get in touch, or if trying to follow that process of trying to get into the Discord or creating a ticket, whatever it is down that process that is troubling you, jump in Twitch, reach out to a mod, jump onto Discord, grab a hold of a mod that way, send a message, reach out to somebody so we can help get you those prizes. Nobody's going to go off at you for struggling to get in touch. At the end of the day, the doors are open, the breeze is coming through the windows. All you got to do is holler and somebody will be coming to help, okay? If you're struggling to get a hold of those prizes, just reach out. That's it. A big shout out to all 12 of those amazing winners, and apologies for the fluff on the names, but all 12 of you guys walking away with super cool prizes. First 10 of you, that awesome drip. We're going to be seeing you on your USEC Day Off in that cool clothing in the near future. And then our mouse, Victor, and a keyboard successor.
Yeah, again, a big shout out, not just to Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games, but the Steel Series as well for including all these wonderful prizes. It just goes to show how much we appreciate each and every one of you kicking it with us in chat here. So again, a big thanks to all of you as we get set and ready for our next matchup, the head-to-head XP Academy taking on Vertus Pro. And this is going to be another banger, a best of 3 to decide who gets to punch that ticket into the grand finals for that best of 5, against TarovHelp. But XP Academy, Moyanri, Zerald, Top Aim, Sabiri, Chords Disabler, Communica looking to topple the Polar Bears here today.
Yeah, we saw a great performance out of Vertus Pro in their first best of 3. They're going to have to go another step further in this one to continue on their streak towards the grand final. This is their final challenge before they can start to think about the title champions for the 3rd time. But Magic, Rask, Hard, FMX, and Andreezy here today try and put away the thoughts that XPA have of success.
I mean, Bay 5, I think, was where we're starting out for XP Academy. I'd like to see him come out swinging early, especially with that performance that we saw from Vertus Pro, right? I mean, Hard, Andreezy, Magic, all of them, FMX, Rask, getting the job done from Fort to Skybridge. We saw a lot of great utility coming out from Andreezy in that one as well. And so I want to see XP Academy come out with that same type of fierceness as we do take a look now at those map picks I was talking about. Vertus Pro, the Polar Bears, they are adamant about staying away from this iceberg. So they don't want to be stranded out at sea on an iceberg. XP Academy is going to get rid of Fort, which is a little surprising because we have seen Vertus Pro have some issues there, but Vertus Pro going to be happy with that. They said, let's start out on Bay 5.
Skybridge next to follow up. Second time we go to Skybridge for the second map in the best of 3. Also sees Vertus Pro. This is a real question. Who's favored on Skybridge out of these two teams? They're both CIS region favored map. We've said for Skybridge before. Both of these teams from CIS means which one's better. We're going to get to find out. But after that performance we saw from Vertus Pro and Skybridge in the previous best of 3, I find it very difficult to think that that is considered an XP Academy favored map. It might be their pick, but I don't know if they think that they're going to be stronger there. The bowl, we might find ourselves as a decider for this best of 3. If any of the best of 3s over the last couple of days really has the potential to go the full distance, this is the one that I've got my eye on to maybe stretch us out.
Honestly, I think Vertus Pro knows that these teams are going to pick Skybridge. I mean, we saw it against, in their previous matchup against the Pandas as well. And so they're hoping for that, right? That's not an issue for them. So I think that's why they chose Bay 5. These two teams had met in the group stages already here in ACS4, where Vertus Pro won Skybridge 9-7. XP Academy went on to win Bowl 8-11. So I think this is going to be very exciting on Bay 5. It could kind of maybe potentially be that early decider here because we've already seen these two teams on the last 2 maps here where they each were able to take one. So Bay 5 might be that early decider, and maybe that's why Vertus Pro is comfortable going there.
We'll get to see how each of the 2 teams play out on their own map pick and see whether each of the other team is able to take it away from them. Bay 5, chaotic to start off with. Going to look to aggression, which is something that we've not said too much for the majority of today. We did see the very overzealous push out on Fort through bedroom where the Horde dropped down and tried to cause chaos, but it didn't quite end up in the same level of success that they were hoping for as the play would have intended with the amount of force they sent that way. It did not convert as hoped for. Whether we see them throw the hammer at the anvil this way around from Vertus Pro and Bay 5 off the rip, I'm not sure. I feel like this is going to be a more heavily contested map depending on who plays which half of the map. Are we B favored? Are we A favored? Is there going to be a lot of strength sent towards mid? We had a lot of conversation about this yesterday where the middle of the lane for Bay 5 for I think like maybe 4 or 5 rounds in the Sicario match was being contested on both sides, 2 members deep, all the way up to Gap and Green before anybody was holding it from the other end of the length. So curious to see which team looks to find that space on Bay 5. Any predictions going into this one? Do you have a favorite for this? Do you see it going either way?
I really don't know because I feel like I haven't seen either team. I'm going back here through my notes of, I always write down the scores and stuff, but I've seen Vertus Pro here on Bay 5 at least once. That was against Sicario though, where they did 9-6. So that's not probably the strongest performance against a team like Sicario, but I guess I just really don't have enough info to make an educated guess here. So that's why I feel like Bay 5 might be that decider, because I feel like Vertus Pro is going to be that stronger team on Skybridge. At least they have in the past, especially even in this ACS, whereas XPA has been that stronger team on Bowl. So it might just be decided here by Bay 5 that could go either way. Bay 5 is another one that it might not be as strong as far as utility goes smoke-wise like it is on Bowl or Skybridge, but there's a lot of great nade lineups for this. You can get a lot of cheeky early nade kills out the spawn. You can hold on to them a little bit. And so I think utility still is going to play a big part. We've seen Andreezy had a lot of success earlier today. Who is going to be that same kind of benefactor on the other side for XP Academy?
Absolutely, and a little reminder to the folks at home, for everybody that's tuning in the chat. Remember, it is free weekend currently active in Escape from Tarkov Arena for the Arena Cup Series 4 finals. From July the 18th, this has been running all the way up until tomorrow, July the 21st at 1400 British summertime. You guys will be able to compete in the arena and experience the unmatched adrenaline rush of Escape from Tarkov for free. Dive into intense, fast-paced matches, feel the thrill of true tactical combat, and really test yourself against the heat. Importantly, and in the meantime, alongside of this, the quest dropped yesterday. Best Served Cold will allow you to compete to claim the limited edition Grenadier Battle Tactical Tee, Battle Pass XP, and currency. GP coins as well as League of Medals. As I am tripping all over my words today, it's because I'm currently flickering through the memories of last night trying to take to that quest titled Best Served Cold. As Hort, it was just ruthless out there last night. If you jumped into pub games after ACS trying to get some of that Best Served Cold quest done, heads were rolling.
I mean, that Best Served Cold got served up hot by me. I flew through that baby. I had a ton of fun doing it. I like checkpoints, so it didn't bother me at all. But enough about that and more about the action in front of us right now. XPA versus Vertus Pro, and it's Cords and Communica to open off rip. They find 2 kills. Magic eventually putting Communica down. There's those nades from Siberia. It's Plaid Stripes to the kill feed, and XPA wasting no time in this one.
2 versus 1 now. Corridor from Moyanri in good position. Hard probably not through there. Hard does somehow manage to win that out. How does he pull that off? Bomb collected thanks to the cover from the smoke. Zarold holding extremely deep from the other side of White Van. It's going to allow Hard to take the space across. CT spawn. Move to the other side.
Oh, back to a 1v1. Wouldn't be anything short of ACS if we didn't have an incredibly exciting round to start this off between these two CIS region teams. Zarold is going to have to make this long rotation. So Hard's going to be in position here for that. Most likely we'll hear this audio cue as well. And so we'll have that slight upper hand. We'll see how quick the reaction time is here for Zero, because they are about to go head to head. Hard tucked in toward the corner, and he's not going to check it. Right to the right. Hard finds him. And it's a first round win here for the Polar Bears.
VP find themselves in a good position early on. 1 round down and looking clean, I have to say. Smart choices. They didn't overpressure towards the site, didn't overcommit towards the play, nor did they try and rush the rotation back across the B site. You see, respecting maybe somebody holding deep towards CT. It turns out Zarold had mirrored the rotation back to the T-spawn, but either way, works out. Vertus Pro with a good first round on the board. Hard opens up with Util. That's Communica going to be paying the price. Grenade paying the dividend. Rask ducking quickly away from that. Of course, Disabler as he's going to challenge, and Dreezy ripped out of the sky.
From an explosive first round to a little bit of a slower pace. Early picks come out, but it does drastically slow things down. Siberia again from downtown. He finds another nade kill, but the Polar Bears, they've been able to plant that device It is down. 40 seconds to work with. Moyanri shifting around here in back alley. Magic, FMX in great position as well, and they're going to exchange some bullets here, but they're still standing at the moment.
FMX dipping left and right off the back of sight, not quite able to find the trade over to Cords. Hard does pick up Moyanri. Zarold, Cords pushing in from either side of sight. Magic picks off Cords in the trade and across. Zarold gets FMX on the other side of it, but Magic is there to take Zarold out thanks to good work early. Big shots at a top aim Sabiri, take down Magic. It's all left to a 1v1. Hard versus top aim Sabiri. A little bit of an email coming in, and top aim Sabiri is going to put one in his dome as the timer's already gone out.
Yeah, just not enough time. And even when XPA has these numbers advantages, I mean, the Polar Bears are getting this plant down early. They're turning that clock from a minute plus down to the 50 seconds very quickly here. And XP Academy is going to have to find a way to make some adjustments to find these round wins, because Vertus Pro off to an early start here and doing it on the attacking side nonetheless. You take a look at the kills, and it's hard yet again. 6-1 already. Eight in hand. Hard with the line up here. Will find its way onto the A site, just a little bit away from Communica, who does end up taking a little bit of damage here, though.
Cords Disable is sat in that prone position, actually, and he's going to get up in time. He's going to go back down again. Moyanri does manage to find the kill onto FMX. Site hold by XPA over on the A side of the map, feeling a lot more comfortable right now. Vertus Pro just stalemating on the front plat, having to stand in the smoke and hold for the time being, as walking through that would be a bit of a death wish.
Well, again, we see XP Academy. They've got the player advantage once more. It hasn't worked out in their favor in these first two rounds, so need to make sure they solidify these important rounds where they do have the advantage. They spot one beginning to shift in toward the A site. Some shots exchanged, and now Magic will duck his head and try to slowly but surely crawl on towards site.
Shots out down mid. As Moyanri is just holding the long angle. Pressure towards grey. And over towards green is Hard. Just kind of baiting with a little bit of audio, making out like Vertus Pro are active towards this beacon, so they can have space to push into A. XPA not falling prey to the trap. 3 members onto the A site, and now Hard is just holding this rotation. Top aim Sabiri's going to get picked off very quickly as Cords finds Magic.
Shots ringing out on the A side here. Communica finds one, Rask another. Cords Disabler and Moyanri will combine for 2 here. XP Academy will get on the board, and they do it relatively quickly here. They do a great job of ensuring the Polar Bears don't extend that lead, don't start to run away with it. So we'll see if they can reel it back even further as they look to tie it up here in round number 4.
Just interested in the paint scheme on Moyanri's weapon here, actually. Kind of caught my eye. A little bit of a green and yellow combo. Not always see so much of, but a nice little style to it. He's going to be under pressure real quickly early. Actually, 2 members go down, 1 for 1 each. It's Zarold picking up the trade for that of the member we were on board with. Nadats forklift, that's going to land behind FMX and Andreezy. They do get far enough to be able to avoid it.
A little bit of a stalemate at the moment. Plenty of time to work with here, though. Does dwindle away before you know it. Got to keep an eye on it up there. We've seen some teams struggle with some time management issues on the attacking side, but that hasn't been an issue here for Vertus Pro. Unfortunately, Zerold will be an issue. Nice headshot on to Rask. They retain that player advantage once more, and Andreezy looking for a lineup here. Does he find something? No one's home just yet, and now they look to shift onto the site.
Knows the position held and deep. We're behind that fuel container. Top aim Sabiri having to get out of there quite quickly. So much pressure that Vertus Pro putting down. Shots out of Cords are good in mid to defy Hard from the space. FMX goes down. Top aim Sabiri off the rotation. Just left on 3 versus 4. Shotgun may be good. It doesn't make him invincible. He's got one to begin with, but Zarold sees his back turn, checking Ninja, and that's going to close the round.
XPA, they find that footing here now. And we got to remember, I mean, they haven't played yet, right? Vertus Pro coming off of a game, already warmed up here. They've been hitting shots like crazy. And so I was slightly worried after those first 2 rounds. I mean, we saw hard magic popping off, but XPA, they found their footing, and everybody's getting kills over there. You look on the side of Vertus Pro, we've got FMX with a donut, which is incredibly rare. Rask and Dreezy, only 1 kill apiece. Now, we're only 4 rounds in. I know it's not a ton, but still, not something that we typically see a ton of here from the Polar Bears, as that nade was close, but no cigar.
Couple of angles being watched from a high peak. The boost up here in heaven, just trying to get some information towards comboxes or CT. Zarold playing safe on the edge of the scenery there, is trying to watch away from it. We've seen this boost being used a little bit earlier on in the tournament and being watched over. Both teams aware, well aware of the kind of trickery they've got up their sleeve. Hang on to Myonri is exposed. Rask does not find the kill though. Myonri escapes with his life.
Myonri displaying some of that patience. We can see on the mini-map, though, the device and 3 members of the Polar Bears beginning to shift back toward that A site. Zarold has an idea and will begin to mirror that rotation as well. XPA is going to send 2 more to make it 3 toward the A site. So pretty much a similar setup here from both squads, but it's going to be hard to find the first pick again onto Zarold, and it's a headshot to get it done.
Shots out of Communica don't find Andreezy touch behind sight towards Magic. Do a little bit of damage to the scenery, but none to the member. Out they go. Rotation inbound. Back the other way. The throw, the ankle break, and the pressure into the A site. The one saving grace for XPA is they have Cords Disabler here to read this. One trades as Rask and Communica take one out apiece. Vice planted. Do they know about Cords' position? FMX is going to swing him. Cords gets the victory. Lost a lot of health to do so, though.
We'll heal up just a little bit, but again, you take a look at the clock, and it is quickly ticking away. 35 seconds. They need 3 picks and the defusal here. They're going to have to begin to pressure onto the site, but Magic finds the first one prone into the background here as well. And now shuffling onto the site, Cords, the hip fire. Good for 1. He's got help. He takes down hard. Now on a 2v1 against Magic. Shots are good, and Cords has done it. A beautiful triple there. It started off with a single, so he's going to get 4 on the round, but it's a huge one here for XPA.
I mean, that's the way. We like it. XPA looking to try and put a question mark on Vertus Pro's thoughts for the finals with a great round and Cords Disabler. I mean, he's been pulling internet cords for years now, hasn't he? Just putting scuppers into the plans of those, laying them in front of each other.
Doing it, and doing it well. Cords up to 9 now. Aim Sabiri with 5 as well. Hard not far behind at 8, but FMX with a donut. It almost feels weird to say. A player that has been dominating here, but struggling a little bit early in day 5. Vertus Pro is going to need to find a way to light that fire, but it's Aim Sabiri who's on fire. That one snuffed out by Andreezy.
Shots out either side as FMX and Magic are continuing to knock over members of XPA. This one now looking a little different than before. Way more favored for the likes of Vertus Pro. Cords, half his health left again. Communica, one of the members that have been slaying out for the last couple of days. A little bit slower to get started today. Just have to wait for game. There's on the left-hand side, covered by the right. Hard takes the cross from top mid. It's all left to Cords.
And Cords goes down. Vertus Pro. They answer back very decisively after a couple round stumbles. They've got back on the board here. They tie it up 3-3, and we might just get that close game of tug of war that we've all been hoping for. Would love to see this one maybe hit an overtime at some point here throughout the series. Would love to see all 3 games played out here as well. There are no EU teams left in this. It's all CIS action from here on out. And of course, one of these two teams will go on to face TarovHelp in a best of 5 a little bit later.
Momentary thought towards some utility from top heaven gets put away rather quickly. Hard been given all the space in the world to take CT side of mid to himself. A couple of shots through the pre-fire of the smoke. Actually decides to turn tail and go back the other way. Andreezy's going to take out a teammate with the grenade as Rask falls down. A little bit of a mishap on the util. They put a dent in that work. Good shots from Magic. Whoa, good night, Moyanri. Second's tucked in there and he's aware of him as well. Magic, good for 2. Oh my, okay. Magic for 3. Mace goes down. Andreezy falls over directly in front of him. Poor banana peel that managed to catch the legs. Magic's going to find the timing. Never mind, FMX doesn't need him to. Zarel goes down. Cords finds Magic collecting the bomb. It's down to 2v1. FMX and Hard. Top mid in sight with bomb control. The Cords tucked in towards Harbour.
Time slowly ticking away yet again. FMX going to be able to reclaim that device. Has put 2 kills on the board, so looking to reignite the flame. But Cord steps in and immediately puts him down. It's another free 6 feet dirt nap for the crew, but Cord's not a ton of health, and he's got to get through Hard, who's been on a tear. Make it 11-4 as the Polar Bears find a way to get back on top.
Back and forth. The rounds are dominoes. The kills are dominoes. It's all dominoes, which is not a bad game to be playing. I'm just wondering which one of the 2 teams is going to turn dominoes into Jenga. It does feel like there's a whiff of one team kind of catching a little momentum towards the end of this game and running away with it. I don't see overtime for this one. I do see us finishing maybe a 9-6, 9-7. XPA, as we say it, Zarald's going to pick up the first onto Magic. They're looking really good to keep this one very close so far.
Well, Andreezy right back to the easy nade lineups yet again. Maybe needs his own cookbook out there. He's found an early one to bring it back to a 4v4. That's Cords, who takes an early exit here in round number 8 as they look to find the tied half. Sabiri peppers in some shots. And now the game of cat and mouse will ensue as Communica finds FMX. Zeroed on the Hard, and Moyanri to Andreezy. Communica finds Rask. And just like that, XPA will have that tied half.
I'm lost, man. I'm so lost. I don't know who to favor. This is an extremely tight game. 11-5 Cords, 11-4 for the matching member in Hard on Vertus Pro. It's like you could split both of these teams directly down the middle. Do XPA have a stronger attacking side than Vertus Pro on Bay 5? We're about to find out.
Indeed, we are, and I'm here for it. I love the fact that we don't know which way it's going to go. I love the fact that we don't know who it favors, because this is the type of competition I'm looking for. It's been Vertus Pro in the past, time and time again. They are your back-to-back champions. They're looking for the 3P, but XP Academy has other plans. They fell a little bit short in the last ACS, and they're looking to drive it on home in this one.
Communica looking to try and find an early pick through the smoke or pressure from A-Plat, but nobody around for the shots. Grenade over the top of his head as he's running through an active war zone. 2 members from XPA take that same mid-pressure we talked about. Look at how many teams on the attacking side in the CIS region are given that middle space for free. Hawk. They're straight into green, no contest, B con open. The 3 members tucked back towards B site though, 2 behind the container, and 1 really deep in CT to try and fight off. 2 from top aim Sabiri. You can't stand next to each other and catch like that, guys. What a nade.
Gonna be a catch without arms after that nade hits. Cords finds Hard again, and now they've got the player advantage. Moyanri letting the CBJ sing through the dome as Andreezy answers back with a headshot of his own, though, now on a 3v1. A tough situation here for Andreezy. XPA looking to take the lead here at the start of the second half.
Just to show how exceptional both of these teams are, we spoke about Vertus Pro manipulating teams to their advantage, and now you see XPA do the same thing. They put pressure from Beacon to Forklift from mid, so that the members of VP are forced to back on site The grenade comes through and finishes him off, as does top aim Sabiri with the shotgun for the last member in Andreezy. But yeah, just to look back to that, Hort, the two-piece with the grenade, it's forward planned, right? They put pressure from the front door, they put pressure from the side door, they spray shots across site. Where else is there to go? Back site behind the container. You can't stand on either end of the container because there's already people watching all the angles. Ergo, they're bound to be stood together. The grenade comes through, they clear sight, they plant the bomb. Really great first attacking round from XPA. Actually, really textbook execution on the B site.
I had a feeling that these nades were going to be a big difference maker. Like I said, not so much the smokes, but the nades. And that was a big one for Sabiri there. Had one earlier as well. And now it's Harold stepping out. FMX does go down. Ras finds Cords by Fork, and he's looking for a second. He nails it. Zerold will find himself swimming with the fishes as well.
Vertus Pro, big lad, Rask's on task. Communica's going to be able to take him out, though. It might be good for an explosive 2 on Forklift, but nothing can stop communications coming through when XPA are in control. Moyanri's got himself over the top, knocking down Magic. Sandreezy left in a 1 versus 3. Shotgun in hand, he has the equipment to be able to get this done. But against one of the toughest teams in the world, this is going to be a really difficult challenge.
Now that they know exactly where he is, it gets even tougher. Should be able to find this plant with ease. 3 and 7, Andreezy going to have to work some magic here in round number 10. Just trying to clear all of these angles, but there's so many different spots here to check. The flash over the top, and Andreezy doesn't care. He finds Communica. One laying prone here in connector as well. That's Moyanri. Is Andreezy aware? He is now, but still not a ton of time to work with.
Close to 25, has to check forklift for the cross. Body on the ground is well and truly 2 taps. No zombies in this town. Moyanri, shots are good. Second is close, 15 on the clock, has to pressure. Now space for the bomb. He's got just about enough time to get on this to fake to defuse. Just going to stick and commit to it, which is going to force top aim to come around the corner and play for the kill. That almost didn't go through in time. He nearly made that happen there. Good pressure from top aim Sabiri not to let go of mouse button 1, but...
Yeah, honestly, that's the best thing to do in that situation, because regardless of what happens, if you get off the defusal there, you're not going to have time to defuse it, even if you find that kill. So I think it was great decision making there. You love to see it. You take that gamble. You hope that maybe you bounce or ignore some of those shots. But at the same time, a great job by XP Academy, backing off, giving that space in a 1v1, using that time management to their beneficiary. And well, they find themselves up by 2 at the moment. Can they continue to extend that lead? The Polar Bears are going to have to reel it back sooner. They're going to find themselves in trouble here. A big 5 and Communica opening it up with a jump shot.
I was going to say the fight I'm watching out for is Communica versus Harders, and then the other side of these boxes for this man. These two are the 2 demons have been fighting it back and forth. FMX finds Communica. Zarold onto Hard. FMX takes out Zarold in the back end of the trade. Goes 2 for 1 for Vertus Pro. XPA find themselves down a member, but the bomb and the member that's helping them out is going towards that A site instead. Top aim Sabiri's called Top Annihilator from the air in the skies. Those eyes are set for prizes when it comes to pinballs and grenades. He's been on it, dropping bombs with the utility so far.
Well, the device is down again. 40 seconds on the clock. Aim Sabiri in great positioning as we see FMX begin to shift toward the site. Cords in this back alley looking to hold it down. Magic toying with the smoke that is about to dissipate away here. And with that, they will inch forward, but 25 seconds slowly but surely dwindling away.
Magic covers off on the defuse. Vertus Pro are in here, but this quarter's going to swing. He's really going to get the great pick he needs to onto the bomb diffuser. FMX has to turn around and
he diffused.
Go for it as well, and he gets both. Wait, it went through.
He diffused. Yes, he got it in the last second. He killed the first one. I mean, he still had time for that second one as well. We saw the swing come out, but unfortunately, it just took a few extra shots, I feel like, and so. Probably because he was hoping to get the diffuser first, then kind of peek back into the wall. He gets that first kill, but peeks back in. The diffuser doesn't get off the device, and Vertus Pro sneaks away with that round.
I've got to go watch that back. It feels like the person that was stood in front of the diffuser, because the shots were good. They were at the right crouched height. I wonder if the leg of the member of Vertus Pro standing in front of him was the member that went go down first of all. That makes Oh, what a play. Hold up a second, because Rask is tucked in. The angle and the elbow are showing, though. He can't tuck any further into there, so FMX has got one of the cords, one apiece.
Again, the patience from both teams trying to inch in. We can see Hard tucked in toward the left side here. FMX maybe waiting to swing off his contact. Does at the right time, though, and Communica goes down. Virtus Pro slowly but surely getting back in this one. Hard finds Aim Siberia. They're one round away from tying it up yet again, and they've got the player advantage here to do so.
Slowly. Steadily, XPA trying to make the way into this B site. Still going to reclaim the bomb towards Harborside, first of all, which is one of the more difficult tasks. Yamri's health dangerously low, having to step straight on into sight and into the crosshair of Magic. Hard's going to step to challenge Zarrel. And it's caught by FMX. Vertus Pro pick up another one, and we level the tie 6-6.
It was looking a little bit dangerous for Virtus Pro. I mean, it was 2 quick rounds at the second half for XP Academy. Virtus Pro somehow gets that cheeky diffuse off in the last few milliseconds, and now they've found themselves tied up. You have to feel like some of that momentum is beginning to shift. Hard with 14 here as well. Cords 13 on the other side. And for XP Academy, they have to try and stifle this momentum that the Polar Bears have gained now, and they really need to try to reel this round back.
Shots from Zarrel through the window almost find the head of FMX, trying to push into backside. Early smoke is going to stop them from coming in from Forklift. XPA shown a lot of presence towards B site early in a lot of their attacking rounds, so no surprise that Vertus Pro just want to diffuse a bit of that using some of the utility. Good flash into connect, leaves Moyanri concussed but not blinded.
Moyanri, though, quick to find the headshot, and he gets a second one. It's a 2K all day, and he is hungry for kills. He's going to need a few more to help XPA clutch this one up. Hard toward the back of the site. Moyanri now on a triple. The peek from Hard, though, and he will eventually put Moyanri down.
The one thing we've seen out some of these amazing players making outstanding plays today as Zarrel picks up Hard is 3. It's the magic number. Magic's going to grab himself one. He doesn't get enough. But whoa, what?
There's no way he gets here in time, especially with where the device is planted behind the box, but he gets off! What in the world, Cracked? I am just beyond baffled at the moment.
Why does he get off? But why doesn't he get off? You can't even... There's just no questioning what's going on because it's so wild. First of all, the quick reload, by the way, from Magic, the double tap to drop the magazine was necessary because Cord's just got to have animation, and the animation of getting off the bomb is 0.2 seconds, slightly longer than a quick reload on an MCX. So that favors Magic. He makes the mechanical play and then just gets timing. It's such a close round. That could go either way, and Magic potentially could have stuck it, but it goes in the record books as a clear and a good set of kills at the end to close it out. And Nate from Top Aim Siberia is going to start this one out on the A site with... I thought it was going to be a storm, but it's not actually. That nade just takes them some slow space. They want backside control before pushing on. The duck onto site gets the bomb down safely as Magic shots don't register enough to take Top Aim Siberia's life. Moyanri goes down from Magic. Top Aim Siberia goes down from Magic, and now he's starting to pop off.
Yeah, Magic said you might be able to do it once, but not twice in a row against me. A couple early picks, but that device is down again, and so it really lessens the amount of time they have to work with here. They'll begin to press in together. Magic on an absolute tear at the moment and looking unstoppable. He's found the third. Communica and Zarrel will get 2 of their own.
Well, this is one. On 2 of the demons for each of the team. Rask normally the one to show up on the scene with a shotgun. And he does it do justice. The bullet straight to the head. That's going to claim Vertus Pro their 7th. We go back to an even scoreline. Rounds being traded all the way down to the 7s. Are they going down to the 9s, though?
I mean, the moment you think a team has an upper hand in the round, the other team somehow comes away with a round win. This has been a crazy start to the series. Love the showcase that all 10 of these players are putting on for us right now, but this next round is going to be so crucial for either team. It guarantees a minimum of overtime, takes a little pressure off the shoulders here, and both are going to be desperate to find this one, but it does look like the action this time heading toward the A site.
That grenade took a little bit of an interesting deflection up into the air there, as Magic is looking to hold this back door safely so that Ali presence doesn't get taken. Zarel takes a little bit of damage from a long-range shot alongside close pressure. What are we cooking this time, top aim Sabiri? Nobody home. Oh,
Uh-oh. That is, yeah, that's a big uh-oh. That's something that you don't want to happen here, and what could be that crucial minimum overtime round. Cords doesn't spot him because of the scope there. And now hard finding Magic as well. It's an uh-oh for uh-oh. Sarah will pick up on the hard, and all of a sudden XPA has the player advantage.
Nobody knows where anybody is. Everybody's back inside of each other's back lines, and therefore the confusion is that back shots are not necessarily shots on an enemy, it's shots on a teammate. Now Communica takes out FMX in the back alley, and somehow, some way, because I think all of us are confused about it, XPA have themselves a 2 versus 1 with Rask. I mean, he's trapped between the two of them. Oh, Communica's not even going to give him a slight shot at it. He's going to delete the dome and knock that enforcer down. XPA take a chaotic 8 and give themselves the first chance at a map point.
Yeah, a little chaotic, a little messy, but a lot of fun. And I love crazy rounds like that. So it's nice to see a little mix up and, you know, see teams sometimes have to navigate through those little beautiful chaos rounds. But it was XPA that did it slightly better there. They've guaranteed themselves an overtime and an opportunity to close it out here on Bay 5. Vertus Pro, they need one more to send it off to overtime.
Aggressive push out of Communica, trying to find that pick onto Beacon. Fully flashed and tanking a headshot of his own. Moyanri's going to be the one that trades up into his position to pick up the kill. Rask goes down. B-site receiving support and reinforcements. You see 2 top red from Vertus Pro rotating to try and come and help stave off some of this pressure. FMX does a good job of taking back some space in Con and Forklift at the same time. Retreats back off the site, and uh-oh! Is plaguing the back half of the game.
Sabiri hard. Back and forth we go, but top aim Sabiri in a 3v1. The jump shot is not there, and already in our first one here of this best of 3, we are heading to overtime. Neither of these teams wanting to give up this first map, and you take a look, hard 17-11, Magic 17-13 as well. Communica, the rest of the crew on the other side in double digits and playing very well together.
The comedy in this is that we have 2 traded team kills in the 1 round, and then for rounds to take us to overtime, they trade a team kill each per round to get us there. Both teams being equally matched in a couple of these slight unforced errors that are being put upon them just by pressure. I mean, you can see how close the game is. We're at overtime in the first, and that's what leads some of these teams to making these slightly unforced errors where all it takes is a pixel peek, right, Hawk? All you do is jiggle peek and just pre-fire the one wrong angle, and you hit the headshot like these guys do. Well, it's say goodbye to a teammate instead of an enemy sometimes, and that's just the way Arena goes. But now we look to Vertus Pro. They have to put 2 attacking rounds home here, and then 2 defending rounds home if they wish to win. XPA have to start on the reverse. They're defending first for 2, and then they will have 2 to attack to come back.
Vertus Pro looking to apply this pressure toward the B site, but XPA seems aware and prepared. And speaking of prepared, Aim Sabiri has been on it with these heat-seeking grenades on Bay 5. They open up with an early pick to give themselves that player advantage, and now that's going to slow Vertus Pro down even more.
Notice the Vertus Pro defensive positioning now on Forklift is evenly matched by XPA's numbers. The second they get that pick from the utility, they can 4-stack a site and leave an anchor on A. That doesn't need to matter, because there's not a spare person to challenge them.
Moyanri is going to find that first one. Sabiri on to FMX as well. Hard got a consolation prize in the mix, but Sabiri was right there to put him down. It's a 4K as he nails the quadra in the first opening round of overtime.
B-site is not open for business. Top aim Sabiri, the bodyguard on the door today, is as wide as 4 men, apparently, covering the entirety of that passage in from Forklift, all on his own with a shotgun, deleting 4 members of Vertus Pro. That is how you hold the site. Respect given to both teams, as both were trying to manipulate the other each out either way, but it starts with a grenade, and then it ends with a 3-piece.
Hit over the top, won't find a home this time. The shots will, though, as Moyanri continues to collect heads. Moyanri will get Rask here as well with a nice 2K. Zerold finds hard, and Dreezy eventually putting down Moyanri, but the damage has been done.
FMX is in a position to catch a Sabiri here, but doesn't manage to get the damage down. A little bit of a tickle to the legs. Top aim Sabiri just lower than 3/4 health. And Dreezy alongside FMX. Going to need to maybe try and make a bit of a weird play here through Harbor. This is the potential. Go around the outside and look to pick off Zerold and maybe cause a couple more kills in rotation. But right now, XPA have this site locked down. You would really think that you wouldn't want to go into XPA's attacking half as Vertus Pro with them 2 up in overtime.
I mean, for XPA, they just continue to play their game at this point. They have the numbers. They have the rotation locked down as well, so Andreezy is not going to be able to get away freely here without some type of audio cue or info coming in. And Zerold finding this pick on the FMX means that Andreezy has to find a 1v4 clutch, or they are at big risk of taking an L here on Bay 5.
Shots out from the shotgun, don't find Communica in the middle, and that's going to close out the second defending round of overtime for XPA. 10-8. They take themselves to a position where either one of the next 2 rounds going in their favor will see them home in the first map and take advantage in the best of 3.
Yeah, I feel like they have what it takes here in this one, especially, I mean, we've seen the entire crew of Vertus Pro who's been popping off here, but Rask at 5 and 17, and Dreezy with 4 and 9, and maybe just struggling a little bit here on Bay 5, but they have an opportunity to reclaim their stake here and to send it into a second overtime, but that is best case scenario at this point for the Polar Bears.
This best of 3 definitely looking to go the distance. Both teams here not wanting to let this one go quickly. Vertus Pro have the adjustment to be able to claim 2 rounds back and push it to another overtime. Good shots out of Magic are going to find Zerold. That's the member we were looking for to make the difference. Communica does trade him out quickly, though. Andreezy's got the response back as Communica goes down. That's a good pick in response from Vertus Pro. 2 of the dangerous members, 1 respectively from either side now, having to watch from the sidelines as the rest of the teams duke it out. 3 versus 3. Vertus Pro have good numbers to defend site, and a flanking member that has gone all the way around the outside. Keep your eyes on Hard, the difference maker for this one. They know he's coming as well, as top aim Sabiri looks to try and respect the fact that that flank is open.
Hard's going to find Sabiri. Moyanri, though, on the 180. Able to find that pick back here. They're still down by a player. They're going to collect that device, maybe consider shifting away here, but Vertus Pro, they've heard it. They're going to send 2 of their own, so XPA wisely with that fake, and they'll turn that 3v2 into a 2v1 on site.
But who have they left here? The crucial part of this kit selection process. They have a shotgun on A, and they have a shotgun coming in from B. FMX is going to get found by Cords trying to run through the smoke and through the night. He is going to slip away. Hold up. There's no way Cords gets away from this for free. He has. Both shotguns are going to be looking to retake with about 38 to 35 seconds on the clock because they've still not read this position.
Now they've got a good idea, and they're going to have a better one when it says device planted. So 47 seconds for them to shift in here together. They've got the ability to use that buddy system to look to find the trade at a minimum, and it's 2 enforcers as well. So they have a good opportunity here to take this engagement. Now, if they allow Cords to isolate this 1v1, it could spell trouble. They are able to stay together and look to shift toward connector.
2 enforcers it may be, but I have first-hand witnessed this man melt enforcers like they are blocks of butter or cheese very comfortably with ease. It's not quite going to be enough. Andreezy, He's just a little bit too slippery a customer to be taken down that easily. Vertus Pro will survive the first of the 2 map points. But it was close. It was really close.
Really close indeed. Coming down to the wire, and Andreezy coming up with a big clutch for his squad, though, and that's got to be something that really ignites the fire under the rest of the squad and pumps the teammates up. So we'll see if they can use some of that momentum to send us into overtime number 2. XP Academy looking to close it out, looking to put a notch in the win column here in this best of 3 so that they can advance on themselves toward that final grand final where TarovHelp is patiently awaiting.
Oh, we expected this to come out straight off of the last round. XPA looking to put the pressure on there, deciding that slow discipline is not the way they're going to go about this one. Instead, they're going to heavily telegraph a load of audio towards the B site to try and force an overstack or catch a rotation, and then shift it out. You see slowly, player by player, XPA now one after the other extracting from the B site at a much slower pace to try and cue or kill the audio as they need it in their favor. Pressure comes out. Communica finds FMX, a little bit of an aggressive push over top red from that rotation, finds them caught. XPA's plan starting to evolve and develop as they would hope. Ali next point of contest. Eyes on Magic. 1. Goes down. Good trade out of cords.
Andreezy, though, in the background, waiting for this back alley push to come in. Now goes down into that prone position. We see some members on the minimap beginning to shift over and apply some help, but it's Communica out here that is slowing that down. And Andreezy will eventually put him down to bring it back to a 3v3. The health slightly favoring XPA, but 40 seconds on the clock to work with now.
The most important part about this is the device is down. XPA managed to get on site, bomb down, and plant it with an even number scenario. And this is where Vertus Pro find it hard because they have to throw multiple numbers at one member to try and isolate and take it through to carry the health. They're already slightly lower on that part of the deal too, with members losing health left and right thanks to the positions. Cord steps, hard goes down. Cord is good on the 180 whip. Rast to take space, he gets one back, but with 15 on the clock, you've got to think this is all but said and done for map number 1. XPA close it out with Moyanri finishing off the final kill. 11-9. They take map 1 on Bay 5 in overtime.
I was hoping for an overtime. We already got it. I was hoping for that best of 3, and well, Vertus Pro has beat XP Academy in the group stages on Skybridge. They're going to have to do it again if they want to send this off to Bowl, where they also lost to XP Academy in the group stages. Things just getting that much more interesting as the day goes on. Zerold 15-12, Sabiri 17-11, Cords 18. I mean, look at them, all 15 or more kills. This team playing so well together, that well-oiled machine firing on all cylinders. And XPA, they want that ticket into the grand finals. They want to make sure there's no opportunity for the Polar Bears in a three-peat.
Yeah, great performance out of Hard at 19 and 15 there, the top performer from Vertus Pro, but matched and then performed by that, of course, Disabler. A little shout out and an honorable mention to that of the drip of Zarold, whilst we're giving away a lot of drip to the chat throughout the entirety of the Arena Cup Series 4. It's nice to see Zarold sporting those John B. Beta glasses alongside of his drip in the arena. A little bit of intimidation goes a long way, and being able to personalize that drip, just one of the amazing things about Escape from Tarkov Arena that allows you to customize your experience so that it's unique to how you like to play the game. Something you can try out whilst that free weekend is going on. I notice a lot of people in the chat talking about the free weekend. How long is it going on for? Don't worry, folks. You've got all the way up until 2 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow to be able to try out Escape from Tarkov Arena. And there on screen, thanks to the great work from the production in the background, you get to see that beautiful picture brought to us by the graphics design from BSG in partnership with Hunt Premier. Free weekend ran July 18th. Opening up at 2 in the afternoon through, like we said, all the way till tomorrow, July 21st at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, British summer time. New quests, exclusive rewards. You don't want to miss out your chance to have a go. And remember, folks, best served cold out there right now, so you can get a hold of that brand new Grenadier tee alongside some experience, Battle Pass experience, GP coins, Battle Pass currency, and Liga medals as rewards. Lots to grab and lots of chance to test yourself against some of the best in the arena.
Speaking of free, that Battle Pass is also free. So ton of free drip opportunities out there for you as well. I know I recently did the Pantheon skin, the best served cold as well. Got that Grenadier t-shirt, rocking it myself. But there is a lot of free stuff out there for everybody involved. So you need to take advantage of it. And if you're looking for a free way to help out, you can hit that follow button down below, not just on the Hunt Premier page, but the Battle State games as well. We appreciate all of you hanging out with us here today. It's been an exciting series to start us off. It was XPA Academy that was able to squeeze it out in overtime. We're getting prepped and ready for Skybridge, where the Polar Bears have been a dominating force, but I think if XP Academy could really make a statement here to finish it in 2, it would make their day a little bit easier, because we talk about it, playing a best of 3, then going on to play in a best of 5, dexterity, all of those things are important things that come into play that can affect a team one way or the other. So we'll look to see what they can do in map number 2, but I've got a feeling that the Polar Bears might just be sending us off to bowl.
Okay, I'm not going to talk about predictions too much. I'm going to talk about a little bit of context. A couple of things to address. Utility has been out of this world from Top Aim Siberia so far. That is definitely, for my mind, the difference maker in map 1 here, was how consistently well Top Aim Siberia was able to put home grenades that started rounds off in their favor. It didn't win the match in regulation time, which is where it had the most impact. Actually, a little less of that util in overtime was what caused the difference. It was more a case of, I think, better attacking round positioning and how they played the defense. The one thing that stood out the most for me on Bay 5 was the 2-man rotation that was pulled on the defending side and then ankle broken straight back to that A side. The amount of times that Vertus Pro felt like they were pulled and pushed by XPA's movement felt favored for XPA, and that's where I see the slight difference being made right now. I'd like to see Vertus Pro try and regain some of that tempo of the gameplay to be able to upset that a bit.
Yeah, I mean, always easier said than done, unfortunately. I think that's the big important part is how well can you go out there and do it. And you have to be able to do it early, right, as well. We've seen teams eventually maybe find that stride, but you can't give up 3 or 4 rounds before that happens, especially against these tough CIS region teams. So, yeah, very, very valid points. I think all things that we need to keep our eye on as Skybridge begins to unfold. But XP Academy's looking really good. I know they want to close it out in 2, and I know that they're capable of doing so. But again, just because I love Tarkov, I would love to see it go to a map 3. But yeah, I mean, the Polar Bears are at risk of dropping the 3-peat here. So I mean, it's do or die for them.
It is do or die in this match now, for the sense of their tournament hopes. In their mindset, we have to look at it from the stepping stone perspective. They've got to believe that this is just the beginning of making their way back into a chance at the grand final. XP have put themselves in the best position. The map picks, the map selections have been very crucial throughout today. And we've seen this actually since yesterday and the day before for the finals weekend from Friday onwards, that map choices, now that there are 5 maps to choose from, it's become more of an important selection process, and it's become a more impactful selection process to how the results played out. Myself and Hort have battled to and fro all day long about whether we agree or disagree on whose map is favored for who and what the result is going to go on. But that's the great part about the uniqueness of having an opinion. Everyone's allowed them. We've all got them, but they don't always necessarily align. And that's why you keep sharing those opinions in the chat with us. We'd love to hear it and see the interaction from the folks at home today. That's why we put this great performance on for you guys to enjoy and entertain yourselves with. The folks in the game, though, it's a little bit more serious than that today. There's a €25,000 prize pool being split amongst the teams here, 10,000 of which is going to that first place team. So a little bit more than the banter in the chat going on for the guys on screen, and that's why they're locking it in down to, I mean, we got overtime. We got a ridiculously close overtime, only separated by 2 rounds to nail it down.
Yeah, I love the fact that we went to overtime, and I think, again, it reiterates how strong a lot of these teams are at the top of the pack. And so, for the first time, we don't see the Polar Bears punching that ticket into the grand finals from day 2. We've seen them drop some games now, whereas in the last 2 ACSs, I think combined, they had only dropped 1. So, it just goes to show you how much the competition has grown. XP Academy, TarovHelp both have said, hey, we are here to win it this year. And so they're looking to claim that stake. And I think that they're making very valid points to do so. I mean, they've showed time and time again that they've played very, very consistently well, not just through the group stages, but through the playoffs here as well. I mean, they both had a 2-0 yesterday as well. We haven't seen Virtus Pro get 2-0 in quite some time, and so at least in the ACS. So, I think the cards are, for the first time here in ACS in a long time, stacked against the Polar Bears a little bit.
Interesting one to say, but when was the last time you saw the Pandemic squad getting 2-1 out of a tournament? It's been a long time since we saw a 2-0 on their heads. They normally fight for the one map. That's the one thing that we say for the Pandemic squad that's really seen success throughout this, although we did get to say goodbye to them earlier today. Again, it's the first time we've seen them 2-0 out of the tournament in a very long time. They're normally good for one. Same can be said for most of the Russian head-to-heads too. I don't know whether we're seeing it here, Hort. I'm going to be honest with you. Something inside of me tells me that this is another 2-0 to happen. I don't see this one coming back, sadly. I'm not sure why either. I feel like I'm out of my mind for saying that. I just feel like this one is going to be done at 2-0, and it's the grand final that's going to be the game that goes the whole distance for some reason.
Yeah, I've got the wishful thinking, and the Polar Bears have played very well on Skybridge. Like I said, they did beat XP Academy on this map in the group stage as well. So I just for the fact that I love Tarkov, that I'd love to see it go to a map 3, but XP Academy could easily take this map away from him as well. I think I love the fact that we're to the point in the competition where we could have subtle predictions or things that we might think could happen, but realistically, we don't know. It could go either way. And so I think that's why it is so fun. Obviously, we like to kind of predict or throw little things out here and there, but being realistic about it, XP Academy certainly could close this out in 2.
We're going to get to see. We're going to get to find out the environment within which that they are going to battle it over again, not one that is unfamiliar. We talked about Skybridge being either side favored, neither side favored. I don't know. At this point in time, the way that Bay 5 just got played, we're definitely going to see both teams not commit to a site very early. The one thing that seems very standard about the players, it's one with a great potential to rotate out. You very rarely see all 5 members fishing towards the same half of the map. It's even been to the point where XPA have felt confident enough sometimes to split off 2 members to the other side of the map to fight 2 versus 3, 2 versus 4 to win that out and then rotate the bomb there for success.
Skybridge, I feel like Virtus Pro is a team that's often very, very aggressive, at least on the attacking side of Skybridge. So I still would like to see some early aggression here. Honestly, I wouldn't even mind seeing it over toward the B site, just because we do see so many teams attack that A site first. But again, all of these players, all of these teams have come prepared. They have their own set and strategies. They know what they want to do. And so that's what I'm just looking for. How well are they going to be able to execute on the day? And I think obviously, whoever does it slightly better should come out the victor here. But I'm excited for Skybridge just because all of the CIS region teams I feel like are very, very good on this map.
Interesting one. Very interesting one. I'm curious to see which of the 2 teams looks to put pressure on the B site first. This is one we talk about a lot, whether that other half of the map has more presence and aura, because if you don't show that you're good at that B side, then people tend to overstack to A. How many times throughout the tournament so far, ACS, have we looked at defaults on the defending team and there's one person playing B and they're not even real at playing B. They're playing the lane 3 box to push up for a flank through heaven quite quickly, or they're playing lane 1 close to jungle to up off and skedaddle when they've confirmed that there's nothing happening this side of the map. So it does interest me. Again, Skybridge has gone through a phase, right? The map's been changed. We've had some adjustments, sight boxes, scenery has been moved, new tarp placed in, grenade lineups adjusted. So maybe teams have only had so much time to work on one site's worth of attack, but we've not seen that be an issue so far. Vertus Pro played both in their first match today and yesterday. We've seen XPA and TarovHelp play it throughout the tournament in the groups and in the qualification stages. So I don't think site control of B is going to be an issue. I'm just wondering who leans into it more.
Yeah, like I said, it was 9-7 the first time these 2 teams met on Skybridge. So even though Virtus Pro snuck out that win, it was a very, very close one, right? Just a couple rounds separated. So I think, again, it goes to show that it could potentially go either way. I think if XP Academy continues to play with the way they played in that first one, especially because we saw a couple members of Vertus Pro have a little bit more trouble than they've been having in some of the previous maps where everybody's, in the double-digit kills. We saw a couple of them kind of down toward that 4 or 6 kill mark, which isn't something that we typically see from the Polar Bears. So, does that previous series come into play now? They're starting to get into that upper 4, 5, 6 games already played. And so you begin to wonder, is that something that's affecting them? Is that something that's in the back of their mind as well? And it's, again, all things to consider. We can only kind of speculate because we don't know. And so for the Polar Bears, I think they have to come out and really try to make a statement here on Skybridge.
Yeah, this is definitely one you'd have to see, like, I think maybe a 5-3, that 6-2 perfect half that we normally talk to the effect of, where it's got to be an authoritative step out of the gate from Vertus Pro to be able to put XPA on the back foot. I don't think that if XPA go into the second half of this map comfortable, even tied up at 4-4, I don't think that's enough pressure to be able to stop them being able to close this out. I do think that if XPA takes us 6-6, 7-7, even to an overtime, we've seen that XPA have been able to close it out in the first map on Bay 5. I do feel confident enough that they will be able to reproduce again. We've got to speak to the form that Court's Disabler's in. This is not something we're unfamiliar with, but there's a standout performance in Game 1, and some of the positions he got himself into without being aware of it from the Vertus Pro perspective was very, very impactful into some of the rounds going in their favor. So I'm keeping my eye on him. I'm also looking to Communica, who's been quieter today than we expect. Communica is normally one that's leading comfortably from the XPA side of things, ready to drop 2, 3, 4 people without shadow of a doubt. Magic's looked on form. Hard's looked on form. FMX has looked a little quieter in a similar sense to Communica. Maybe those star players just holding a little bit back in the tank for the important moment to be able to show up. We'll get to see this, but for Vertus Pro, the important time is now. There's no second chances, like you said. So if it's gonna happen, it has to happen in Skybridge.
Yeah, I mean, Communica was 17-16 with 9 assists, though. He was still popping off. You take a look, and everybody had 15 kills or more on the side of XPA, where, everybody was fairly close. Hard Magic 19, Andreezy 13, FMX in double digits. Rask was 6-19, which is something that we don't see. But Rask, the enforcer on Skybridge, tends to have a ton of success. So I expect to see him really pick it up tenfold here.
There we go, XPA. Vertus Pro. Skybridge, map number 2. XPA 1-0 up in the series. Early nade out towards the back. It's going to claim the life of Moyanri thanks to the trail. We get to see that one going off through the scenery. Another one towards sight, not finding the mark, but Vertus Pro member to start.
More nades in hand. The smoke goes out first. Uzi trying to find one here as well, but XPA wisely backing off just a bit. More shots exchanged toward the A site. One anchoring B for XPA. That rotation not coming in just yet.
Device being planted. But a bit of pressure from backside traded as shots do echo out across the courtyard over this A site. Nobody looking to make anything too crazy happen just yet. Very much front to back team fighting from both sides. Took on Evox from hard as a push through the smoke comes to help. Zarrel, wow, for one. Harold only manages to get one as the kill feed floods with red. I was about to talk to the fact that we got given some great information that the pronunciation on the XPA top fragger right now is Harold rather than Zarrel. So apologies from the casting booth if we've been mispronouncing that one there, but good shots from Harold. Vertus Pro, however, they close out that first round and a big 3-piece from Hardhawk.
It's a great way to start off if you're Vertus Pro, especially after, dropping on Bay 5. So, I think they have to come out and make a statement early. And I think if they could win Skybridge decisively, all of a sudden Bowl looks a little bit better for them. But XPA, we know, is going to have other plans. They've been able to answer back, find a lead in their own rights. Magic wasting no time getting this headshot onto Communica. Communica the only one to go out now here to start this one off. It is a 4v5 that favors Vertus Pro. Because they have that first pick, it's going to open up a few more opportunities. We can see Cord still anchoring toward that B site, but nobody really paying any attention there. We do have FMX lingering in that background, holding any potential flank that could come into play. But Harold, nice shot on the Magic, and will find a way to bring it back to a 4v4.
Smoke out across the front of VIP is stopping any form of rotation towards site pressure, which is currently what XPA are using to hold VP from getting onto site with the bomb. A good nade out of Andreezy. He's going to pick up top aim Sabiri. Andreezy is then going to swing into the member on bench and get a kill. Rask is good, and it's never mind. It's Andreezy again from the angle that supports Rask pushing out of VIP for the third kill.
Well, more shots are exchanged. That device eventually getting planted here. Cords has the cards stacked against him. Andreezy gonna find that final one. So Vertus Pro starting off on this attacking side, typically where they often do really, really well. So Andreezy 5-0 to start things off, and had another 3-0 there from Hard. So 2 quick rounds in the bag.
Two-0 VP for a start on Skybridge is not necessarily, I think, the position we expected to find ourselves in going into map 2 with the way that XPA had played the opener, but it is attacking side, and attacking side favoured is what Vertus Pro showed themselves to be versus Panderic to get here. Magic for 2. That's not a sentence we're unfamiliar with saying this weekend either.
Well, unfortunately for XP Academy, they're going to have to try to win this round without Harold or Communica. Moyanri will begin to shift forward and spots Ras from the VIP. A quick drop there. The device still tucked in here on the other side. We can see Cords all the way on that B site. Was potentially considering that flank, but will now begin to back off a little bit.
Moyanri's prone position on site here. Good to potentially pick up one. But if FMX steps this at the right time, he'll slice the right piece of the pie. Not quite able to find the angle onto him. Moyanri, good for one in that position. Now has to get up and reposition. 2 members from Vertus Pro, though, ready to match that push off of site through bench. And they are able to claim the trade out. Andreezy finds Sabiri as well. We're back to Cords Disabler. Oh, Cords. Ooh, close to the jump shot to E-Box. He does get some damage down, but doesn't find the kill. Bomb being planted. Hard. Smart respecting the push, actually, after Cords playing very active. Doesn't commit to the plant at all. Just taps for the push and then steps off to get the kill.
Yeah, I mean, wise decision. Had a teammate not too far behind there as well. So even if he doesn't get the kill, just applies a little of damage. He's got a teammate there to find that trade if needed. Not needed, though. Polar Bears up by 3 on the attacking side. It's XP Academy who is yet to put a round on the board here on this defending side. So see what happens here in round 4. It does look like kind of just sticking true to that same split. 4 toward this A side, allowing Cords to kind of anchor down over toward B.
Smoke against VIP is doing a great job of suffocating any pressure that the attacking side would have over site from there. You notice that XPA is using that pressure to be able to work their way into site and then pass through bench to find some of these picks, but Vertus Pro doing an equally good job of playing patience on this smoke. Not being intimidated back out of the space of VIP they've already taken. Just wait it out. A couple of shots through as pre-fire, maybe catching a lone member trying to lurk forward on the apex wall.
Magic hits a shot there. That is the definition of threading a needle, I think. Hard. Toward the back. Just shifting forward here. And again, look at the patience from Vertus Pro. I mean, we've seen some explosive rounds, but slowing things down drastically. Communica finding this pick on the Magic could be the help that XPA needs here to grab their first round.
getting the prone position on site, about to be exposed from VIP. Moyanri's covering off. Rask finds Sabiri. Moyanri takes out hard through Sandwich, and the bomb goes down. Moyanri's got a second on it to Andrizi, but that's going to be all he spoke for in that round as Rask takes Moyanri back out. FMX is the one we're on board with, the shots down onto site to support. Communica up high off the back of site, trying to put that pressure down to Sandwich to stop the bomb getting onto site. It's not going to work this time around. Vertus Pro are on site and planting, but with 2 versus 3, they can step out to E-Box to challenge. 2 quick kills come out. And it's going to be Harold that's taking final kill.
This is what we needed to see from XP Academy. I mean, they have to get on the board, and they can't allow the Polar Bears to really run away with that lead. So, 3 rounds is probably more than they wanted to give up without giving one, but they start to find that footing. It's how well can they build off of the back of that here. And so Hordes Disabler obviously has been kind of stuck away from the action momentarily toward that B site. We haven't seen the Polar Bears even really consider any pressure that direction. Now, they keep on holding that flank, but we haven't seen a flank come in from XPA yet either.
Sometimes the threat of the flank more impactful than the actual flank itself. It seemed we saw a couple of that yesterday come to fruition, but today teams not necessarily looking to work on the risk reward because it can be quite highly impactful, but it also can be quite detrimental. You lose that flanking member too early on the defending side. Never mind, talk about that later, as Hard gets an early opening pick with a good grenade to Communica, trying to jump back from an Apex wall push. Rask finds Moyanri as 2 go down together for Vertus Pro, and this is a better bit of site control towards A than the last round. Nade's traded, counter site. Nade is great from top aim. Siberian claims the bomb as Hard runs on to plant.
That's the first one here for Sabiri. See if that can be that spark to rekindle the flame here. VP has been able to make their way onto site, though. They will get that device planted. Rask continues to control VIP. FMX in the background waiting for the smoke to dissipate, but Rask will waste no time. He finds Sabiri and Dreezy on the cords. And Harold able to find this pick back onto Andrizi, but now on a 1v3 and time ticking against him.
Oh, down he goes. Magic for the final kill. Vertus Pro secured themselves at least an even half on the attacking side. Is it enough to be able to secure them a good enough lead when we swap sides to be able to take map 2 and push us to a 3rd game, though, Hort?
That's a big question. And right now, I would say that it favors Vertus Pro, but again, there's still plenty of time to work back in it, but I truly believe it has to start now. They really don't want to deal with a 6-2 half or anything worse than that, obviously, but it just, after having such a dominating performance on Bay 5, it feels like the Polar Bears have done a good job of slowing that momentum, but for how long? Communica, the headshot is good for 1. Hard, able to answer back with a nade of his own, though.
And here's a little bit of something of that extra spice you were looking for, that maybe Chemical X to mix up the magical potion to make it work. Hordes Disabler slowly working his way off the B site. He is hovering towards heaven just in case there's an off timing, watching his lurk. Tough spot for Harold there. It's taken out as FMX has put good shots down. He has support from the member in hole.
Now in a 3v4. Andrizi missing just a little bit of health, but now eventually we see Hordes Disabler on that long lurking flank on the minimap. You can see him beginning to shift forward, just wanting to be patient because the device hasn't been planted. Nothing has truly been committed toward this site yet. So I think a wise decision to take it very slow in case someone's holding that. Will spot one. Unfortunately, doesn't connect for the kill.
And it's going to be all go, go, go in a second as this time starts to tick out. The shots from Rask outside of VIP into the site, as well as Cords trading one back, go 1 for 1 as Andrizi has the second. Top aim Sabiri goes down. Cords Disabler left last alive in the 1 versus 3. Device down on site. A little bit of space to work with. Cords has got something to say for this. Slow steps. Rask up to the tight corner. Cords trying to challenge on the first. Shots are good in the second. Manages to have the better trade on the shots in the 1 versus 1. Only takes a bit of damage too. He gives himself enough health to work with. 30 on the clock. KFC's going to back off towards the stairs to give him space to get onto site. A smart choice from Vertus Pro. Let Cords Disabler sink onto site. Try and get caught in between the pins. So he's going to push the aggressive tone. Try and catch harder. Has to check the corner, and that's going to catch him off guard. Good moving out of Hard. 10 seconds. Hard with the jump shot to close it out. And Vertus Pro claim a 5th. Looking good. Starting off in Skybridge. Vertus Pro find themselves up with a 4-round advantage. They'll need 2 more attacking rounds to have to go. Could be looking at an equally dominant, if not more dominant, first half than what they put home previously before to get here. 5-1. Potential for 7-1 on the board. XPA really do got to start doing some of that climbing back that Hawk was attesting to ever so shortly ago. Eyes on top aim Sabiri with the util out of the gate.
I mean, Vertus Pro, it's tough to find a team to beat them on Skybridge. I always say this is kind of their home turf at the moment. Magic, early pick on the Communica. And again, it's Vertus Pro working with this numbers advantage. Now, they haven't really opted to attack that B site much. We see Cords over there. Has been anchoring, but for the first time begins to shift away. And we'll see if, I mean, the Polar Bears, they pretty much just AAA is all that's on their mind.
Slightly higher up in the alphabet is A than B. They class themselves as an A-tier team, maybe an S-tier team even at this point. Depends on how high the rankings go, but AAA might just be the way. As 5 rounds in a row, they've got themselves to success. They've only dropped 1 so far. A quieter game at a top aim Sabiri, but Henry, Harold, Communica are all starting to step up. Rask is going to take down Sabiri. Rask has been doing some great work alongside Hard this game already on Skybridge. Moyanri's left looking in the wrong direction. Rask almost nails him with a jump shot. Cords is going to find FMX as Rask still fighting back for that space in VIP. Back and forth trading. Sandwich sees Andreezy taking out Harold. Moyanri. The response onto Andreezy. Vertus Pro have got the bomb down on the B site. 4 remaining members that either team has got left contesting over A are all fighting for the space of, I guess, the chance to stand on the podium of pride on that A site as the bomb is all the way over on B. Big fight here for Cords. Moyanri finds one onto Rash. Can Hard deny Cords the space? Oh, great shots out of Hard. 1 versus 1. Moyanri versus Hard.
Moyanri needs to come up big. Unfortunately, can't do it. Hard. The headshot yet again. And Vertus Pro continues to stack the numbers here. Now 6-1. Even a 6-2 half is phenomenal for them, but 7-1, I mean, that is going to be incredibly tough to come back from for XP Academy.
We're going to do this thing again where we find ourselves in that situation that games look wildly confidently held by one team until we go into the half. I'm going to maybe play the smart side of the coin this time and wait until we see a couple of attacking rounds out of XPA before I consider this a foregone conclusion. Vertus Pro have done what we would ask of them in the casting booth to put themselves in the best position possible. 6-2 that scoreline, even if they aren't to be successful this round. One that we say normally sees a team convert. Very strong aggressive push from Vertus Pro into VIP. He's going to find Moyanri better for the first kill. Jumping, prone on the floor, standing and strafing behind. The team stacks up like a firing line to try and repel some of the XPA aggression, but the hop, skip, and the jump doesn't quite find the second kill. Communica goes down. FMX has got hops of his own. It's a dunk squad inside of VIP, and Rask is going to slam the final member home. Cords Disabler on the flank is the last thought, but it is simply an afterthought as Vertus Pro close out their attacking side with confidence. 7-1 the scoreline.
7-1, and they are, well, ready to go to bowl, I feel like. But they're going to need 2 more rounds before XPA gets to 8 if they want to do that very decisively here. So I'm excited for it. Like I said, I was hoping to go all the way to a best of 3, not because I'm playing any favorites, but just because I want to see more Tarkov. XP Academy, I mean, they grabbed that first one. Yeah, it took overtime, but I feel like Vertus Pro, I mean, you take a look at the difference of the halves from game to game, and they have really kicked it into overdrive here on Skybridge.
Just remind me, though, when Vertus Pro went onto the defending side, how many rounds Panderic managed to claw back?
2, 3, 4. I don't know.
Did we not go from 8-0 to 8-4 at
4,
one point,
8
I believe?
Yeah, they got 4 in a row.
Are XPA better than Panderic by 3 more rounds? That's the question we're asking here, right?
Yeah, I'm just seeing what Vertus Pro can do here at this point. I mean, Panderic, they've been taken out of the equation for XPA. They're looking to do it once more, this time to Vertus Pro. And that nade from Sabiri over the top helps, but FMX says, yeah, I can do it too, baby.
Finals day never, ever fails to impress or entertain us. I won't be surprised to see XPA put a couple of quick rounds home here and this game start to spice up a little bit. The bomb is already on site, but top aim Sabiri is actually hunting for a kill or two before they go down to plant. Cause disabling is the one that finds to pick off the magic. Now Harold goes down, but Moyanri's up and off, ready to take hard out in response. Moyanri for a second as well, as XPA do take good authority on site. 3 versus 1. And Treasy left last alive to save it, and it's Moyanri for a third.
This is nice, right? They've already got as many rounds as they got in the first half. They're going to have to put a bunch up in bunches, rather. They want to work back into this one. It's a nice start for them. We'll see if they can build off the back of that. We saw a couple early nade kills from both squads here. We do often say that Skybridge tends to favor that attacking side here. So XPA, they can certainly come back, but it is a bit of an uphill battle.
Hort's playing it wise, chat. We need to make him a hopeful vocal, because right now, I'm not sure Hort's buying into the optimism I'm trying to sell him. XPA look good, but Vertus Pro have really done an amazing job on their attacking side to give themselves such a cushion that you're absolutely right. The task is daunting for XPA. One thing we've not seen either of these CIS teams be during the process of their tournament endeavors is daunted. Nobody is willing to give the mark or just play defensively, being intimidated. Step up, step 2, and challenge with good gunplay.
Because of those smokes, we'll see him be able to pressure on towards site. Look to get this device planted here, and they do so very quickly. That minute and 10 chopped down to 50 seconds, and now the pressure shifted from XPA toward the shoulders of the Polar Bears.
Vertus Pro are very happy to just wait this out right now. They are lining up, setting themselves ready for a retake. Rask picks ones off at distance. Communica going down, a bit of spray through the smoke to VIP, finds Moyanri taken out by FMX. The Vertus Pro squad is on site already, and the diffuse is coming through. The noise is probably covering the sound of the diffuse. XPA have no idea what's happening. A couple of members go down, but it's not the important one. And Vertus Pro sneak it underneath the noise of the chaos. And they slide onto that all-important map point to bring us to the third.
You got 3 players in double-digit kills here as well through the 10 rounds. Rask, Hard, and Andreezy. So definitely had made some big change ups since Bay 5. They get to match point really early here as well. And so I think giving yourself 6 opportunities to find a round win is there's not too many better positions to be in here. So, but the important part is, can they close it out, right? That's what makes teams great. You have to be able to close it out in these big moments and look to send it off toward Bowl here for that decider.
That's exactly the point we mentioned to the previous game. Vertus Pro, in their previous qualifying match to this, were put under pressure in a good position for multiple rounds in a row. XPA only let Vertus Pro concern themselves about that discipline for 1 round by putting one home. The second goes to Vertus Pro after they play it equally as well as XPA do. Now, like you said, 6 rounds of buffer on map point. The optimism from me turns into naivety.
Well, at least XPA has been able to shift on toward the site here. They're going to get this plant down. All 5 players still standing. And again, all that time chopped down to 45 seconds. Now, Vertus Pro found a ninja defuse in the previous one, but it's magic to find a kill. FMX, Harald, Moyanri, all getting a piece of the pie here. Back and forth we go. The tug of war continues. Now in a 3v2 as Rask finds the head of Moyanri. Hard getting towards Disabler. Harald, the last man standing here through VIP. And the device slowly being deactivated here as they pressure forward. He needs a crazy clutch. He finds one, but Andreezy answers back. And the Polar Bears have done it in dominating fashion. They are sending us off to a map number 3.
Absolutely. Just what we were looking for. on finals day, especially for the last best of 3 to decide who is going up against TarovHelp for that title spot in the grand final to claim themselves Arena Cup Series champions. TarovHelp are already sitting on the sidelines, probably quite pleased with the fact that this one's also going to 3. More information for them to gather before they go into the final, and also a little bit more endurance knocked off of either one of the teams here, which will end up being their opponent. A great performance out of Moyanri at 12 and 10 is the only shining light for XPA in their second map after a first one was won by an all-round exceptional team performance. This time it's Vertus Pro that shine the strongest. Hard, Andreezy, Rask, the top 3 members of the team all slaying out. 11 kills apiece for all 3 members, 4 deaths respectively for the top 2, and 6 for Rask, which puts them into a great position, not only being able to deal damage, but playing well, keeping their life safe.
XP Academy, they got it done on Bay 5 in overtime where they win just by a few rounds. But on Skybridge, it was all Polar Bears, 9-2. And you got to feel like that gives them some extra confidence heading in toward Bowl here. You feel like maybe some of that momentum has shifted in their favor, but I highly doubt that that is going to affect XP Academy. They're going to come out swinging in Bowl here, looking to topple them. Like I said, they did beat them on Bowl in the group stages as well. And so that's probably something that they have in the back of their mind. They know that they can beat the Polar Bears on this map. But again, it's just about who's going to be executing here better at the time.
What a piece. Even tied scores. Black Raven and the Polar Bear will go to war one more time to decide it all. The map pick, for me, doesn't favor either side on this one. I feel like it's all going to come down to who really does start off better. It feels like both of these teams' attacking sides are very well executed. Both teams favor their attacking side over their defending side by a very drastic margin. Going to look to which one of the two of them is going to be able to take this one home by putting a better defending side on the table, theoretically, if we're looking at it from that perspective. I mean, 7-1 attacking halves are not something we're common with seeing here in the ACS. 6-2 is something that we've spoke about in this booth for so long. We've cast together across other titles like Rocket League, where we speak about a 10-second rule. You can bring it back to Tarkov in the clutch scenarios, where each player is probably worth about 15 to maybe 20 seconds worth of time left on the bomb to actually physically isolate a 1v1 to make it worthwhile. It feels like that scoreline of 6-2 has been, this is good. You do this on an attacking or a defending side, and you normally get it over the line, but teams putting home 7-1 attacking halves, 8-0 attacking halves now, that really brings to question, it's not that done and dusted for anymore until you get it to that all-important point of the 8th crucial round, that map point situation. Anything still to play for?
Yeah, but I feel like even so, you know, we saw the AO still went on to win. I think it's a similar sitting or a similar situation as that 6-2. Yeah, we've seen rarely, but we've seen teams come back and find a way to tie it up to send it into overtime or maybe win. But more often than not, when you hit that magic number of 6, it's almost that too little too late. Again, it does happen. We have seen it from time to time, but consistently, I feel like teams fall just short. And for whatever reason, because 5-3, we've seen a ton of teams come back and find that win, even in regulation. And it's weird. It's only a single round. And so there's really no rhyme or reason for it. But again, that magical number is only 9. You don't have too far to go. And I think that just kind of shows how crucial every single moment and every single round is, especially in a setting like the Arena Cup Series.
It's not just the setting, like you say, it's the pressure that's on them. These teams only get these chances to be able to qualify. If you don't make it here, there's no going back to a league and playing your next week's matches to adjust your performance. There's no aggregate of 7 to 12 games that you've played to be able to fight for that position on the table. It's a do or die scenario. Yes, a best of 3 gives you a little bit of leniency for being able to drop a map, but does it really? Especially if you drop your map pick in a best of 3, the way that maps are now selectable to the favor, where before it felt a little bit of a dice roll, right? With only 4 maps in that selection pool, the process of choosing your map versus which side you were on was a little bit different. It's shifted now that we have 5 maps to play with. A wider pool gives a bit more diversity for each of the teams. So I feel like we're in a really good place at this moment in time, but I do feel like we are going to need to go and grab a little bit of a pit stop off at the garage to fill up the engine before we crack on with the action for today, because we've got a decider, and then we've got the big bonanza of a best of 5, right?
I'm hoping that we get to see Iceberg at some point, and the best of the 5 is going to be the best spot, I think, for us to do that. But I felt like the Polar Bears have been quick to ban it away every time, and so I'm not sure if that's just because they don't want to play it, or maybe they're just not as comfortable on that map, whatever the reason might be, or maybe they're just sandbagging, and it's a map that they have a lot of potential on. They just don't want to showcase any of the hidden strats yet in case they have to pull it out in a final game where, maybe it's something that people don't know exactly how they play. Whereas Skybridge, you pretty much know they're going to go A until you force them to go somewhere else. And even then, they're probably still going to give it a couple more shots. So, but yeah, I'm excited that we have that 5th map now. Iceberg has been a really nice addition. We haven't seen a ton of it yet, but again, we have to remember it's only been out not even maybe a full 2 months yet, like a month and a half. So there's still a lot of work, I think, to be done as far as teams, how they want to strategize and attack this map.
The other thing is the openness for other teams to want to work with you. I mean, when you're organizing scrims between these comp teams, some teams aren't looking to focus that map. They don't have it planned into the play. So when you're like, okay, we'd like to organize a 3-map scrim, we want to do Skybridge, Bowl, and Iceberg, and the other team's like, sorry, we're not doing Iceberg right now. We'll do Skybridge and Bowl with you, but we'll probably just call it after that. That's something else that works against you, and it's not the same. You can't go into pubs as a 5-stack and go, okay, we're going to go into ranked and we're going to work on and training against people playing ranked games, because it's nowhere near the same environment. Playing your pub games on the night time is a whole other demon to how these teams set up. Like, I like to laugh sometimes when I interact with people in the socials. You see a post from someone on Twitter, and it's like, oh, I beat Pandemic Apex in my ranked game last night. And you're like, yeah, but that ace is on an SKS with no scope, and Rapid's running around with a KS-23 or something, and they're having a fun time. Congratulations, I am very proud of you, and you have absolutely done an exceptional job to be able to knock down one of those Titans, but it's nowhere near the same environment as what you face when you go under the heat in the lens.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you start to get toward the finals and taking on, I mean, these CIS region teams have shown time and time again through every ACS so far that they are the force to be reckoned with. And again, we've seen some great improvement from these EU teams. I'm getting more and more excited as we get to each new ACS, because we continue to see progress. But CIS, I mean, they have their number, and they've had it for a while. And so again, we see only CIS region teams left here in the lower final and going to be in that upper final. But XP Academy has the ability to say for the first time, that we've knocked out the Polar Bears, that they don't even have a chance for that 3-peat. But we know the Polar Bears are hungry. No team has done it yet. They're the first for the 2-peat. They'd love to complete that trifecta, but we got to remember who's waiting up there already. TarovHelp, and they have looked phenomenal.
This is it. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, we're going to take ourselves to a small intermission and take yourself a 10-minute break to be able to get both of these teams locked and loaded, ready for the final match in this head-to-head, the best of 3, where both teams are currently sat at 1 apiece. This match is the decider. After that 10-minute intermission, we'll bring you back in with some highlights, and then we'll be joining you back for that final deciding map and the grand final. So don't go too far away from your computers or from your armchairs, because you don't want to be missing the action coming up from the ACS4. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Arena Cup Series 4. We are joined here from the Battlestate Games Twitch channel live, partnered up with the Hunt Premier and our brand new sponsors for the Arena Cup Series 4 in Steel Series. My name is Cracked Wisdom, sat here in the casting booth alongside the man and the mythical mustache that is Hort Sauce, to be able to bring you guys all of the amazing action on the day. Hort, it's been good, it's been great, and it's been interesting. I'm going to be honest, we've had a couple of rounds across a couple of games today that have had me wondering whether I'm cracked crazy rather than cracked wisdom right now.
I mean, we knew it was going to be crazy, right? It's the final day here, so let's take a quick look at some of these highlights from that previous one as well. It was Vertus Pro who unfortunately couldn't get it done on Bay 5, but when it comes to Skybridge, well, this is their home turf, and we get to see him really pop off here in this first half.
Express train to game 3, ordered into station, platform 1, site location A, as neither team seemed to be too interested in going the other way around. Even on the flank, we didn't see too much action. It was all face-to-face, either grenades being put in great placement or just alright slugfests. We see Cause Disabler here managing to get the better of Rask for one of the few times that XPA had a little bit of success in VIP, but it was mostly Vertus Pro's very important player when it comes to the shotgun, slamming his way through that spot towards A site. We saw some good shots on the rotation as Hard picks himself up a couple here. FMX as well, never one to be forgotten about, regardless of the weaponry he's on. There's a great little shot from Hard here. Moyanri picking up some bodies on site for a 2-piece. This is one of the few rounds XPA actually got a good round out to put their second on the board, but it was only 2 that was spoken of. Vertus Pro closed out the 8th confidently, and the 9th even more so.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Pandera get 4 in a row on the attacking side, and so I think maybe we were kind of holding on to the thought that that's something that other teams could do as well, but Vertus Pro, so good on Skybridge. I mean, they show it time and time again. I think they need their own little plaque there in that VIP section, but again, it's a best of 3, so you can't be happy with just one map. You have to be great on mini maps, and so that's what we're going to see here between these two teams. One final map to rule it all for that ticket into the grand finals where TarovHelp awaits. And we're going to head down to do it on Bowl. We flash back to that group stage where this is a map that XP Academy has taken away from the Pandas or from the Polar Bears before, so it's something to consider. But again, any given Sunday, both of these teams capable of beating each other at any map, I truly feel like. So I think for me, I'm just going to toss the paper up in the air and let it all unfold in front of my eyes.
Yep. We're going to give up predicting the plays, the points, the power in either team, or the stats. We're not even going to look to previous maps results to decide this one, because it's shown that every team in this competition has had the ability to adapt, evolve, and overcome the problems that have been set before them. The likes of those that were here from the start, aiming to be here at the end. The likes of Vertus Pro, who, of course, would consider themselves potential favourites to come back for the 3-peat. The likes of TarovHelp, who are setting fires to the scenes over in the CIS region. And then a couple of hopefuls. We said goodbye to Panderic. We said goodbye to the Outcast.EPA squad. We've also said goodbye now to Jumbo Team, who we cannot forget from before, K3, who bit the dust before we got to the qualification stages, and contesting for whether we are losing out XPA or Vertus Pro right now. One map to decide it. Potentially not in regulation time. If I'm going to put any prediction out for this game, it's not an accurate one, it's not an informed one, it's a hopeful one. Bring me an overtime. Let me see this go all the way. Let's go all the way. If we're going to take it to a map 3, let's not do half measures. Let's have a back and forth battle down to the wire.
Well, fortunately for you, when they met in the group stage, it did go to overtime. It was an 11-8 overtime that did favor XP Academy. And I think one thing's for sure, when it does go to overtime, XP Academy has found a way to pull it out here, at least historically in this ACS specifically, time and time again. So if I'm Vertus Pro, I don't think I want it to go to overtime. I need to finish this in regulation. XP Academy, though, again, looking very strong. They've fallen short in recent times, and it seems like They have come prepared this season here in ACS4, and they are ready to find their ticket into the grand finals. But we're gonna have to wait and see not too much longer as we get ready for bowl. And I'm with you. I don't really have a prediction for this one. I'm just ready for some exciting matchups.
Both of these two teams have made a great effort so far to try and get themselves to the final. They've had to overcome difficult teams like we've mentioned from before, but this one arguably the toughest task to ask of both sets of teams as well. Equal measures of good close games as well as well-won, strong, confident victories. It can be said attributed to both individual plays from certain players on both rosters and good team performances all in. So far in this bout, the first map was a match of the textbooks. Who could throw the more prepared, slightly crazier, more strategic approach to the Bay 5 map to be able to get the advantage? It fell in XPA's favour. Skybridge felt a bit more of a, let's not make it too complicated. Let's just get down to it. Let's just get down to business, get up to that A site, battle it out with the guns, battle it out with the util. Vertus Pro confidently took that game. I don't want to say stomped, because it didn't feel like a stomp, I don't think, but it was definitely a comfortable sweep.
Looked a little more like a stomp to me, but 9-2 is. I mean, 9-2 is, I think, a pretty good beatdown, especially in the pro scene when you have two teams this talented. But again, maybe it just, we all have games where we don't hit our shots or things just don't go the way. So it could have been a couple factors coming into play for XP Academy. Even though it was a big defeat for them, I don't think it affects them mentally. They know they've already got one game. They already know they've beaten the Polar Bears on bowl as well. And so they may have even expected to have a tough time on Skybridge, but I don't think they're expecting that here. I don't think it affects their mental. I think we see them come out just as strong as they did on Bay 5, and I think it's going to be up to the Polar Bears to produce a similar performance as they did on Skybridge here now on bowl.
Bowl's dynamics more to that of Skybridge than Bay 5. Definitely a longer ranged map. Shotguns. Are we going to see the double down? I don't think Andreezy goes onto a shotgun here. He's looked good when he's been on the spear, personally, for me. So I feel like we're probably going to find Vertus Pro leaning more that way with the weaponry. And I'd like to see it, actually. I do think the way that even some of the boxes being removed from bowl after the new map changes, hop up and so on, not being able to access top med anymore without a teammate to boost to be able to peek it. You can't even get up there now to vault it, essentially, because you need scenery to be able to do so, and it's just too high to get there. So A-site pressure has changed quite heavily when it comes to setup on bowl. B sees a lot more action because of it. I feel like it's a little bit easier for teams now to be able to contest the B site as well because of A's adjustments. Do we see a marksman? I don't think so, honestly. We know that Communica's brought it to ACS 3. We did see him play it throughout that and do a relatively good job on it. But neither of these teams here show a specialist, and given the bowl performances we've had from other teams where the TRG has been brought in, I'm not sure I consider it impactful enough without a specific player on it to be able to make the mark here. I don't think any of these 10 players fit that card to be able to bring that to bear. So I'm really just looking at a standout performance from one of the gunslingers. You're looking at FMX, you're looking at Hard, you're looking at Moyanri maybe even on the Spear or the MCX here. You're looking at maybe a performance out of Communica. I feel like Communica's been quiet for me today. Not underperforming, but not like outperforming the top. It actually feels like a whole XPA team is present today.
Yeah, I mean, again, you look at that first game and they were all above 15 kills, even Communica right at the middle was 17. So I think it's just because the whole team's playing so well. I'd be highly surprised if we don't see 2 MCXs, 2 Spears, and a Saiga, probably on both sides here. I think Double Enforcer doesn't work as well on a map like Bowl, and so we're going to get right on into it. It does appear that looks like it may just be the setup here for both squads, 2 MCXs, 2 Spears, and that Enforcer class. So XPA starting out on the defensive side, the Polar Bears on attack, and we're ready for our final best of 3 here on Bowl.
There definitely is one thing the Enforcer class does really well at, and that's holding a sight on a close, tight angle through a choke point. So, util out. Nice work from Harold to be able to go across, pull that grenade towards the old hop-up position, then move back onto site so that there's no damage taken. If you traded shots as top med drops off. Seen these CIS teams take a long time to set up before pushing onto the site on ball. That's something that's been very common down this ACS. And again, no surprise, 60 seconds off the clock. Smoke starts to come out. The Vertus Pro looking to push.
Really slow start to this round. And there's Aim Siberia, right in true form. Has been a menace with these nades today, and that V40 gonna pick up an early one on to FMX. Rasto right there to answer back with a pick of his own. Magic will collect a kill as well, and the player advantage will swing into the favor of the Polar Bears.
See both teams attacking sides on previous maps look very good. Here now, Andreezy asking his teammate to pop out of the way just so he can make sure that lineup goes to where it needs to. No site player to be found though. Communica has repositioned into that tuck and the cubby under hop up. Rask finds Siberia off a headshot. Magic takes out Communica in that position in cubby, and now Cords is surrounded.
Surrounded and all alone with the device already planted. 44 on the clock. They know exactly where he is. Rask will put him down, and the Vertus Pro Polar Bears will take round number 1.
3 on the board for Rask, 2 for Magic, 2 assists for Hard as well. The team playing up very well together. Good grenade from top aim Siberia. I mean, that's been a consistent for XPA regardless of whether they've won or lost the game mostly.
I mean, the nade kills have been huge. We've seen them from both squads, but Siberia, we saw that double nade kill earlier as well. And it's something that can be a big difference maker, but you can't rely solely on the nades as well. You have to make sure that the team is firing on all cylinders. You have to continue to work well together. We saw that in Bay 5. We need that same energy here now on Bull from the XP Academy.
A little bit of audio, mate. Harold here, trying to it's like pulling somebody to throw a piece of utility up over the top. He's trying to get a grenade wasted. Smoke out to Curtin from XPA to try and match that of the smoker headshot. Hard looking to bait out a few shots up top med. Flash is traded as well. Sight relatively disorientated for the time being.
And again, I mean, so many explosive rounds on Skybridge, but both teams respecting each other. Hard's going to find Harold on the back pedal. Another smoke will come into play here to block off the lane. Still one anchoring B. We can see Aim Siberia kind of shifting back and towards split, holding it down in case that rotation is necessary. But Vertus Pro appears to be wanting to attack the A site here.
It's in again. 30 seconds left on the clock. Moyanri finds a great pick from tower lane towards A flat. Magic pulls one back for Communica. Andreezy stepping across the side. Does manage to get the bomb across. Now Magic and FMX step in. Moyanri and Siberia together combine. Util and gun. Magic for one back on Moyanri as he's taken out in tower.
Magic's able to collect the device, though. Could be able to find this plant here as well. Hard. Looking to heal on up, but it's Core's Disabler to chop him down. Magic now on a 2v1. A tough spot to be in, but he finds the first. He's able to isolate the one here, and now Sabiri coming from Jim, the peak, the spray, but it's Sabiri, the headshot from the Piranha, and XPA says, you're not running away with this one.
Good bit of confidence out of the Enforcer class. You can't play slow on your angles, held hard down sight like you would on that of an assault platform when you're pushing in on that shotgun. I'm always a believer myself of just getting in the face. Get up close and personal, do what that shotgun does best, and you see top aim Severi thinking with a similar mentality there and absolutely putting it to the best use. Great round from XPA, pulls us tied up. We are one apiece and, well, favor for the domino effect. Not looking so favored this time. We might be trading. Back and forth rounds, potentially a close game in hand. An interesting little setup out of spawn from the defending side here.
In true fashion, the Polar Bears, they love their A site. They appear to be right back this direction as well. Now, they have placed Ras back there to potentially hold any flank or maybe cheat forward, find a pick, and see if they can open up that site as a second opportunity here. But
Ooh.
I love the
This
fact that
tells me. Go on.
I love the fact that we see the polar bears be very aggressive at times and then be very, very slow here at times.
You've led into exactly what it was kind of alluding to. So this tells me that XPA have a read that Vertus Pro might have been looking towards the B site here. You see the defense tending towards that top half of the pitch, like you said, off of that information, and Vertus Pro are not reading into this. They're not wanting to play that, or are they? The back and forth of the textbook comes, but this is so intriguing. I love to see this because both teams are trying to play the chess match before the gunplay at the moment, and it's working for both teams in equal measures, and neither one can decide if it's worked or not. Why is the bomb coming away from B? What is going on?
I mean, it looks like they were about to gain control of B. XPA has shifted away from there, but Siberia's going to find hard, and now they're going to push right back into the setup from XPA.
Somehow they know. Somehow Andrizi wins his way onto site. Somehow Moyanri and Top Aim Siberia have got enough space to get through to deny the bomb on site to be planted, as the smoke's still sitting at headshot from the initial counter. Works in their favor. Rask has a 2 versus 1, but the scope and the model of the gun blocks that pro member. Okay. XPA take a second. One can't help but thinking, did Vertus Pro just fake themselves out there? That was so sick. They broke ankles so hard, they did themselves. That was wild.
Yeah, you almost feel like they would have had a chance to win the round had they got the plant down on B, but you never know what's happening out there, what's being said in the comms, what kind of rotations or audio cues they heard. So just working off the best of the ability there, and they end up rotating back into the hands of XPA, who is probably thankful that it played out that way. They've regained the lead here. And so they do go up by 1. We'll see if they can maintain that. I got a feeling that we are going to have some of that tug of war here on Bull.
You love to see it. It's also something that just goes to lean on how impressive of a team these two sets of 5 players are. The hive mind as they're all working together towards the same effect. Early trades, 1 for 1s. FMX finds Moyanri off the back of hard going down.
Oh, I know. Again, Communica. And just when you think maybe he's not a shining star, has big plays like that. We talked about how well this team of XPA has been playing together. It's not a single member. It's all 5 performing very well here. And they've got a player advantage to work with as well. But for Vertus Pro, they are all about this A site at the moment. So we do see now that device beginning to shift back toward Plat, but they haven't really decided exactly where they're going yet.
This is so dangerous, but the legs are going to show through the bottom of the smoke. That's going to be a great pickup. The Enforcer doing what the Enforcer does best. TTK. Short FMX steps out, but that's going to be another free pickup for the Enforcer that's still holding after claiming the kill on the bomb, not over-aggressing out through Curtain, but playing that position well. At least Rask in a tough spot. 1 versus 3 with the bomb down in full control by XPA. Looking fit for a 3-1.
Oh my. I mean, Ras, the shots look decent. Communica takes a bunch of damage, but it's not enough to put him down, and XPA will find a way to extend that lead. We always talk about the importance of putting rounds in bunches at a minimum, 2 or 3 at a time. XPA, the team to do that first here on Bull. So we'll feel some of that pressure maybe shift toward the Polar Bears here. We'll see if they can find a response here in round 5.
Wonder if the bomb starts moving towards B site now. Is this where we see the adjustment that we were looking for? Is this where we see Vertus Pro try and test the other half of the map? That's what normally tends to be the case when you hit a site over and over. It works a couple of times, that the team adjusts to it. It's time to test the other half. Rask is extremely aggressive up in apps here. Cod's playing it disciplined, slow, patient, steps out. Good kill from Cords to defend top apps.
And the one time that the Polar Bears begin to shift toward the B site, XPA has 2 members here. That third one has rotated around. Communica is looking to get crazy with it. The big jump shot from the top rope, but doesn't find that one here. Vertus Pro, no rotation in mind for them just yet. They're going to continue to look to power forward. They've taken a decent amount of damage, as has Force Disabler, though.
Over the top, Andres is about to get spotted by Cords from underneath. Again, good reserve, the defensive positioning from Cords the second time around gives him the chance to pick up another one. And because he's kited out back again deep on site, he finds a third. Just really good rotations from the B player at first point of contact. Every time he comes into contact to be able to make it work.
4-1. And this is where it starts to get a little bit dicey for the Polar Bears. Again, they can't. It's much like what we saw, only opposite on Skybridge. You can't allow them to get that really big lead, especially at halftime. We always talk about it, 7-1, 6-2. It's just so tough to kind of come back from. And so Vertus Pro hoping to get at least 2 more rounds here on the board. But as we love to say, it's always easier said than done when we're sitting in the comforts of our booth up here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hindsight from a bird's eye view, way better than 2020. We definitely can't complain for the free info we get, but that's the difference. We get a comfy couch chair. These guys get the pressure that comes with playing inside of the arena, and I would not trade my spot for the life. I'm happy with my popcorn and my armchair. They're going to let these guys duke it out. 1 minute 15 left on the clock. Again, a slower rounders. Very, very deep spread to the B site from XPA on the defense. Sees Communica in a position I spoke with Kirk about on the other side of B plat, holding a good, strong defense. Hard and Magic have to swing together here. Magic's going to have good scenery cover for his side as the swing out hard covers him off with pressure onto Communica. Useless removed. Vertus Pro start to work their way into this B site.
Andreezy finding this pick on the Cords. Now tucks in, looks to plant that device, has teammates to help him get that down as well. Sabiri tries to pressure in, eventually finds the pick, but it's too late. The device has been planted.
40 on the clock. Sarald. Oh. Okay, Hard does find them both from the useless position. I was wondering whether they were going to spot him out there, but they don't. Sabiri's the only one left on the seat to try and save the day, but after picking up the first, the last 2 members that are closest to site are so far spread out that this is near impossible. Top Apps is going to swing, and down goes Sabiri. Vertus Pro close out their second in the first half and close the gap to 2.
Important. I mean, they cut the lead in half. They give themselves an opportunity we talked about to, at least get 2 more rounds. Well, they've gotten 1 of them, so they only need a minimum of 1 more. Ideally, they want to find themselves at a tied half, but it's nice to see that they're able to work back into this one even when times are tough. Again, we talk about the physical aspect all the time, but the mental aspect equally is important here. And so great mental fortitude from both of these squads, but XPA finds themselves up on top by 2.
Slightly slower out of spawn as FMX as Vertus Pro actually move this back towards the B site again. A little bit of info gathering as they test the stairs up to Top Apps, trying to pull somebody out in that corridor. Obviously, Cord's trying to keep his position unpredictable, plays from a different spot. Spots the head of Hard, that's the first down. FMX holds the angle well from the sandbags out in the 90 though and trades it very quickly.
And the split second reactions from all of these pros is so fun to see live here. Consistently threading the needle, finding those picks, getting the trades back. And such a slower game than we're used to from both of these teams. I think both of them know how important every round is here, respecting the skill of their opponents. Magic has made his way on toward Jin here. Do they realize there is 1 tower lane and 1 on site?
Towards site. The member on site still lives through both, as well as the first challenger that steps forward. He takes one down. Rask and Magic do manage to clean it up, though. Headshot still present. Deep tower lane alive as well, but the last 2 there from XPA going to have to try and retake as Vertus Pro planted.
Just like that, they're right back in it. They find themselves only down by 1. They're within striking distance, and again, an opportunity to have a tied half. Now, we often say that at times this map can be kind of like Skybridge, where it does favor the attacker side, but I feel like, honestly, it's up to the play style of these teams here, and a map like Bowl could potentially go either way, but Vertus Pro hoping to close it out with a round win here.
Still one more attacking round for Vertus Pro to make it an even half. XPA, I mean, we spoke about this. Both teams probably going to be happy going into the half at an even 4-4 scoreline, given how strong each team has looked on the attack on other maps. Back towards the A site, Hawk. We're going for Old Faithful. Tried and trusted. Interesting look off the backside here as Vertus Pro are watching for what could potentially be a bit of a Hail Mary double or a triple strong flank on an aggressive timing. It's not coming. There is a member B plat for XPA that will be giving some good call-outs of info from the other side of the helicopter. You actually see two members tucked now aggressively onto site to be able to stop the say push when it comes through. Going to be keeping key eyes on the shotgun on site for when they push through curtain, and maybe even that position from deep tower lane on the cross.
They're going to send out the nades. Most likely that pressure will come shortly after here on towards side. It's beautiful right to the feet of Harald, and Endreezy continues the nade lineup. So that Magic steps forward, finds Communica as well, and they're looking for the domino effect. But Moyanri has other plans. FMX says not today.
Vertus Pro 2 members for every one of XPA still left alive in the 4v2. They find themselves comfortable. Bomb planted on site. FMX picks Cords, Disabler out the sidelines. It's going to be left on top aim Sabiri to try and do something about a tied half. Almost as far with the shotgun as well. This is a difficult ask. Too many people shooting at him. Andreezy finishes it off. One to the dome. And Vertus Pro do finish a 4-4 half. Even score going into the swapping of sides. XPA will now be on the attack. 8 rounds for them to decide their fates as to whether they're going to the grand final or whether Vertus Pro are going to have a second chance at TarovHelp.
I mean, this is almost a mirror of what we saw in that group stage. Again, we ended up at a tie. We had a tie by the end of the game. And it was XPA that ended up winning that in overtime. So you might just get your overtime wish here today, Crack.
I'm always down for it. Always here for it. You know full well we love to see a good close game, especially one that pushes us all the way right down to the wire, because that's where some of the best plays happen. That's where real champions are made. Some of the best players in the game really show us some iconic moments, and I mean, with 10 players on the pitch that all have the potential to produce that kind of fineness.
See if XPA plays with the same patience that Vertus Pro played in their first half. Again, we will see a lot of this action evolving around this A site, but Sabiri has been a menace with these nades today, and he's going to find Endreezy, who's also had some luck, but will be taken out early in this one.
A little bit of damage on Communica. 2 heavy bleeds to speak of, which are currently being topped up by a counter-action of a stim. We'll start to slowly bleed away at that health, if not dealt with shortly, but for the time being, not too fussed. Enough health to still speak of. Remember, escape from Tarkov Arena, TTK, very short. All it takes, one bullet, and that'll knock you over, so doesn't necessarily matter if you've been chipped a little bit, if you can hit your shots. 5 versus 4 XPA find themselves set up well in their first attacking round. 45 on the clock. That timer we're familiar to these CIS pushes with starting to come up very shortly.
Oh, Sabiri finding this pick onto FMX from Jin. Should open up the site just a bit. Magic able to find a pick of his own. We see that rotation on the mini-map as well from Split. Now toward the back. Rask on site. Sabiri, Communica, both finding a pick here. Is hard. Picks up on the Harald. Now Magic on the Communica. I mean, those kills came in so fast right at the end there. Vertus Pro, they regain that lead once more, this time on the defensive side. We'll see if XPA can make some adjustments here in the next round.
Good setup from Vertus Pro on the defending side to not allow XPA any free spaces, something that both teams have done very well so far. Keeping an eye on which way Vertus Pro is splitting this defending team, because what I'm watching out for right now is hard. Number 9 on the minimap, playing that Aztec wall that sits just outside of the B site. That's normally the player you're looking to sort of first respond to a rotation or look for an aggressive flank. We've not seen too much work into the flank versus XPA thus yet on ball from VP. They have only played one defending round, but even on the attacking side, very linear in fashion as to how they've approached.
I think VP is just comfortable being patient here as well. I mean, they're on the defensive side. They know it's up to XPA to try and make something happen here. And so comfortable being patient at the moment. Maybe a potential 1v1 against Harold. And I think that's Magic over there toward the B site. But we can see all these members still lingering outside of A. Now, VP has given up a lot of space toward A here as well, though. They are playing very far back.
Potentially looking at a retake angle on this one from Vertus Pro, actually almost willing to give this A site pressure as Magic does pick that kill up onto Harold. Top right side of apps now deleted. You're starting to see that Vertus Pro member working its way towards the back of A plat as this contact works on Jen in the favor of Cords. A great kill comes out of Cords, but responded to by Rask on that shotgun. Never mind, Spear even, as Magic is also carrying that MCXL from out. 3 kills from Vertus Pro, topped with a 4th, and what was an XPA setup with a bit of comfort turns into a Vertus Pro overflow. I also did not realize that it was Andreezy instead of Rask that's on the shotgun in the swapping of the halves here, Hawk, which I'm delighted to see. As I mean, Rask is good with that shotgun, but he's just as good with the weapon.
Well, it's certainly working. They found a way to get up by 2 rounds here. XPA, I feel like they really need to try and take this round here, because if they allow Vertus Pro to continue to get closer to that match point, it's only going to get exponentially tougher. Now, we've seen XPA battle back. We've seen them take it to overtime, not just in Bay 5, but on Bowl before as well, where they did go on to win. So the confidence still there for this squad, but they need to come up with some big moments here in round 11.
Okay. Moyanri's going to find a pick onto Magic. Got a late smoke being thrown out towards the V site. We see 2 players actually from Vertus Pro rotating off towards this lurker in Communica. The bomb and 3, including Harold, that's going to pick up that kill onto Hard and Split. They're moving towards A site though. FMX has got some support in Gen. 1 back, Moyanri down. And XPA still 4 strong.
Fury continues to reign supreme here. Communica's going to find Rask. FMX will take down Aim Sabiri, but he's the last player standing, and he's not standing for too long. Cords will disable him, and XPA will get that important round here. They'll chop it down within 1. They are again within striking distance, but I mean, realistically, it could go either way. I love the fact that we are getting this tug of war here in our final game. And as Crack said, I too would love an overtime here, but both of these teams wanting to close it out as quickly as possible. They're waiting to get into that grand final against TarovHelp, who hasn't had to play games today. So again, we talk about that dexterity factor here.
2-sided coin. You're either really warm going into the final game, or you've played a lot and you're feeling a little bit drained going into the final game. 2 different perspectives. It depends on the type of player that comes to the table. So FMX has got a nice early walk out the right side of Jen to pick up Moyanri, jump shot from Cause Disabler to try and close him out. Doesn't end up in a success, it ends up in a failure. Communica, however, is ready to revenge for teammate, but it's going to be the only one that goes through as Magic, good for 2, folds it out. 7-5 Vertus Pro close out a really strong round.
And they just get so much closer to that final destination, that magic number that is 9. They are 1 away from match point. and they are feeling confident. XPA on this attacking side has got to find something here. They've got to reach deep in the pockets after that early success. And now the Polar Bears, again, not too often we see them fighting from the bottom side of the bracket here, but they are not ready to go home just yet.
It's an angle I've not seen attempted in a long time. A tough little spot that you can get onto there, just on the left-hand side of a railing that lets you see past the left-hand side of that box over Amber for a sneaky little angle to Jen. A very niche little mechanical trick to be able to pull off. Very hard to do consistently as well. You see, over towards the tower lane, we've got a similar boost situation going on from Vertus Pro, looking for some elevation to try and get in extra shots or maybe make that all-important pick.
Still wanting to go toward this A site. VP comfortable with the one-man anchor over toward B. And Communica and crew, I think they're just looking for anything here. They'd love to find this first initial pick before they begin to pressure in. Vertus Pro, though, playing off of these typical nade spots as well, and they've done a good job of avoiding them here late in the round. But there it is. Communica from up top will find Rask.
That's one of the picks they're looking for. XPA going to try and collect a couple more. Communica starting to take authority of the situation, bring destiny into his own hands. Moyanri's there to back him up as Dridi goes to the floor and stays on the floor. He's put down for his troubles hard in a good position. Communica now on the floor in a similar position, manages to find one back. Pro now, and with teammates to surround, XPA do claw back the gap to 1.
It was an important round, and they get it. They keep Vertus Pro away from match and series point here early, and that's important. But again, we talked about it before. You got to be able to put them up in bunches, especially as we come down to the wire here. XPA looking to tie it up. The Polar Bears looking to go to match point.
Got to think from XPA's side of things, it's now to tie the score rather than give them 2 chances. Potentially even look at stealing a chance of your own.
I feel like Vertus Pro has done a decent job at avoiding these nades late in this one. Whereas we saw some of that early success from XPA. Now a ton of pressure toward this B side, but it feels like Vertus Pro has read this play. We see that early shift. Harold's going to find this pick on the hardcores. Disabler trying to find one more.
Those 2 smokes out towards the right-hand side of the B site, cutting off B plat, actually doing a really good job of keeping Moyanri away from Pixel for now. As the smokes fade. Still relatively even spread over the B control. You see Andreezy just positioning himself to come and rotate in through green. He's already got a teammate out tucked in by Magic. Vice planted 45 on the clock. First for Magic in that tuck position. This was the person lurking you've got to keep the eyes on for, because now that pixel pressure is immediately removed. Moyanri's ready. FMX for the response, though. Siberi's got FMX's back. And so is his teammate in Harold. Rask down. Useless being tucked. And that's going to be all she wrote, as XPA do pull us back to a 7-7 scoreline.
Whew. It was looking a little bit grim, a little dangerous for XP Academy, but it appears that they have weathered that small storm. And now on the other side, they find themselves tied up yet again, 7-7. This game is going to come down to the wire, and we have got to wait not much longer to see just who wants it more.
This is the big one. Who's going to take that all-important step? Who is going to have the chance to close it out before overtime? Interesting spread. 2-1-2 from Vertus Pro with a very heavy defensive default. Information gatherers, number 5, number 6 on the minimap for each team respectively, mirroring ends of the helicopter to try and listen from plat to plat.
FMX got the line up here, just waiting patiently. Is going to let this one send on out. Nobody home, though. XPA also playing back, respecting the space here of Vertus Pro and Dreezy and crew. And now we see that shift on the mini-map as well, beginning to give up that space at B and rotate over here toward the A site.
Again, a very defensive setup from Vertus Pro, just not wanting to give any of that life too easily. We spoke about from previous matches. It's really crucial which way this one goes. Communicator is going to be the first to pick one up, though, and it's hard that goes down. Arguably one of the better picks to find. Shots onto Andreezy on site. Cords Disabler trying to make the difference. Magic gets one back. Andreezy follows. Moyanri to take one down. Magic still also stepping up to the plate a second time. Vertus Pro with FMX on the charge now. It's all down to Cords.
I think they know where Cords is too. The one at Jin spotted him, dipping back toward ambulance here. Now on a 3v1, and you take a look at the health of Cords Disabler. Top of that, you've only got 15 seconds to work with, 3 members to get through. Vertus Pro can play time here and solidify it, but they don't need to. Magic says, I'll step forward, take care of this. 19 kills, 8 deaths for Magic as he finds a triple on this round as well. And it's the Polar Bears that have gotten to match point first. They need to close it out here because history says that if XPA gets to overtime, they've been able to win.
No comment. We're not jinxing it. We're not cursing it. We're not predicting it. It's just going to play out on screen. 8-7, Vertus Pro find themselves in a position I'm not sure that they considered was guaranteed, let alone possible, after the way that they played first map into such a strong performance out of XPA in that overtime scenario. 8-7, they have one chance to escape from this game without going through the trenches again.
Well, Yanre, just so many angles, so many corners to clear here. Begins to shift forward. We can see Hard now in the background, tucked in the cubby. Moyanri on that jump peak. Again, just looking for some intel. XPA looking for that opening pick. It's been Communica in these last couple rounds, and so they've really slowed it down here. 1 minute and 5 to work with. Still plenty of time for them to make something happen.
Lines of scrimmage mirroring each other on either halves of the map. You see 3 floating members, number 8, 7, and 0 on the minimap before Vertus Pro, just kind of cheating the way towards spawn, towards CT to try and cover off B as XPA do a similar thing. That's a ridiculously good grenade from FMX to roll that one out into Moyanri. He almost felt like he was playing a game of football as he was about to try and kick that one back, but it blows up in front of him. Zarald for a response as FMX goes down.
Oh, Harold finding the headshot on the Rask here as well is going to be huge. The device does get planted. They've got the number advantage. And Harold has gone prone, but Andreezy finds him. Sabiri back to Hard, and they'll keep that player advantage momentarily.
Device is planted as well. 3 versus 2. 35 on the clock. XPA have put themselves in a position to push to another overtime. Just going to defend this bomb for 25 more seconds. Magic, Andreezy, going to start moving shortly. Communica picks off one from sight. And it's overtime, baby. Let's go again. 8-8. XPA close their final attacking round out with an equal performance to that of Vertus Pro. And we're back to overtime.
You asked, and you shall receive, said the Tarkov gods. They've blessed us with another overtime. And for Vertus Pro, they're hoping history does not repeat itself. In the group stages, they went to overtime as well, where it ended up being 11-8 victory for XP Academy. They took 3 very quick and decisive rounds. So Vertus Pro looking to get that sweet revenge here late in overtime. And only one of these 2 teams will be going on to that grand finals.
CIS versus CIS final it's going to be, though. Winning region definitely for the Arena Cup Series this time around. The Russian squads have done a phenomenal job. There's already 1 point on the board, I guess, in the EU versus CIS rivalry. I've done many times before. I mean, we've talked about Vertus Pro as double champions, back potentially for 3-time champions. Well, they need to show that they can convert out in the overtime that they failed to do so earlier on, for them to be able to earn that chance.
Oh, and this time it's hard, and he finds Communica, who's been a shining star here late in this game, often finding these early picks. Vertus Pro has set themselves up with an advantage and maybe teasing the idea of a B push. Moyanri's going to pick up Magic on the backside of things here, though.
Gonna peek their way through top apps. Still not too many members of XPA committed this side, and as a couple of shots are tested from that top apps position, it does draw more attention than was initially sent. Whoa, all eyes on Moyanri right now. There's so much potential from this position.
A kill on the FMX is going to be huge as well. Now they're going to have to pay more attention to Moyanri. Unfortunately, he isn't aware, excuse me, that Rask is lurking on the side. That's a big pick back as well, and that opens up this A site. Vertus Pro isn't quite aware how open it is yet, so they're going to be a little bit methodic, but they pressure it into the back tower lane. Rask finds Siberia as well, and it's looking good for the Polar Bears.
Second, Rask finds that kill as well. He talks to his bomb carrier and says it is time to get on site. Cause Disabler is given enough space to be able to find Rask, who made the gap for the plant. He's done his job. Now taken out, XPA have to fight back in 2 versus 2. The device planted on site and good positions from Harden and Dreezy to try and close it off.
Cords, I think, grabbing this nade from a teammate here. Puts it on toward the site, but it doesn't find a home. Tucked into the corner. The spray comes out. It's Harald to find Hard. And Dreezy all alone in a 2v1. 20 seconds on the clock. They begin to shift forward. XPA looking to take the round away. Harald, not a ton of help, and Dreezy pops back for the reload. The device is being deactivated, and they've done it. XPA steals the round away.
That's one of the big ones. Considering attacking side strength, it has been an even half for both teams when we were in regulation time. Overtime, a lot less forgiving. You only get 2 rounds to attack and 2 rounds to defend. So going even in the half, bare minimum, crucial if you want to keep yourselves alive for the second side. 9-8, XPA take the lead, and they're going to look to play this one probably even more consistently to take themselves to a 10-8 position, mirroring that of the first overtime, and exactly how they closed it out the first time around.
Very slow start, as these late rounds have all been here on Bull. Neither team wanting to give up that first pick. Rask has taken a bit of damage early on in this one, but both teams also respecting these early nades, I feel like. They've been caught off guard a couple times, so I think in anticipation, waiting to hear some of them come down early before they make this initial push.
Util rolls out towards generator. Smoke. Actually going to be a little bit far forward for full cover. Vertus Pro going to start to swarm through that smoke onto Curtin. Really good shots out of the top aim. Saberi managed to find that of Hard through the smoke. And Dreezy for 1. Moyanri and Communica together for 2. Communica for the 3rd. Magic on the back takes Communica out. 1 versus 3. And Magic is stuck having to challenge. That's headshot taken out with. Surely not, right? Surely not.
It was a great attempt by Magic. It's not aware that Cords was lurking here towards split spawn side. And now 2 in a row for XPA. They are at match and series point. The Polar Bears are going to need both of these rounds if they want to extend the series and keep the dream alive.
2 rounds is a very tough task to ask. Vertus Pro had themselves in a similar situation. XPA also. For the first in this best of 3. It seems crazy we come full circle to close it out. Which way do XPA go about this one? Slow 3-man stack. Looking towards 90. Bomb safely covers itself off from a spawn nade or a quick nade on tempo. Rask has got an early pick onto Communica.
Gonna step into the crosshair of Hard, but it's Moyanri who was ready. A quick flick of the wrist. Finds Hard down. Now back to a 4v4. Magic beginning to shift out. They feel this pressure beginning to mount toward the B site here as well. One toward mid, and it's a nice shot from Magic to find Harald. Looking for the second one up top. It was dangerously close.
One player advantage. Vertus Pro now feeling like a little bit of confidence. Moyanri gets a little sliver of audio, and he's going to find shots. He's going to start to try and put some bullets down of his own. Rask responds, and neither member hurt too much from the trade.
Oh, that pick from Rask is going to be a big one, though. Tiberi goes down with the device. And now they've got the numbers in their favor. Moyanri, though, looks to reel it back with a headshot on the Rask. Moyanri and crew will begin to shift on towards site cords. Not a ton of health to work with. Moyanri knows there's one close here, and that's Magic.
In the favor of Vertus Pro at this moment in time. Bomb down, health low on cords. Moyanri just trying to put forward something to be able to get this bomb planted. The device is going down. Moyanri does what it needs to find both. 2 versus 1 now. XPA on the back foot, and this is all but said and done for. Andreezy needs to do something absolutely wild to save this, and Moyanri's just going to be able to close it. No, he's not. Andreezy wins that. Hold up. Surely not. 30 on the clock.
The game of cat and mouse continues, and they are just toying with each other. Cords will step out. The shots are there, and Cords has done it. XPA, they have toppled the back-to-back champions. Much like in the group stage, it goes to overtime. It ends in 11-8 fashion yet again, and XP Academy has toppled the Polar Bears. We have to say goodbye on a job well done, but there will be no three-peat this season.
That is exactly what we were asking for from XPA, to be able to overcome the people that were considering themselves a third title. Well, there is no third title today. Today, we will crown a new Arena Cup Series champion. It could be your victors here. 2-1 after 2 overtimes required. CXPA able to take down the reigning champions to earn a shot at TarovHelp.
Oh my, for the first time in a long time, we will not see the Polar Bears in this grand final. It's going to be all down to XPA and TarovHelp. But as we look to claim that final grand champion of the day, Cracks, we're going to be looking for some more winners in chat. And again, a big shout out to Steel Series here. Exclamation point Steel Series if you want to get in this one. And I can assure you, you do. We're giving away one of the Artist Nova 7 headsets, the Apex Pro keyboard, that Airwalks wireless mouse, and that beautiful mouse pad that they have shown there as well. One of each of those prizes, 4 in total, 4 total winners. So exclamation point Steel Series, make sure you get in the giveaway. You do not want to miss out on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. Arctic's Nova 7 wireless black headset. All right. 2 things about that really appeal to me. One, it's black, which means it's nice, it's subtle, it's sleek, and it's professional. It goes well with any setup, whether you're casting, creating content, or just trying to game, looking a little bit swag. Not only that, but it's wireless. If you're a bit of a clumsy oaf like myself and wires get in your way, you fall over on your way to and from your desk to grab the can of Coke that you're looking for the hydration, then that wireless headset might just be your pick of the crop to be able to save your life. So folks, don't forget to get in on that giveaway. Crucial, amazing prizes thanks to our amazing sponsor in Steel Series, going to be coming to you very soon.
Love it. Love it. Big shout out to Steel Series again for supplying all these wonderful prizes. Of course, for Hunt Premier and Battle State Games for always putting on such a wonderful series and show for us as well, on top of the sweet drip that we've been giving away throughout both weekends. I mean, there's been a ton of prizes, a ton of drops. And, well, if you missed out, I feel sorry for you. But, man, take a quick look at this beautiful video here. all the wonderful gear that Steel Series has been supplying for us. And maybe just a teaser. We're gonna make you hold on just a second to showcase some of those beautiful peripherals.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Slide them in.
He's a good vibe, he's a good vibe, good vibe.
Have you ever seen Shrek swing it like that? Well, if you haven't, then you now have. I ain't seen it all, especially not after everything we've seen on the scenes today. But if you want to be able to hear it all, Arctis Nova 7, that smooth black design, the sleek professional wireless headset, one of those gifts up for grabs in the giveaway, and also available at SteelSeries shops near you. Whilst you're there, take a moment to swing by the SteelSeries site. Check out our sponsor for the broadcast for the Arena Cup Series 4. Wouldn't be possible to be able to put on this production or any of the amazing things that we get to give away throughout the broadcast without their involvement. That backed up by the thanks and the help from Hunt Premier and their partnership with Battlestate Games. Hard work going on in the background for both teams. Nearly there. Almost made it all the way, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody that's working hard towards this, including the professional players. There's 2 of you left standing, teams-wise, all right? Now you're going to duke it out over 5 rounds for the most prestigious title in the competitive arena scene right now, and that is Arena Cup Series Champions. Hort, thoughts for the future, the best of 5, TarovHelp or XPA?
You know, I as much as I wanted to see a three-peat happen, it's nice to see 2 new teams. So honestly, I'm not too bothered by it. I want to see all the action unfold. I'm done with those predictions. I'm ready to let all 10 of these players and their guns do the talking. I'm just here to showcase all the wonderful talent. And I have a feeling this is going to be a very exciting best of 5 where, well, for the first time, we'll be crowning some new champions as well.
I have thoughts for both sides of the coin, honestly. I don't know whether I favor either team going into this. The one thing we will say, facts on paper, is TarovHelp have met their CIS counterparts at times throughout this tournament so far. They haven't fallen yet. That is the one thing that has stayed true, and where every other team so far this tournament has looked even at some point versus another team, TarovHelp has not yet found their match. It's going to be on XPA to have to step it up yet another gear to be able to take TarovHelp, I think, all the way down the best of 5. Do I see this going in 3? Not unless it is to TarovHelp. Do I see it going in 4? Again, I think not unless it's TarovHelp. I think if XPA are going to take this, this might have to go the distance.
Yeah, I haven't got to see TarovHelp as much as I've wanted to on screen, so it's hard to make a really fair assessment for me. But the fact that they've been 2-0ing their way to victory, I think, really speaks volumes for them as well. And so I have to feel like they are the favored team. I think there's a reason that they are in the grand finals first, that they didn't have to fight through that lower bracket. But I mean, XP Academy just shows great grit and determination. And it just, they have that feeling like it doesn't matter what is standing in our way. We are going to find a way to get through it. So I'm hoping that we go all the way to the best of 5, but I don't know. You look back at some of the previous ACSs and these teams that have to fight through the lower bracket, that have to put in so many games ahead of time, have had some troubles when it gets into those later best of 5s as well. And so I think that if XP Academy wants to take it, they're going to have to grab a couple of these games early.
And that's the topic of the conversation. That's the word, the verbiage that I'm like a little bit concerned of, is you said games, multiple. This is a best of 5 now. This is not a best of 3. This isn't a get yourself the first foot ahead and the best foot ahead to put yourself at a position where you can like almost beat the gun on starting the race to get it over the finish line. This is a best of 5. This is a bit more of an endurance race now, and it will be throughout 5 maps. I mean, there's conversations between competitive teams at the moment, Hort, where they would normally meet to scrim all maps. Now, as the map pool has grown, scrimming all maps doesn't exist as much anymore, and teams meet to scrim 2 to 3 maps at a time at best. To save that genuine endurance factor of being drained by map 3, by map 4, by map 5, where you're not built to pay attention for that long, not at that level of attention as well, especially given some of the reaction times of these players. So 5 maps is going to be a big ask in itself, and that's going to be a new factor for us to see. I mean, I know a couple of different tournaments and regions have experimented with a 5-map scenario so far. I'm looking at 2 in my notes here that I know of where they went with a 5-map best of 5, but it wasn't a full 5-map scenario. It's only ever been 3 from the ones that I have in my notes here, which says that, well, I mean, what are you meant to say about that? It's just a rough do, right? Like, 5 maps are 5 maps. It is a physical amount of time, and it doesn't matter how much you prepare yourself for that. It is an endurance test nonetheless. So I'm looking to map picks. That's going to make a big difference. You get a good, comfortable map early. That, I think, plays a bigger part here now. If you're playing on a map that's less mentally draining to begin with, it's a big factor for your team. So I'm going to be curious as to the map picks, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, we take a look at how we got here, though, and TarovHelp beat Vertus Pro on the 2 maps that XP Academy also beat them on, but they did it a little bit more decisively. And then we get into that day 2, that final there, where TarovHelp 2-0'd XP Academy. And I mean, one of the games was fairly close. I think we had an 11-8 on Iceberg, but it was 9-6 on Skybridge. So the fact of the matter is TarovHelp has only dropped 1 map, not just through playoffs, but through this entire tournament here. And that happened to be to Panderic, ironically, in those group stages. But TarovHelp is looking like the team to beat. They are at the top of their game. They haven't dropped a single game here in the playoffs as well. They've 2-0'd Vertus Pro. They've 2-0'd XP Academy already. And they're looking to 3-0 here, I have a feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're just winding ourselves up to see which one of these amazing people coming in from the chat is going to be able to get their hands on those amazing prizes. Don't forget, folks, whilst we're discussing this next matchup, which will be coming up in the very near future, we've got that giveaway going on, !Steel Series, to get your hands on one of the following 4 prizes: the Arctis Nova 7 headset, the Apex Pro keyboard, the Aerox wireless mouse, and one of those QCK XL mouse pads that Kirk has been raving about during the broadcast as well, and rightly so. That mousepad looks nice, long, sleek, and very smooth as a design to add to your setup. Maybe something that the folks at home will be looking to empower their performance. Me, myself, Hort, I'm enjoying glazing over the bracket and enjoying reminiscing about some of the action we got to watch throughout this, as matches went 2-1 Vertus Pro versus the Outcast.EPA squad and 2-1 Panderic Apex versus the Sicario squad. They were good, close matches, and they looked like they could have gone either way. But the further that we've gone down the bracket, the less close the score lines have got, but the closer the matches have got to decide the scoreline. So although drastically different on the overall outlook, 2-0 results pretty much all over the table, the games have been way closer. Finally, we did break that code. XPA and Vertus Pro took us to the deserving 3rd map that the results were showing us to lead to. And that's where we lead ourselves at the final now. TarovHelp, XP Academy, your 2 top-tier seeded teams for the Arena Cup Series, now battling out for the first place prize pool of €10,000.
And the big old bragging rights of ACS 4 champs as well. Friendly reminder to those of you in chat getting in the giveaway, !Steel Series does need to be typed in over there on the Battle State Games page. So make sure you hop over there, !Steel Series, to get into the giveaway to one of the 4 wonderful and amazing prizes that Steel Series has so graciously given to us to give out to all of you. So again, we appreciate all of your time and support in chat. So we love to give back when we can. Big shout out to Steel Series, Hunt Premier, and Battle State Games. But one final series to rule them all, Cracked. I'm excited. You talked about it. €10,000. The bragging rights. It's insane. And for the first time in a long time, there will be no polar bears on that podium.
Absolutely. I could buy myself a lot of packs of fizzy sour cola laces with €10,000. I tell you now, I'd probably catch myself diabetes and death before I would a good day's worth of action. But let's just say now, it's not a small amount of money to be playing for. It's not a small amount of games to be playing to contest for the money either. So, as is fair, we need to give everybody a bit of time to relax, refresh, regenerate, and rejuvenate. Put a little bit of fuel in the tanks to get those engines fully revving and running for a shot at this grand final and the title of Arena Cup Series 4 champions. So much more entertainment to come. We have the giveaway going on in chat. We've got everything going on in the socials. And a reminder to the folks at home that for a limited amount of time, it is Escape from Tarkov Arena free weekend. Guys, this event will end tomorrow, July 21st at 1400 British summertime. So there's not much time left for you to get your hands on having a go at Escape from Tarkov for free. Get in there, jump into Arena, try out your skills against some of the best in the field and see if you can make a name for yourself, as well as trying out that all-important, inclusive free Battle Pass, also available whilst trying the game out at this moment in time.
Yeah, it's free drip, man. If it's free, it's me. Count me in. I'd love to be there. I know I've been taking advantage of it. It has reinvigorated my love for Arena, and I've been playing nonstop myself. Got that Pantheon skin. I've now got the best served cold t-shirt as well, and I expect to see all of you out there on the battlefield. There's no excuse. The game is free this weekend. The Battle Pass is free. The quest, free. Take advantage of it. And again, a lot of great drip that's coming out along from BSG as well. Available in the main game, coming soon in Arena, that USEC day off gear. It's beautiful. You can see it scrolling below Crack there from time to time. And a friendly reminder that we've made it easy for you to explore and follow all of our channels. That QR code down there just below me, a quick scan of that will get you to the right destination. We'd love to see your support on all of those as well. That way you can stay up to date with all the action we got going on, from the tournaments to the giveaways to upcoming events, both across the pond and in my region here in the NA. So a lot of great stuff coming here in the future.
Not just in the future, but very soon too. Elimination tournaments that were spoken of in a roadmap at the beginning of the year. Another HPL season for the EU region. Another HPL season for the NA region. There's so much more on the horizon in the very, very near future, and you've got to be locked in to be able to log in to check it all out. That's right. A little follow below goes a long distance. It helps keeping you locked in for the future. It also helps to keep you up to date to all the changes that might be happening to those broadcasts and adjustments going on throughout in the socials. So if you don't want to miss out on it, make sure that you're locked into the socials. Check in on us on the Battlestate Games page for that free weekend, alongside all of the news and updates coming to Escape from Tarkov Arena and in the base game at this moment in time. I'm sure there's a load more that they've been dropping, including stuff that they teased alongside the Labyrinth event that went down very well. We've had a few new bits and bobs recently, including that wipe with the hardcore field that you're all having a go at right now. I know there's been differing opinions about that one too, Hort. Hardcore wipe both going down well and frustrating people in equal measures, as a hardcore wipe should. So much more to play for.
Well, before we get into the break, we are ready to announce our winners of all these wonderful prizes from SteelSeries. It pays to hang out with us in chat because there wasn't a ton of time to enter. Hopefully you were able to get into it. Of course, 4 lucky winners of these SteelSeries prizes: the Arctic Nova 7 headset, the Apex Pro keyboard, the Eric's wireless mouse, and that mouse pad that Kirk has been raving about over these last 2 weekends. So chat, get hype for me. We are ready to announce our 4 lucky winners. The time is now. A big shout out to SteelSeries and everybody involved here, from the behind the scenes to the competitors to all you in chat. Best of luck and congratulations to the winners. We're going to be drawing them up here now any moment. Cracked. Here's my best drum for you, Cracked.
4 crucial winners. Hort's brought out his steel pans for 4 lucky people to be able to take home some amazing prizes courtesy of our sponsors. A headset, a keyboard, a wireless mouse, and a mouse pad to go alongside of it. And there is no way you cannot be real. Heads up first for the headset. It's OG_Don_Mecha. Big Jonathan coming in with a W. Brad Zingu on the keyboard as our second winner. The third in there for the mouse is PLE Stop G. And the 4th successful competitor claimant, Sheikh Zual, on the mousepad. Congratulations to all 4 winners are taking home some new amazing equipment thanks to SteelSeries.
Big GGs and firm handshakes. Congratulations again to all 4 winners. And thanks to everybody for hanging out with us throughout the weekend here as well. It has been a ton of fun, and we are not done just yet. We've got one final series to rule them all, and we're going to crown a new champion for the first time in 3 Arena Cups. TarovHelp XP Academy. You do not want to miss this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it all boils down to this. We've been here for 6 days. We're now down to our final 2 teams. We have one best of 5, 10 players, and 2 names to battle it out for the title, Arena Cup Series 4 champions. My name is Cracked Wisdom, here in the booth, joined by the man with the mythical mustache and now a slamming shotgun on the field, Hot Sauce, ready to bring you all the action from the games, as well as the information before we swing on into this grand final matchup. Hort, how are we doing? You looking forward to the head-to-head?
I'm excited for the head-to-head. These 2 teams, and one that doesn't involve the Polar Bears. TarovHelp. They punched their ticket in early yesterday, but it has been XP Academy that's been fighting in that lower bracket. Welcome back, everybody. But yeah, I mean, it's a best of 5 here as well. We have the opportunity to see all 5 maps should we need to go to that distance. But I think for me, the big thing is going to be how fast does TarovHelp come out of the gate? Does all this time off while XP Academy has been getting hot bother them? And so I think XP Academy has that potential. I think Bay 5 is going to be that map I'm looking for them, though. Realistically, TarovHelp has just looked so good here, especially in the playoffs.
It's game 1 for TarovHelp, not just for the best of 5, but for the day. Arguably, XPA, they've not had to go through the whole distance of coming through the lower bracket from the first match. They've only played 1 best of 3, but they did play 1 best of 3. And let us just be really accurate. They played 2 games of overtime in 1 best of 3 that went all 3 maps. So they've played about as much Escape from Tarkov Arena as they could before coming into this final as possible.
Yeah.
The argument weighs 2 sides, right? We said, are they more warmed up? Are they more tired? We're going to see. We're also going to get to see which maps these 2 teams are going to be fighting over as well, which is going to be a heavy deciding factor, I think, for me, in which order they're selected. Obviously, a best of 5 and 5 maps. We are going to see all 5 if it goes the distance. If it goes the distance.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, and I don't know if we're going to quite be able to get there. I've got my fingers crossed. I'm certainly hoping for it. I would love to get as many games, as many overtimes as possible, but TarovHelp has looked very good here in ACS4. Again, only dropping 1 game so far. That happened to be in the group stages. They have been playing near flawless, near perfect Tarkov Arena. And so I think if they continue to do that, if they come out right from the gate swinging, we very well could see, even a potential 3-0. I mean, you look at these map picks and how they lay out, and you look at the history of these 2 teams, when they played themselves, when they played similar teams, and all of that kind of points toward TarovHelp. But I mean, we've said it before, we'll say it again. Once that action starts popping off and people are getting shot in the face, that paper goes out the window. And so I think that's the big important part here for XP Academy as well. They have to continue what they've been doing so well, and they have to continue to do it flawlessly. Does the fact that they already played 3 games start to take its weight as this series goes on? And these are all things that are going to just kind of be lingering in the back of my mind as I watch it unfold.
Yeah, and speaking of paper going out the window, one of these teams is going to get shot in the head, and then their paper is going to go out of the window. We're not just playing for a Steam gift card here. This ain't your $5 at your nearest corner shop. This is the prize pool and a piece of 25,000 euros. The first place team walking away with 10,000 euros. Split that between 5, do yourself some quick math, $2,000 ahead. That's a nice weekend's worth of gameplay. That's all I'm going to say. For 2 weekends worth of work at $1,000 a weekend, you'd be quite happy walking away with that kind of padding in your pocket. You don't want to see that paper sliding out of the window. Obviously, second place, you still earn a fair amount of pride. You don't quite earn as big a size in the prize.
Yeah, they begin to cut in half at that point. 5,000 euros for second place. And of course, third place, not going home empty-handed. You still get 3,000 euros as well. So a big shout out to Vertus Pro on that. Of course, Pandaric Apex in that 4 spot, taking home 2,000 euros themselves. So, at least you don't go home empty-handed, but as we all know, there's nothing better than getting first place. That money is obviously great, but to have your name, your team's name wrote into the history books as the best of the best there. And so that also, I think, feels really, really good. So these 2 teams duking it out again for that prize pool and for those bragging rights here today.
Not only that, folks, but speaking of looking for a first place prize, you guys at home are going to get given another set of chances at getting your hands on some of those amazing prizes brought to the table by our sponsors in Steel Series. Two Rival 3 mice. The Wireless Gen 2 Aqua variant will be given away, one Apex 3 keyboard, and an additional Rival 3 Wireless Gen 2 black mouse. So both of those mice that we saw in that lovely display brought to us by Steel Series, displayed on the left, the Rivals Gen 3, the black version of it, and then on the right-hand side in that image, the Aqua Barrier Protected, cool, colourful, calm, and collective mouse that I'm quite a big fan of personally. I like the idea of being able to use a mouse in the hot temperatures. Summer tends to get your palms sweaty, and not in the M&M way. So sometimes a nice breathing mouse helps you to get past that. So I'm definitely going to be looking to the chat to seeing who can get their hands on 5 more gifts, goodies, great prizes that have been brought thanks to the sponsorship from Steel Series. So if you want to get your hands on those, folks, given away during and going on throughout until after this next best of 5 more gifts courtesy of Steel Series.
Yeah, two of the Rival 3 mouse, 1 keyboard, and one of those Rival 3 Wireless Gen 2 mice. So 4 additional prizes from Steel Series. Again, a big shout out to them, going to be happening during and after this game. So make sure you stick around. But here are those map picks. And starting it off, TarovHelp opting to head toward Bowl Bay 5. Will be that second map, and I think a very important one for XP Academy. Skybridge, both of these teams very comfortable on that, but TarovHelp has shown that they have been that better team on Skybridge as well.
Iceberg fought the last 2 on the table. All the way down the line, it's a varying degree of difficulty when it comes to a change in pace, ball, range, both sites being relatively easy to attack. Bay 5, all close quarters, mostly about which team can rotate better into the other and find picks in isolation during rotation. Skybridge, now we've seen both CIS teams that have been on the stage already today, XPA and Vertus Pro, showing us that they equally have different ways and strong ways to go about playing that map. The first 3 maps, I feel like if we don't see XP Academy take 1 or 2 early, then we are going to see this maybe closed out in 3. TarovHelp have looked just that much better since the beginning of this tournament, and I don't expect them to stop until we have closed this one out.
Fun fact as well, neither of these teams have played Fort at all, I believe, throughout this entire series, whether it be group stages or in the playoff bracket. So if we happen to get to that final map, it very well could be an absolute toss-up, but I mean, we saw TarovHelp already go up against XP Academy. They took Skybridge in that first map, I think 9-6, where they went on to play Iceberg. Now, that one did go into overtime, but once they hit overtime, it was 3 quick rounds for TarovHelp that allowed them to eliminate XP Academy, or at least push them down into that lower bracket. So, interesting enough, neither team has seen Fort. That's maybe something for some of these other teams to consider if they play them in the future, but there are the 5 maps laid out in front of us. TarovHelp, I feel like, certainly favored at the moment. Again, Bay 5 is going to be that big one I've got my eye on. It's a map that XP Academy has been performing very well on.
Definitely have to agree with you there. I don't, short of a massive upset, see Bowl going anywhere other than into TarovHelp's hands. It's going to be on XP Academy to fight from behind, in my mind, from the best of 5, map 2. To really get going. We spoke before the matchup whether we could consider them taking it to a 3-1 regardless of which map was played out in the field, and I think we both agreed that a 3-0 is not going to come to the table for XPA here. It doesn't matter how good they come out of the gates. I don't think XPA sees this home in 3 maps if they are going to take it. That is what sets me at a tough task, is because I think XPA need to take it home in 3 maps to be able to get it over the line here. And therefore, I feel like TarovHelp are sat in a really comfortable position to be able to try and close this out without too much difficulty. It is on XPA to make the difference. The ball is in their court. They've earned themselves the chance to be here. They've earned themselves the spot at the shot, at the total prize pool, 25 grand and 10,000 individually for that first place team, alongside some of that Steel Series gear that accompanies it as well. Everybody walking away with a bit of equipment to power up the setup. But Mostly the bragging rights. That's the main thing right now. One of these two teams is going to claim that title, Arena Cup Series champions, which Virtus Pro has held twice in a row so far. And like you said, we are going to crown a new champion-bearing title bearer.
Well, TarovHelp performed a little bit better on bowl against Vertus Pro than XP Academy did. So I feel like they're slightly favored there. I think Bay 5's that big one for me. Iceberg went to overtime, which tells me that they can beat them on Iceberg. But you're right, they got to get it done early. And it's already Moyanri finding Eevee on this opening pick. Unfortunately for Ramza, a team kill is going to haunt them in the opening round.
Early misplaced shots, nailing a friend instead of a foe. It's not going to diffuse or dissuade any of the pressure coming out of the member on site. Komunica is going to be able to land shots where he needs to. The third member from TarovHelp takes the early fast pass.
Quick shift for B plat. Solyara trying to pressure her forward. Moyanri's got his number though. And now it's all down to Natrig and a 4v1 who's caught out in the wide open. So XPA, a nice start here, and maybe some of that momentum from those previous games, feeling hot and ready, still warmed up, spilling over here on Bolt.
Little bit of a swap around in the kits too. Harold on the shotgun now. Top aim Sabiri driving the spear. Again, a little bit of an adjustment coming out of XPA and where this weaponry is placed. Interesting to see. Top aim Sabiri was doing a great job on the Enforcer earlier. But definitely the one we're watching out for when it comes to utility. We're on board now with Top aim Sabiri, as this early one's just going to be a smoke.
Harold spots him here. Pamani takes a decent amount of damage, but somehow standing tall, and that's the luxury of the Enforcer class. The call out comes in, and Ramza drops the nade. That's going to open up the site just a bit, but Moyanri is able to answer back on this pick of Ramza.
Good shots from Komunica again. We say that time and time again today. He's going to pick up Natrig. Eevee goes down as well as Top aim Sabiri. That's, again, bringing his name into the kill feed. Bomb down on site. XPA have extremely strong control over this. You get Solyara coming in from A plat that might try and contest the curtain. Komunica and Moyanri that come together and combine though. And the round goes to XPA again. 2-0 to start it off on the defending side.
And this is great for XPA, you know, and when we wondered, was TarovHelp going to be ready? Are they going to be warmed up? How many rounds is it going to take them to find their stride here? And so it's all the things that we often consider, you know, how many games do you have to play before you get to the grand final? And for that team that's already there, does that affect them not, you know, being able to get some games under their belt in the day? Now, luckily it is a best of 5. There's plenty of room for some error here and there, but TarovHelp certainly wants to find a way to reel this one back.
Good shots out of Moyanri, defending off of Gen. Finds one of the crucial members out of TarovHelp that's been doing a lot of damage for their team. Roms are going down early. Does feel like a little bit of those loose muscles in the warm-up games. I doubt you could call them warm-up games very often, but the games they played in advance to the final has definitely kept them warm.
We'll flash over the top. Harold posted up on the site here. TarovHelp still wanting to pressure toward the A site. You can see all the space that XPA is given, but Eevee's still going to find Moyanri jumping around here in the tower lane. And it's another nade that finds that equalizer back to a 4v4. It's a pick that will help in things, or help them kind of pressure onto site a little bit here. We see that smoke in the way beginning to dissipate as they slowly inch forward.
Try not to burst out with too much over enthusiasm early on in this grand final, because XPA have started off well. And although we did think that TarovHelp coming into this might look that much stronger, that this might be a foregone conclusion. You want to talk about foregone? Speak of begone, as 2 members get banished by a grenade as follow-up from site. reduces TarovHelp down to just one. It's Evie with a good kill onto Communica, but 3 members still left to deal with. The shotgun's there. The grenades from Top Aim Siberia today have been otherworldly consistent.
Yeah, I couldn't do anything but other than agree. I mean, he has been a menace when it comes to these nades, and whether it's one kill or the double, I mean, he just consistently setting his team up to have that player advantage. It just makes the rounds that much easier. And so we were wondering if they were going to be able to start off on the right foot. Well, I don't think there's any question at this point. A 3-0 start against TarovHelp is a great statement to kick it off.
When do we start to see either team quicken the pace? Do XPA start to get a little bit comfortable here and play a little bit more aggressive in it? Or TarovHelp going to have to try and put the pressure on by being a little bit brute force and ignorance minded? Sometimes it does work. Throw 5 at an angle and you put a player under pressure and you cause a few mistakes. Find yourself digging your way back into it, but there's only so many times it works and only so much you can leverage into this. I'm looking for a little bit of a boost here to try and get some info towards site. Okay. Another boost peek over towards tower lane. See Moyanri tucking into the side. XPA is aware of this. Look at that shot. How does Moyanri read that from that distance?
Insane headshot. And again, XPA, they are looking dangerous here in these opening rounds. They want to leave it up to no questions asked here. They've got the skills. I look to put them to good use. TarovHelp has really been slowed down in these pushes, and now with an early pick again, it feels like they're still trying to decide exactly how they want to attack this situation. Now, this is a beautiful nade to the foot of Harold, but he's still standing.
Doesn't move a muscle on. I think that's what keeps him alive. He takes even a step to the left or the right there. That puts him closer to the radius of that explosion. Nerves of steel. Small push towards Jen. I'm not sure Moyanri knows how much pressure is about to be under. There's 3 people about to push in. Moyanri's good for 1, though. Quick moves. Slick steps. Top aim Siberia from the height. Ramza does take out Moyanri. Ramza's good for the second on Communica. He's going to find the third into the hop-up position that's now called Kobe as Ramza taking... Okay!
What?
Oh, you are kidding me! What? Flip explode! You're going to talk about that one in the history books. What was that? He's taken out finally, but how does Ramza just flick whip it like it's so sick business? What on earth was that?
4 insane kills. He gets denied the ace from Cords, though. Cords says not today, and now on a 2v1, Soyara. Not a ton of health. Pamani up on the side, and that's the Enforcer class up close and personal. Soyara looking to play off the peak. Immediately goes down, but that's the nice thing about the buddy system there. Pamani making sure to get the kill to solidify a round that they do very importantly need here. And so slowly but surely they work back in it. And I mean, you got to say that was off the back of Ramza. He steps in, he finds 3, that 4th, that insane flick. And so TarovHelp shows that they are right back in it, but they have to show that ability to put multiple rounds up in a row.
You make a very accurate point, actually. This time around from the ACS, we have seen multiple standout plays in isolation from individuals, but not all of them have made the difference. In fact, very rarely have many of them been the difference maker.
I just love how we see these strategies evolve as it comes down to the grand finals. You know, we talked about this explosive aggressiveness, but the respect that these two teams have for each other, and neither of them, again, wanting to give up that early pick. I think it really shows here, but shots are being exchanged a little bit over toward the B site. The device still around the nose of the heli, but they are beginning to shift towards site. Communica is going to spot 1.
Remember, Ramza is the only player in this map now still to be able to lay claim to the title Arena Cup Series champion. Arena Cup Series 1, Paravision. Ramza the one to make that 1v5 clutch. Evie here now knocking homes out of domes as he caves the skull in of Communica. Takes that space for his own.
But Harold's got plans of his own. He finds the 2K. Ramza Quick to put him down. Moyanri on to Nat Rig. Back to a 3v2 that favors XPA, and they have done a great job of controlling the pace here on the defensive side of things.
Bomb down in a tough spot. Going to be able to claim that without too much aggression. Oh, Moyanri instead picks off the member trying to slug through curtain. Moyanri's going to grab both. Looked really good so far today as Moyanri. 10-2 on the scoreboard already. Absolutely rinsing people for his team.
10-2 is insane. I didn't even realize he had that many kills already. But yeah, certainly being the glue at the moment and some. But they've got a nice, comfortable lead. But with that lead, they can't get complacent, right? They have to continue to do what's been working, especially here on this defensive side. And you know, I was looking for Bay 5 for them. If they can find a way to steal away Bull here early, all of a sudden, I think, you know, everything I thought before kind of gets mixed up here a bit.
Yeah, we both were split on which map was going to be their first one to sort of really be able to get into this contest, but neither of us, I think, had pitched that Bull might be the way to start the game off. This is what they need to do. Like, this was the recipe for success as an XPA 2-0 lead, maybe even a 3-0 flat-out sweep to be able to take this from TarovHelp with maybe just a shock effect before they can do anything about it. Moving up. Attacking side still in TarovHelp's hands for now.
Pre-fire action. Nothing happening just yet. Solyara deep near that spawn as well. Just holding off any potential flank. But XPA, again, just showing great patience. And look how far back 3 of these members are playing. Just aware that these nades could rain down here at any time. So a ton of space being given over here at the A side as well.
They're putting a lot of trust in Harold here. His position on the inside of the curtain is so crucial that unless it's 2 or 3-3 with pressure, he is not. It's almost good for free kills. Like, you don't expect him to even go down with much damage. You see he's taking a little bit of chip, but it's a pickup and it's a good play. That defensive setup leaves a lot of responsibility in his hands there not to get over aggressive and push out and give his life too easily. The first kill and then retreating safely. Now util being wasted to try and remove him out of that spot, and he's repositioned. It's just really well played out of the one member holding the safe site and anchoring it down. Communica does go down though. Pamani's out with the shotgun. Pamani's starting to wreak a rampage onto the site with 8 seconds left on the clock. They make it in. The plant's starting just under 7. It is going to go down. Device is dropped though because top aim Sabiri. I mean, what more do we need to say?
Top aim, top nade, top notch. I mean, he's just the top of the game at the moment. And I mean, you combine that with the fact that Moyanri's 10-3, Sabiri 5-1. Everything seems to be clicking right now for XPA. And I mean, this is a team that got 2-0'd by TarovHelp at one point here to get into that lower bracket. So the fact that they've been able to come out here and make these adjustments, start off on the right foot, I think really speaks volumes for this XPA squad. But again, we're only in the first of a best of 5, and we're only 6 rounds in as well. So looking good, but you can't get ahead of yourself.
Yeah, 4-round gap is good. To be able to carry the 4-round advantage into the half would be even better for XPA. You do start to feel TarovHelp with every round that it continues on. They're starting to get a foothold in this game. They're starting to get a good read for the pace of the action. You saw Pamani there really, really looking to try and push forward through the smoke, regardless of how dangerous it was. 1-2 good kills and a couple of gunfights go their way. That's a TarovHelp round with a lot of confidence, but nonetheless, it's again this position at Harold that's holding with this gun. Tucked up, on site, against curtain, deep sight, back sight. You see how active the number 9 is on the minimap. He's playing that position so well that nobody can remove him by just throwing a grenade. It has to be a full concerted effort from the team to get him off site. Moyanri been able to pick up 2 there. 1 early on, the second, a little gap in the action, but Moyanri's got himself a second. Nade goes off towards Jen. Romza's out left and right. Sabiri does win the fight onto him, but Solyara responding onto Communica as the last left alive. He's going to be able to pick the bomb back up, but it's a 1 versus 4 now.
I mean, Moyanri, they have got to find a way to slow him down. 12 kills already, and even if you do, you got to get through Subiri and the rest of the squad. XPA has come to play today, and they are looking dangerous.
Dangerous is an understatement. This is looking like they are comfortably driving themselves towards a map 1 success. I want to speak too much for the series just now. It is one map, and we all know how much a 15 to 20 minute break and a chat with each other in a quiet room can do. If you're a fan of football or any other sport that sees a team take to the dugout, you'll know what coach can do when he gets his anger going. Starts to talk to the mentality of some of the most devastating players in the game. You just turn the demon on, you activate the animal inside, and you just encourage plays that are out of this world insane. TarovHelp need to look to that sort of strength right now to try and start to fight back. Eevee, probing, peeking. Normally Eevee looking for some sick timing. Does find a good one onto Communica. Communica looking the wrong way is going to go down. B-site in the switch up might be successful. Roms are good for the second.
Got the site locked down yet again, and XPA, I mean, they're reading these plays so well from TarovHelp. We see him begin to shift the other direction, though. That A site is completely open, and so they have an opportunity here to get that plant, look to find an advantage. But even if they win this round, I mean, we're looking at a 6-2 half right now, which is insane to think about.
Full pressure on the A site has been relieved, though. All of that stack and set up towards XPA on the B site has been a full swing and rotate out. There is one player for TarovHelp still lurking on the edge of that B wall to be able to look towards split. All 3 members are going to have to try and cross this now, and that's going to be a tough one to begin with. 35 on the clock, and 3 versus 5. This is looking rough for XPA. Oh, my word. How many is this good for? None this time.
And that rig finds 2 of his own. Harald, the last member standing, that rig will find that one as well. It's a triple for Nat on the round, and I think the first 3 for Nat as well as they begin to work back into it. So Soliera and that rig has been a little bit silent in the opening rounds now. Maybe they're starting to find that stride, starting to get warmed up here. So we'll see if they can battle back as we swap sides.
You see XPA starting to feel the amount of games they've played today, leading a little bit against them. This post-plant grenade that they've worked very well into, you've seen them use across a couple of different maps now. Top aim Severi, not that he doesn't make it work, but it doesn't kill the member it's looking for this time. It gets the dice roll going in the favor of the defending side. Natrig absorbs half the damage, doesn't fall over. It looks like it could be good for 2, but the more and more they rely on single, very, very similar style plays to pull this off, the more TarovHelp have been known to adjust rapidly and be able to counter things that have been put in front of them. That's why they've been considered to be the favored number 1 seed from the CIS region going into this. Solyara opens up early for one, but is immediately taken back out.
XPA, TarovHelp, both have 4 members standing here. So you can see some of that utility begin to rain down toward the A site. Nat rig trying to give Siberian crew a little taste of their own medicine here, but again, XPA, even on the attacking side of things, has given up a ton of space very early in these rounds. So I have a feeling they've done a lot of homework since the last time they played TarovHelp, or expecting some of these lineups as well. And now, as that minute mark begins to crest here, we see him shift forward a bit.
Roms are looking to try and work something from top apps just to cover off a flank, or maybe even try and work one of his own. We can see the majority of the XPA squad, in fact, all of them left tucked in towards that ambulance area. This Romza does start to activate. A-plat coming up now. The 2 members looking cards are going to be in danger very shortly. A great little aerial view gives you a good viewpoint on the 2 lines of scrimmage setting up against each other.
Only 25 seconds left in this, and now they're going to begin to explode on the site, but Pamani's waiting patiently. Eevee finds Communica as well, and just like that, the domino effect this time in favor of TarovHelp. They spot Moyanri all alone toward Jin, who's 12-4. He's been that Terminator, but to get through 4 members is a tough ask here, and Pamani is going to find the headshot there once again on that side. At TarovHelp, round by round, they cut the lead in half this time.
different game here, where we saw in the semi-final from the lower bracket, teams stacking up against each other and executing towards that 45 to 60-second mark, but it coming down to the fight and the execution of that happening. This one, the setup from both teams is a little less consistent. Picks are being found before we get to that stalemate and wait for the time to tick down, so slightly more dynamic and mobile rounds in this time. CXPA now not sure whether they want to fully commit to this ambulance area, wondering if there's a grenade coming back their way.
See Communica beginning to push toward Curtin here. Nade over the top, or a flash rather. Pamani is tucked in very close, and they've had one very close on site quite a few times here. I'm not sure if that's something that XPA has begun to read. Could toss a nade on there as well, but right now, shots being exchanged. We'll see a little bit of a shift in rotation on that mini-map here from TarovHelp, but still anchoring toward B as well.
Smoke's going out towards headshot as XPA are just looking to set up to get in here. The space that they're walking down actually working in their favor. There is a member lurking in the smoke behind generator. Nade out from Natrik is good. Evie responds with one on the gun. Cords takes out Evie, but Natrik's still there to anchor. Milani goes down on site. Sabiri working with that shotgun. Rom's there. Held hostage by Cause Disabler. Good support coming in from Split as Solyara tries to help out.
Well, they've gotten the device planted, and that's a big step here. Numbers equal at the moment, and we see Solyara on a very long rotation around, trying to get the flank into play, but they've only got about 25 seconds to work with. Again, you need 5 or 6 of those to defuse, so as it begins to dwindle away, we see him step forward. Ramza has spotted Sabiri, and Solyara and Ramza, they get 2. Sabiri, the last standing, and Solyara is going to find it. TarovHelp. It was looking, I was a little bit worried, a little bit scared, but apparently they were not cool, calm, and collected. They slowly begin to reel this one back, and they'll grab another round. So 4 to 6, they chop it within 2, and all of a sudden get in to striking distance.
There we go. This is the final that we were looking for. This is the kind of gameplay we were expecting to see out of TarovHelp. Take no prisoners mentality. Great pressure. Post-plant onto site. Good fights all round. Individual members showing up, winning the gunfights. Roms are playing that patience out towards tower lane, absorbed a lot of pressure from XPA and pulled them away from the main point of contention. Patience out of spawn, split nade. Goes off on tempo, doesn't claim anybody.
Oh, Harald and Communica, though, will claim a couple lives with some nice headshots. Ramza on this flank. Looking to pick up Harald and finds at least one here. Make the round a little bit easier to deal with. And again, XPA sitting back very far here. I mean, they've allowed so much free space in these early rounds, and I think they're just being a little bit leery of those nades, but now with an opportunity maybe to shift back toward the B here.
Two rounds in it. XPA up by 2, but what was a comfortable lead now starting to look a little McShaky. Communica takes down Natri to help reassert some of that confidence back to the lineup. XPA with good numbers in this round. Could extend their lead back to 3 and put themselves one short of that map point. Romzo with a good turn. Moyanri able to respond, though. That's a great little pickup on site. Pamani takes out Communica. And Moyanri finishes it off. I mean, 14 and 6. Moyanri really out today to try and be the difference maker for the side.
Yeah, from McShaky to Big Mac Daddy at this point. I mean, 14 and 6. He has been an absolute monster. Really great decision making, great timing. I mean, the stars just seeming to align for Moyanri at the moment. And now they get just that much closer to match point. 1 away now, a chance to double that lead yet again. TarovHelp is going to need to put up another 2 or 3 run streak here if they want to have a realistic shot, I think, of trying to find even an overtime.
Much more aggressive hold on the A site from TarovHelp sees Pomani, Romza, EV all pushed up. His position just forward of Shark, prone on the ground from EV is going to be a keen one to keep an eye on. The ramp does a good job of holding off from that there. Solyara and EV do, however, both pick up kills. Boy, Henry's going to remove Solyara. Oh,
he's so dirty, bro. He's so dirty right now. 15-6. He continues to be that arch nemesis. For TarovHelp, they haven't found an answer. Ramza's going to be caught laying prone here as well. And now into a great position by Jin. Moyanri's going to find Pomani, and all of a sudden he turns the round around.
Ball being planted. 2v3 TarovHelp have to retake. Natrig and Solyara tucking into the side. Solyara from A Plat's going to have to try and squeeze. I mean, maybe a chance to sneak through the smoke here. Can he match the timing on cords?
Bring out that rig in trouble. Siberia's going to find him, and now Solyara shifting on towards site. Spots at least one. Knows there's one up top here as well. Begins to rotate around. The jump, the shot, the spray, and it's no good. Cords finding the headshot. XPA has found match point, and they find it early with 4 additional opportunities to close this one out.
Are we sure this is still map 1? This is definitely map 1. Okay, this is definitely map 1. XPA do put themselves with 4 chances to start off this grand finals with a lead. This would be a big one for XPA. This is a really big step for them to try and take TarovHelp down. Where does the bomb go? A side push, strong side hold, aggressive strong side push out from TarovHelp on B. XPA are aware of this too.
I've been impressed with how slow all of these rounds have been, especially after these first 4 or 5 days that have been all explosive. But again, there's a lot on the line right now, and not just the bragging rights, but 10,000 euros for that first place prize here as well. As we see some of those nades ringing over the top. Pomani, a nice step peek here, finds Moyanri, and if there's one person you want down early, if you're TarovHelp, it's Moyanri.
With the way he's been playing this game, you're absolutely right. Natrig going to look to try and line something up towards Curtain. You get shots from the sandbags over towards the B site that can see just across the top of that scenery in the back of site A. Does give you pressure over towards top med. You get the right angle on it, you can pick up a couple of heads poking at slightly different angles. Communica's trying to work up off top med to try and find that position of Natrig towards tower lane.
Harlow's going to find the first one on the Pomani. We'll see the nades come singing out, and it's Natrig to answer back. Ramza tucked in toward the corner. They begin to shift toward Jin, and aim Sabiri, the 2K. Evie on the flank from behind, but it doesn't deny. They've got help, and it's Cords with a big pick onto Evie.
Oh, I had myself convinced we were in for a couple more rounds, but it looks like XPA have got this one all but covered. It's all down to Ramza. 1 taken down with 2 left to deal with. More than enough time. Cords up high. Smart that Cords is not peeking into this. Can't isolate himself as Ramza's got to clear the distance to side. Top of him, Severi's next on the menu. He's got 25. He's got enough time to do this. He could potentially even just fake to stick. Full commit. Doesn't get off. Cords is going to close it out. XPA take map number 1 on ball. 9-4.
Yeah, I mean, they don't just take it. They steamroll through it, it would appear. And an incredible showing for them. We talked about it. They've already played 3 tough games, and while it doesn't seem to affect them, they are taking off right where they left off. And this is a big game for them, especially with how well they've been playing on Bay 5. If they can find a way to take Bay 5 as well, I mean, I'm going to be sitting here with a little bit of a baffled look on my face.
Forecasting for the future. Hort says 2-0 XPA coming out of Bay 5. Roger that. Okay. I mean, you're not wrong. We've been writing this recipe for success as XPA coming into this, as the underdogs would need to look at playing 2 to 3 exceptional games straight off the rip to have a chance in this. Romza putting in a great performance is the one glowing favorable from the previous map here for TarovHelp, where 12 and 10 is a good scoreline, but it was a couple of highlight moments, not necessarily the team being able to bring home those highlight plays. XPA's Moyanri absolutely slaughtering house here on ball. 5 MVPs, 17 kills. I mean, it was 10 and 2 after 4 to 5 rounds. It was absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, he was hitting the craziest of pixel peaks. He was threading the needle almost at every altercation, and he just kind of seemed to have their playbook in his pocket. But we talk about it all the time. Consistency is king, and you have to continue to do it. You've already had 3 matches before getting into this one, so you put the 4th on the board. And for TarovHelp, they might have needed that first game to kind of get going. They may have been practicing in the background, but not at this style of competition, this competitive level. So I think that's going to be a little bit of a wake-up call for TarovHelp. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him coming out here just as hungry to kind of maybe give XP Academy a little taste of their own medicine.
I feel like you might be right. We always talk about this, and we've seen many teams throughout this tournament do that, where it's like, insult not to injury, but to enduring the wrath of the response or revenge. And it definitely is normally a second map bloodbath. Some of those 2-1 victories we saw at the first start of the playoff section here on day 1 were of a similar mindset, where first maps were taken by the underdog team in what was an affront to the efforts for the stronger team to continue on their journey. But it didn't turn out that way. It was not that day. They did fight strong, bring us back with a good second map. And normally that second map from these successful teams was so strong that it was almost considered a stomp. I mean, I know I hesitate to throw the word stomp out there unless we see like a 9-1 or 9-2, but at this level of the competition, 9-3 is definitely a strong performance and not something you should be slouching for. 9-4 considered of a similar level.
Yeah, I mean, until you get up into that 5-6 round territory, you just feel like you drop the ball at some point in some of those rounds. But again, we talk about it. Not everything can go your way all the time, and so at least you have the luxury of it being a best of 5. Whereas you're not already looking at match and series point. Yeah, maybe you stumbled a little bit, but at least you've punched your ticket into the grand final, where you get a little bit more of that breathing room. But for TarovHelp, I mean, I feel like they need to answer back kind of decisively here in Bay 5 as well, because I felt like that they were kind of slightly expected to take Bull. I mean, it could have gone either way, but I don't think, at least I wasn't expecting XP Academy to come out so strong on Bull with such a great performance against TarovHelp.
So many great performances across both teams throughout the performance in the tournament so far, but the match on the day is going to be the one that we need to focus on. This is the crucial time to show up for your team right now. And Moyanri, who, no disrespect to Moyanri, but we've been talking about many a different player from each team that's done some great things. Top Aim Sabiri has been our utility expert that's been popping up and popping off. Cords Disabler in the first match of the day for them was one of the factors in one of those maps that was the shining light. It's not been necessarily a Moyanri performance that's taken them way to the top. But we said this about Communica. And then Communica's dropping a casual 17 and odd. And we say this about Moyanri, but casually everybody in that game we had from earlier is 15 in kills and more. It's starting to become a bit of a trend where we think of the likes of Vertus Pro and TarovHelp of having a full 5 roster of just dominant players. XPA maybe needs to be considered in the bargain too now.
Oh, I mean, I feel like they've been considered that. Obviously there's times where people have standout moments, but I mean, they've consistently played very, very well together. They've only improved as time has gone on, and I think, I mean, this is great for them, right? They put in a lot of hard work, both on and off screen, and now they're getting to see that pay off a little bit here. But yeah, I think that could be said for a lot of these CIS region teams, and now at the top of the EU scene as well. And that's what it takes to make great teams. It's nice to have some shining stars here or there, those pop-off moments, but you need all 5 individuals on the same page, filling the role that they need to be successful continuously. And so, yeah, XP Academy is certainly right there with the best of them.
I think that it's the case now that they've started to prove some consistency. For me, it's not necessarily a case that they haven't had the skill level to be up there, but it's a case that they've really just not put the results down on record for us to consider it as good a level as what TarovHelp and what Vertus Pro have done in recent seasons. They've changed that mentality. The last ACS performance from them was way above the average of what we've seen from them. Then since then, they've not continued to stop growing, as has every team across all the regions at the moment. I feel like definitely since the beginning of 2025, Escape from Tarkov Arena as a whole for players, varying cases, has risen up a little bit in how much commitment people have put into their time of really locking in and locking down on how they want to execute as a team. Some people have stepped away. More people, I think, have really sort of sunk their teeth into the competitive scene and really locked in to try and improve themselves. And we've seen it in the EU scene leading up to this, as that's where we cast from natively. The majority of the time. The CIS regions have proved it to us since we've been here in the ACS and groups as well. So, one can only imagine it's going on all over the world. I know the OAL that's been going on alongside of this on a weekly basis. They're also in the APAC region cooking up some cool stuff. And the NA scene never stops to have action going on. So, all happening in the Escape from Tarkov Arena scene right now.
Yeah, continuously growing, and that's what we want. We love to see the community growing in the right direction. BSG, Hunt Premier, everything that we've got going on here. So, I've been happy to I come along for the ride here, and happy that I've been able to stick around. So, always feeling honored to be a part of any of these productions. But again, it's so much fun when you get into these ACSs because the level of skill across all of these teams, it's so immense. It's so much fun to watch. And honestly, it's nice to learn a little bit here and there that, I don't always get to when I'm casting because the moments and it's so hype and the action's always popping off. But, it's nice to take some mental notes here and try to improve my own game from what I see from the pros.
Yeah, honestly, sometimes I just wish I had smaller palms and I could write everything in shorthand a lot quicker and it would be fine. But at the moment I'm getting inside of my brain is that analysis is getting so complex between these two teams that I can't write it in shorthand anymore. The back and forth with how each of the teams rotate against each other versus the defending team rotating and playing into whether we're trying to catch a kill on the rotation, force them to swap map half in pressure so that we can have an open rotation to site, or even forcing that rotation so that they can continue going forward to where they'd initially set up against. How many times have we seen today people leaving the bomb and one in an area where lots of noise is given that the team is running away, but they're not really running away at all, actually. It just waits for them one at a time to fall off, kiting out, and then come back exactly the way they went from the first place. So I'm loving the 3D chess match. I'm loving how both teams are really playing into each other's play styles and the macro on each of the map picks. The second one on the table for us is a hot topic, and I'm just wondering if XPA need to start more confidently here than they did on Bowl now that they've done the damage in map 1.
I mean, they played well on Bay 5 in their previous matchup against the Polar Bears. So for me, I feel like they continue to just do what's working for them. They've got to feel comfortable at this point. They've beaten the Polar Bears. They've already taken game 1 away from TarovHelp on Bowl as well. They play very good on Bay 5. So for me, I don't think they really have to change things up too much just yet unless TarovHelp forces them to do so. And so I think that's the big thing for me is now it's up to TarovHelp. The ball is kind of in their court to make something happen here.
Interesting. I don't think that it's been taken away from their tempo too much, but instead of us having to speculate to accumulate, let's just get into it. Map number 2, XPA versus TarovHelp for your grand final of the Arena Cup Series 4. XPA have the advantage. They are 1-0 in the series so far. It's on TarovHelp, as Hort says, to bring the ball back into their court.
And again, so much explosiveness over those first 4 or 5 days, but both of these teams really respecting each other. We can see Moyanri on that boost over there as well. Pamani not giving away too much here, tucked in with that Enforcer class as well. But all the action seems to be lingering outside the B side at the moment, and Moyanri is going to have to duck his head down.
You see this deep position from the CT spawn on the platform on the boxes just to try and counter off that heaven boost that we've seen both of these two teams already juggle a couple of peaks across Bowl with, but you're going to see more of it here on Bay 5. Lots of places you can pop on top of a teammate's head and just boost them up over the angle to gain better information, but lots of high angles from the defending side where you can counter it from too.
No picks yet. Already down to that 45-second mark. Solyara, though, going to be able to find that first one. Evie in great positioning. The 180 not there. Moyanri able to find the trade at a minimum, but Pamani says no legs are safe. The shins of Communica have been blown out to the back of the box and now shifting around. Moyanri dangerously low as well. Natrig looking for the pincer play.
Yeah, Moyanri turned up, had a look at the scene and said, yeah, nah, never mind. I'm going to go back the way I came from. Lose half the health on the way around in doing so. Natrig now on this top position is going to hold the rotation. Only good for one, though. Moyanri still working a little bit of magic. Makes himself room for two. Collects the bomb. And pushing across towards the A side. There is just about enough time to get this plant down, but I think Roms is going to be able to find the angle in time to kill him immediately off the animation of getting off the plant. There we go.
Yep. You called it. Ramza. And TarovHelp this time starting out on the right foot. Can they continue to put rounds on the board in bunches, though? It seems like they're starting to warm up. They've found that play style. Can XPA find a quick response in round number 2?
What's scaring me a little bit is I don't feel that TarovHelp is fully warmed up yet either. Like, they are definitely starting to cruise into it, but the scary thing is that, I mean, XPA put home a good map, right? 9-4 is definitely confident, but Bay 5 is a different animal, and we said how unforgiving this map can be. The terrain, the territory in general, just how the corridors and the cupboards work. Start to let the mental get ahead of you, and Bay 5 starts to become a lot smaller place very quickly, Communica. Whoa, watch where you pop your head on the other side of that bus, friend.
Well, Yanri has the only 2 kills for XPA in that opening round. You're going to have to make sure that they don't rely solely on his shooting skill here, but Aim Sabiri's been a menace with these nades here. We'll see if he can find a home with this one toward the site, but nobody home. Ramza has dipped off toward the back here.
Back and forth between the bullets and the spray through. A little bit of the scenery, doesn't find anything other than a chip damage towards cords. Ramza back sight, holding tucked in. Top aim Sabiri just caught a glimpse of the top of the helmet there. Oh, Communica's in for 2. He's got the second on the entrance. Evie has a response, but Evie's got 2 of his own.
Oh my, and Evie steps out and gets the 3rd as well. Make it a 4th. Evie is on the hunt for the ace. He's hungry for kills, and he can't seem to get full. Harald has been spotted. Will take out Solyara. And with that, Evie still that opportunity, but is going to go ahead and go for the defusal. Has Pamani in back alley to cover him. And with that, TarovHelp will grab their 2nd round in a row.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Evie going nuts. It looked like it was a round where XPA were about to start dropping bodies like it was hot, but no. 2 matched for 2 by Evie, 2 more to follow it up with, and then only short of the ace because there was a more pressing objective at hand.
Looking for an early one. That one doesn't find a home as well. A lot of this action going to be stampeding toward the A site this time. So after some slow rounds, they're going to quicken that pace. It's 3 toward back alley here as well, but there's 2 waiting. And Ramza is going to find not only the 1st, but the 2nd as well. Make it a triple kill. My man and TarovHelp are now heating up.
Yeah, that went from an escape from Tarkov round to a Ramza rumble. That gets himself a nice, comfy 3-piece. Pamani trying to fly in the sky, looking to finish off the final member. Cause disable and not having none of it. Takes a little bit of abuse for challenging, but going to survive off for the time being.
A flawless round from Nat and crew. I mean, if you were looking for an answer back, TarovHelp right now, they seem to have found it, but it's only 3 rounds in. Again, we can't get too far ahead of ourselves, but TarovHelp has to be confident about the way they're playing now on Bay 5.
Pamani 3-0, not dead yet, is a good performance from them. Evie at 5-1 and Ramza at 4-1 is exactly the performance we're familiar with seeing from TarovHelp across multiple maps, not just Bay 5. Round number 4 on the table. You're looking for movement over towards the safe site again. Some of these new grenade lineups pretty good through the top roof. That hole, one of the adjustments from the new map changes. Naturally going to pick one up from back alley. Response from Moyanri takes him out though.
Janri and Harald begin to shift toward that back alley, but you take a look at the mini-map, the device and Cords are hanging out over toward this B site. It's an early rotation that comes in here from TarovHelp to open it up, but there's no pressure from XPA toward B just yet.
Deep lurking positions. Still, Solyara in a good spot to be able to maybe suss out this B play. The bomb and friends still hanging over wide towards Forklift, but 2v2 on this A site, actually well matched. Oh man, Evie plays it exceptionally well for Patience and gets himself both kills without needing to get his friends involved. That was a great bit of timing there. Grenades now out over to the B site though, as the plan is foiled. One lone member in Solyara actually sat just comfortably in red, not going to contest. Happy to give site and even give the plant as the team comes to help.
Two standing. Aim Sabiri on that enforcer. Cords is going to find Pamani, though, and all of a sudden things get a little bit easier, but only for a moment as Evie, a quick response back. Now on a 3v1, Sabiri tucked onto the site, does spot one in connector. Shifting back toward the site here, though. Shots continue to ring out, not able to find the mark. Eventually collecting Ramza. Left to go, but not a ton of ammo left in the mag as Evie is on fire at the moment. 9-1 through these first 4 rounds as the device will be deactivated, and it's a quick 4-0 start here for TarovHelp.
Yeah, Evie putting out a performance similar and akin to that, like Moyanri in the previous one. Need to see a change up soon. But which way are they going to go about it? You've got XPA sitting on this attacking side, down 4 rounds. With them theoretically leading the play. I mean, although they are on the attack, it doesn't necessarily mean that they should be driving the scoreboard. That's not how this works necessarily, especially when it comes to Bay 5. Here's the kind of pace I expect.
I feel like definitely a little bit more of a defensive map as compared to like Bull or Skybridge, and Pamani already starting off with a 2K of his own. Everybody from TarovHelp seems to be pulling the trigger here with ease, and XPA, the troubles continue a little bit. We'll see if that nade can alleviate some of the problems. Nope, not going to be there to solve them, and now Harald begins to shift forward, but look at how TarovHelp has all of these angles locked down.
They're playing them at arm's length. Like, when's the last time you've seen a TarovHelp member being really up close and personal and fighting in the CQB? It's not happening. TarovHelp happy to just sort of rotate and give them the space, give them that mid to longer range fight. Seems to be where they're winning it out. Rotation through Harbour is, I mean, the best choice to make, but Romza's lying in wait for it. Where do XPA go? They're trapped here. Forklift is slowly becoming a dungeon. Oh, Cords to Stable are no longer for this world as EB.
11-1. 11-1 right now, but you take a look, I mean, there's 2 other members on this squad that only have 1 death as well, and on the other side of things, there's a lot of breadsticks on the side of XPA, which is a complete reverse from what we saw on Bull, especially Moyanri nearing 20 kills in that first one, has been held to just 3 here on Bay 5.
Question running through the back of my mind as we set up for this one is, can XPA adjust to Evie quicker than TarovHelp were able to adjust to Moyanri? Because right now, that's what hangs in the balance. 12-1, 2 members down. XPA again have found members being knocked off the board.
They just continuously play at a player disadvantage at the moment, and it's been tough. I mean, they're trying to pull out different plays here. I mean, we see Cords now sneaking in toward Harbor. We see this rotation, but because of the positioning here, and that rig's going to hear this audio cue, it's going to come out, and Ramza is going to be waiting.
Oh, shots come out just as they're trying to find that poke through the bus, but instead it works the other way. Ramza's good for the final one, and TarovHelp are going to close it out again. How many times Are we going to settle into silence and find just 2 or 3 quick kills explode from TarovHelp after they just wait 3 to 5 seconds to get information and then execute upon that information?
They're doing it near flawlessly here in Bay 5, and honestly, after that first showing on Bowl, this is exactly what they need. The prescription for success here. It was a 6-2 half that favored XP Academy on Bowl. They've already got 6 here on Bay 5, and so anything extra you have to believe would be smooth sailing, but honestly, when you're playing at this level, there really is no smooth sailing.
Good shots out of Romza from the right-hand side of the back of side. Does find Communica. First on entry. Top aim Siberian the response. Natrick down. Harold. Ooh. Almost picks off Evie on the end of the corner. That would have been a really good one for XPA to claim before they can get onto site. That smoke to back alley now is going to diffuse some of that pressure with 2 members looking to retake from TarovHelp as well. Harold's going to have to keep an eye on his right-hand side as well as the left. There we go. First pushes out. So Harold takes a half of his health with the damage. He's going to walk through the smoke. Oh, he makes a big play and he swaps places with them. Romza sniffs it. Romza knows! Oh. How does he figure it out? It's crazy, insane game sense. Evie picks one up on the inside of the meanwhile as Cords on the backside is fighting for his life with Moyanri in support. Down he goes. Down goes Moyanri. What a fight back alley.
That was great, too. I mean, Romza heard him begin to step forward, and that's why he went outside initially on that right side, because he was in that reload. And it's nice because he had a teammate there. He can trust in his teammate to push the other direction. It allows him to watch the other side of the smoke where his opponent happened to be pressuring through. Beautiful hip fire. You nailed it. I mean, great situational awareness from that squad. Team comms seemed to be absolutely on point. TarovHelp is now looking at the potential of an 8-0 first half.
One more round. One more attacking round. We said earlier on how shocking an 8-0 attacking half was. We'll talk about that again in a second as Natrick picks up the first, claiming the dome of Moyanri. XPA a member down again. TarovHelp feeling really confident in this one.
Romza continues to find these headshots, this time on the Communica. Evie is sitting at 14-1 right now. Romza dangerously low, but has made some space in that back alley to get healed back up. Natrig will put some shots through the smoke, but we can see on the other side there, tucked into the corner, is Sabiri. Cores will begin to shift onto site as well.
Patrick goes down. Cords looking to try and pressure over backside. Steps into 3. Does Evie as Cords Disabler picks up that kill. Onside gets sniffed out. Top aim. Sabiri with the hop onto the box. Does pick up Natrick down in that prone position. 3 versus 3. Bomb out on site. Pamani for 1. Romza for the second. Pamani putting pressure down for the third, but not finding the kill.
This is a tough spot here for Cords. He's going to step out into the firing squad, so Yara will get it. We talked about Evie being 14-1, now 14-2, but Romza's 10-2. Pamani's 9-1, and XPA just hasn't been able to find a way to put bodies into the ground here. An 8-0 half. It's ironic. We talked about how elusive this scoreline has been recently, but now we've seen a little bit more of it here in the last day.
That was exactly what I was about to talk to the length of before we got into the round. And again, it's another case of the blink and we'll miss it. You're absolutely right, Hawk. Well said. It just, the action's happening so quickly. And I think that's as TarovHelp starting to settle into that pace that we were talking about, really starting to find their stride in the grand finals here. Because, I mean, as much as XPA are trying, it really does feel like they are being heavily outclassed at the moment here on Bay 5.
You fucking cunt!
Oof. He's a bit mad about it.
They do have some of the best voice lines in the world over here. Tarkov Arena free on the weekend, and you know what else is free? That nade from Natrig. He finds a 2K, and Moyanri also not happy about it. Gets revenge. Evie finding one on the Communica. Sabiri stepping in to get Evie the plant down behind the box. So Yara able to drop it down, but isn't going to be able to make it to safety.
Tell you what's not free, though, is that a site. You can't walk in there and just take that kind of pressure without being able to take out all of the opposition. Sabiri has managed to claim himself 2 kills across that same amount of time. as they got into sight, but now Moyanri is the last one left to try and save this one. Shots out of Pamani as the good dip, duck, dodge, duck, dive and dodge claims out the victory. TarovHelp take themselves to a 9-0 Bay 5 win.
I mean, that's insane, but, you know, you think back here, and that loss on Bowl was their first loss throughout both of these weekends. So it's the first time they've been toppled, and, well, I don't think they were very happy about it, because you want to talk about one hell of a response. 9-0 on Bay 5. Evie, 15-3. Pamani, 11-1. Ramza, 10-2. I mean, poor Solyara only has 2 because he couldn't even get a chance because his teammates were just dropping bodies left and right. What a response here from TarovHelp. And now you have to really think about what might happen on Skybridge.
Didn't we have this pitched up the other way around? Didn't we
so.
figure this was going to be something a little bit more comfortable for XPA? Because right now, that is crazy. I mean, that's 14 kills combined across the entire XPA lineup. That was all they managed to get through TarovHelp on Bay 5. That's such a wild performance. TarovHelp do not just dominate, they obliterate their opponents on Bay 5. I know I'm one for softening the blow and not being too harsh on the breaking down or the adjective, a verb used to describe the quality, but boy, oh boy, beatdown makes it sound nice in comparison to what we just witnessed.
I mean, when you add up their kills and they get 14, and you look at Evie, who has 15 by himself. Yeah, I mean, that is a recipe for disaster. And so, you know, we talk about the mental fortitude of these teams. TarovHelp did not let that loss on Bowl affect them a single bit. And it certainly shows right there. But now we need to see something similar from XP Academy, right? The fact that, hey, guys, we dropped the game. We've already beat him once, though. Skybridge, we're comfortable on. We know we're good at this map as well. Let's come back out here and erase what happened on Bay 5 with a phenomenal performance on Skybridge. But you can talk about it as much as you want. You also got to be about it once you get out there.
Yeah, being about it is definitely a little bit of the missing puzzle when it came to Bay 5, because, like, I mean, how can you say that you went in about it without putting a point on the board? It's what's getting me the most is that is the game that followed what we had in this best of 5 for the first one. How is that how Bay 5 goes after the performance we had in our first map? That's what's getting me, is there's such a humongous turnaround from TarovHelp. We asked the question, can they adjust? Like, TarovHelp had not been put through the paces as of yet in this competition. Were they going to be able to respond like some of the other CIS teams have done to reach their spots that they got to get here, the likes of XPA, for example? Answer is, hell yeah! Oh my word! That's some form of a response right there. Oh yeah, you've got to be kidding me! Is that a response?
Yeah, and you have to kind of ponder a little bit, you know, was it the fact that they had been, you know, maybe they warmed up a little bit, but you're not, when you're warming up, you're not playing the likes of the competition that you play in the ACS, right? And so you do kind of wonder, was game one a little bit more of the fact that they weren't warmed up? They haven't played any games yet today. Or was it the fact that XP Academy is just that good on Bowl? And so they answer back decisively here on Bay 5. I think Skybridge is going to tell us a lot. Was that map one a fluke or not? Has XP Academy come to take this away from TarovHelp? Or was it just a case of TarovHelp getting those wheels slowly turning, getting that ball rolling so that that snowball turns into an avalanche? So I'm really excited to see how Skybridge plays out.
2 maps down, 5 maps total, leaves us with 3 still to decide it. It also, to my delight, guarantees us that 4th map, which means minimum we're either going to decide the result of the tournament on Iceberg, or we're going to see all 5 maps, which is great. I am so here for it. And I'm really excited to see both of these 2 teams playing it. We saw it become one of the factors and the reasons for why TarovHelp were here in the grand final without having to play before today. is it going to be their victorious hurrah? Is that going to be the reason they take the whole tournament? Is it going to be the iceberg?
Yeah. I mean, this is why it gets exciting, right? Because we felt like XP Academy had to win at least one of the two first games. Whether it was Bay 5 or Bowl, that we knew they had to get at least one. So they get at least, Iceberg here as well. It's a map that they took TarovHelp to overtime in. So neither team has played for it yet in the Arena Cup Series 4. And so I would love to go to a map 5 just for the simple fact that neither of them have played for it. So we really don't know what to expect if we happen to get there. I feel like Skybridge does favor TarovHelp, especially after a 9-0 defeat. But again, I think Iceberg could be that tip of the iceberg, so to speak, where they can break back into the game here and send it to a map 5. But they can't afford another 9-0 or an 9-1. They've got to come out and at least keep it competitive here in Skybridge.
And this has been very consistent for us in the casting booth across last weekend and this one, where minds are in a similar place yet again. It's not about the overall score, actually, for me in this best of 5 right now. It's that score. For XPA, the biggest challenge right now is not even looking to winning the next map. It's getting past the scoreline in the previous one, going into map 3, making sure that it is a full reset. Because that's what it is right now. Who cares what score map 2 went down as? It's 1-1. As far as they're concerned, it's not a best of 5 anymore. It's a best of 3, and this is a fresh start. And that's the mentality they've got to look at it with, is although it sucked to go down 9-0, it's irrelevant. In fact, it was something you forced TarovHelp to have to pull off to make it irrelevant that you were already ahead. And that's the way you've got to look going forward for this.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if you win 9-1, 9-2, or 9-7. The fact is you got the win, and that's the important thing. But at the same time, a 9-0 can be tough to deal with. So obviously they have to do better, which isn't tough to do, but I think they have to do a little bit more than better than 9-0. I think they have to at least keep it somewhat competitive. I would say at least 5 rounds, going forward, especially on a map where Iceberg, they went the distance. They did take it into overtime where they fell short, but they know that they're capable of doing that, especially on a map like Iceberg. So even if they don't happen to win Skybridge, which again could go either way, but I would say just based on that 9-0 victory would slightly favor TarovHelp. They just want to keep it competitive for Iceberg. But like you said, I'm just happy that we get to see an Iceberg out here. This new map is beautiful. It's been a lot of fun watching these players try to navigate, through it. And so I'm excited that we do get to see it on screen here in the grand final.
This next one's set to be a fierce one. We both love ourselves some good action on Skybridge, on Iceberg. I don't know whether we've decided whether we are particularly #1 Iceberg fans yet, but I know myself personally playing it is great fun. From the casting side of things, we sit and we normally tend to look at maps from a different perspective. For example, I know you've said for the longest time yourself, you don't necessarily enjoy playing that much of Skybridge, but to commentate and to be sat in the booth enjoying the matches of Skybridge is that much better, and probably one of the most enjoyable maps to speak over at this moment in time. I wonder if that still sits with you right now. Is Skybridge still your #1 favorite map to work with, or what's the feel at the moment?
I mean, Fort used to be my favorite, even to play, but honestly, I really enjoy playing Skybridge now, and I think that's because I've kind of dove into that Enforcer class as well. I like to leg it forward and have my own fight around VIP. So, yeah, I mean, my feelings have changed over time, and I'm not only a big enjoyer of casting Skybridge, but of playing it as well. I think for me, the fun from Iceberg comes from how new it is, and so over time we talk about how the strategies on Fort have really evolved. And that's what I really look for. Seeing what teams are taking that extra time of running their own strats through Iceberg, realizing, oh, hey, this nade can bounce off of this or hit here. And so I'm just excited, I think, for Iceberg, and I really enjoy it. Even though it is tough to both play and cast because it is new, it's the same reason I really enjoy it. It's some new scenery. It's a fresh face, if you will. And again, there's not enough known about it. It's only a couple months in. So I think that even though we'll see different strats, I think in a couple more months, we're really going to see those begin to evolve and grow even more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely something to look forward to. I've just actually received a picture in my DMs of one of the kits that we've been giving away. One of the lucky winners actually got in touch and has sent a picture of their screenshot of their drip. And it just said something really cool pointed out. One of the USEC Day Off kit actually has a Pevco beer bottle in the shorts, I believe. There's a little nice funky detail, a little touch to that. So cool little feature there. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've won one of those awesome pieces of the giveaway, whether it's the USEC Day Off drip or even the USEC Deadly Frog outfits that we gave away last weekend, please don't forget to tune into the socials and post us a picture of your new cool drip. Get yourself immersed whilst the Arena Cup Series 4 is going on and show us what you've got going on in your arena endeavors. We still have 3 more maps to go, and without any further ado, we've got to jump into map number 3 to decide who's going to take the lead between XPA and TarovHelp here on Skybridge.
Yeah, we're guaranteed at least 2 of those 3 maps, but hopefully we get all 3 here. Shots already ringing out, though, and Pomani's going to find Harold with no time wasted. From slow rounds to fast rounds, Communica, the double kill.
Good shots out of Natrig are going to take down top aim Sabiri and drop the bomb to the floor, though. The hive mind of XPA all look to try and work together to reclaim that bomb. You see all 3 of them immediately divert their attention to where that bomb was dropped. Evie's in a good position on side to be able to repel. 2 come from Evie and Natrig combined. Communica has 2 of his own together. 1 versus 1. Evie with very minimal health in comparison.
Oof. And that's an ace for Communica. You want to talk about starting off on the right foot. Communica, 5 kills in the bag for round 1. And, well, XPA definitely not going to get skunked on this one.
No changes in the kits. Just quickly looking across the board to make sure that everybody's still running relatively simple stuff, as we very close to having some kit choices that were a little bit adjusted slip through the net. We had Rapid jump onto that shotgun at the one point that really did throw me as the one that first springs to mind, but nothing out of the ordinary for now. Harold very hurt from his contact. Moyanri wins out of the duel into Evie this time and puts down a very vital member of TarovHelp. As does Communica, pulling out a good set of shots onto Romza. Moyanri swinging with intent into Pomani off of VIP. It's Cords that picks up the kill as Communica swings to the close corner, but that's going to be XPA flooding onto site. Solyaria last left alive, and you have to feel like they could probably team fight this out and be comfortable, let alone plant the device.
Talk about night and day. Solyaria, though, steps in fiercely, finds a pick at a minimum, but Communica right there to trade it out. And, I mean, maybe looking for a little bit of a 9-0 themselves here. 7 kills through 2 rounds for Communica.
Man. I'm still looking forward to Iceberg. I'm not even going to lie. This match is going to set the pace for it. I'm just really excited to go and watch Iceberg. I've loved playing it ever since it's been dropped. It's such a good map. A really, really big fan. But for later. Off we go. Top aim Sabiri trying to do his best to be top pocket man for his team, as he's got 5 pieces of utility in the pockets here, ready to be the man of many talents and tricks, it seems. I mean, why not? You've seen how much success he's had with the grenades today. I don't blame him.
No kidding. I keep thinking they're heat-seeking at this point. I mean, double kill, single, and now Evie is going to fall victim as well. Communica says no flank today. Solyaria into the dirt, but there's one more, and Natrig does find the trade back, but XPA still has 2 members paying attention to this flank.
Paying attention or directly looking to expose it feels a little bit more like the case. Oh my word, Sabiri turns at the right time and catches Romza rushing up the stairs. Onto site we go. XPA now, after that crazy little enactment, have themselves 4 versus 2. So Payne Sabiri now planting. Shots from E-Box get taken out. Course Disabler immediately responds back with the kill.
That rig was on that flank earlier, so they should have a decent idea that he potentially still could be back here, but with 38 seconds on the clock is not a lot he can do. Moyanri this time on the Enforcer, finding that rig, and it's a 3-0 start this time for XP Academy. I don't know what the hell's going on here today, Crack.
There's something in the waters, mate. There's definitely something in the water. The games today have been crazy to no end. Not just like crazy as in the scorelines have been weird, as in it's been back and forth like a Katy Perry song, as it's been people team killing each other back to back, teams playing so perfectly that you're questioning how a team's ever meant to defend an attacking side because it just looks impossible to keep someone off the site. There's been everything today, really has, and it's been in every kind of form of crazy, weird, cool, and kooky as you could call it.
Looking for another nade kill, and he might get it. Nope. Communica says, I'm going to find it with a gun first. Ramza able to get a pick of his own, though, to keep it to a 4v4 at the moment. And again, all this pressure just mounting toward the A site.
Shotgun going off in the background, just playing a little tune. And Moyanri, hey up. I'm going to hope that's a reload, not a jam. Because if so, that shotgun's out of the action for a little while. Evie's going to put Cause Disabler out of the action for the round completely. Good headshot there out of Evie. That nade counterplay to bench pushes Evie out forward. Good dodge, good move, good awareness. Only loses half the health. He is going to go down to Communica from the hole, though.
So a 3v3. Plenty of time on the clock to work with, but TarovHelp has shifted everybody toward the A site here as well. No one anchoring B at the moment. Siberia and crew are going to let the nades ring out once more. A couple smokes and a flash to follow. And with that, maybe look to pressure forward here. Going to grab some resources off of another member that's on the ground. Ramza up top here, just waiting patiently. And about 35 seconds here, so they're going to have to pick up the pace a bit.
Both members looking to duel back and forth from the right-hand side of bench all the way down into Banana. Ramza retakes the position as Moyanri pulls out a kill onto Natrig. Top aim Sabiri able to swing and sling the bullets out of the spear to that of the member in jungle. But Yara goes down. Just on Ramza. Looking onto sight and goes down immediately to top aim Sabiri. XPA 4-0. 10 kills on Communica Hort.
It's so back and forth. I'm just, again, I'm here for it, but I did not expect it. I got to say I am fully surprised, which I do appreciate because it's moments like this that I think can create a lot of these magical moments. XPA looking to show that they could potentially 9-0 TarovHelp here as well. But we talked about it, 9-1, 9-2, 9-7. It really only matters that you get that dub. But what a response it would be for XPA if they win this very decisively.
XPA starts off top aim. Sabiri does find some util success. Natrig is going to pick up Harold again. That's not the first time that's happened either. Gonna have to keep an eye on Harold for now. Pushing KFC has led to his demise a couple of times over. Ridiculous good shots out of Moyanri on VIP. He's going to find the body of Ramza in front of him. Cords is going to back him up across the line for Natrig to go down.
It's so crazy. I mean, we see Evie and crew popping off, now struggling to find kills here in this one. And again, it's just a complete night and day from that previous series of Bay 5. XPA playing so well here. And again, the attacking side does tend to be a little bit favored, but if you're TarovHelp, I feel like you're looking to get a minimum of 2 rounds, hopefully 3. And well, that time is quickly going out the door.
Don't get me wrong, these guys are ridiculous good at the game. All it takes is a single audio cue and an entire plan forms in the mind of somebody stuck in a 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 4 to be able to pull off some sick moves. But at the moment, it's early gunfights and the people that are winning out that are taking those numbers to bear. TarovHelp play a really defensive setup again. Pamani tanks a headshot trying to challenge for VIP control.
We'll heal up a bit. Moyanri has been a menace on this enforcer toward VIP, and it seems like they haven't been able to kind of get anybody in there to contest. Now in that prone position, the device on site will get it down here as well, and not a single member from either team has fallen up to this point.
Heads will roll. We're about to see 2 teams clash in 30 seconds at a time. Jump shots from Pamani. The shotgun starts to lead. 1-for-1. Moyanri takes one. Evie takes one. Harold has his response as Evie gets shut down. Sabiri is removed from the smoke, and Natri continues to spray on to try and find more. Good shots on the flank as Solyara's made his move. Harold for 2 as Ramza goes down.
On a 2v2, time ticking away though. I mean, 10 seconds left on the clock. You need 4 or 5 to get the defusal. So Yara finds one, Cords the other. And now there just isn't going to be time regardless, but Cords doesn't even need it. It is a great start here for XPA. And you want to talk about answering back. Whew. They've done it. 10-2. Communica, the rest of their crew continue to pop off here. TarovHelp still searching for their first one.
Yeah, Cod's been firing on all cylinders since the beginning of the best of 5. Now starting to come back to a little bit more individual prowess in the round there just for XPA's 6th, but it's everybody on XPA that's having a field day in this one. You're 10-2 on Communica, Moyanri at 7-3, Cords at 6-2, Top Aim Siberia at 5-2 as well, and that grenade not going where it was intended for, I don't think. A little bit of smoke off towards... Actually, never mind. A really well-placed smoke to cover off both the top and the space to hole for this. There's the top. Headshot clear. So is jungle. Oh, brother. You watching the minimap, Hort?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah,
already
boy.
know. As soon as he went back to check for the flank, my eyes went up there, and I'm like, 3 are coming? What is going on? But Communica appears to be ready and waiting patiently. Unfortunately, it doesn't matter. So Yara, quick to put him down. In the meantime, yeah, you guessed it, Aim Sabiri, another nade kill.
They've hidden the 2 members as well, so they only think it's currently Solyara at this moment in time. If he stayed out of sight, Solyara's going to get taken out. His Cord's going to recognize the seconds here. He doesn't have the crosshair ready because he's not quite sure it's there. Natrik is good for 2, though, and TarovHelp. Somehow, they make it work. What a crazy play. The flank, the 3-man flank from the outside.
I mean, sometimes that's what it takes. You get out of that meta, get out of that norm, try something different because they need all the help they can get right now, and they find it here late in the first half. You feel like they need this one too, and then they've got to start out on the right foot in the second half, which at least they will be on that attacking side, but another uphill battle for them. First on bowl, now here on Skybridge. We'll see if they've got what it takes. One final round here in the first half.
That's a crazy round. What's next? How do we go further? Do you know what I mean? What's next from here? How do these teams make this even more wild? You've already got 2 over to that B side from TarovHelp that are setting off for what should be potentially XPA mushing to try and maybe put some pressure down on the B, but not happening. Instead, they're walking out towards where Communica's holding out from. One apiece. Guns still singing a little bit for both sides. Shots in the smoke. Do trade 1 for 1. Evie gets Communica before Moyanri responds. Sabiri finishes it off, though, to tip it in the favor. Only for a second, and then for a second more, as more heads will roll. Bodies hit the floor, and it's Sarah that's just hanging on with a sliver of life. Solyara and Top Aim Sabiri. They're the only 2 members still feeling relatively healthy. He's gonna...
I mean, at least with that smoke, he knows that they are still here. The flash over the top in the back here. But he's got some time to work with. 50 seconds on the clock. So Yara needing a huge clutch. But guess what? Aim Sabiri with a nade yet again. I would love to know how many they have on the day total. But it's great. We talk about it all the time, especially for those EU region teams. It's always nice to hold a nade till later in the round, especially when teams are mixing up those strategies. And man, do we see it come into play big here in this final round of the first half.
Oh, man. I don't think it's possible for this to go 7-1. I think TarovHelp are probably going to have way more to say for this in their attacking half. I mean, they put 1 round in the bag. They avoided the 8-0 that they did themselves. Already one better than the last match, even if it's a mirrored scenario. Got to look to start putting a couple of these rounds home quickly here, realistically. Like a couple of good, confident fifers would be grand, but that's not the greatest start they're looking for, as Moyanri actually repels Evie out of VIP. Just go in with help. Harold also holding in there too, but TarovHelp now spacing out towards B.
Robza finds Cords here. Moyanri, though, quick to find that pick back on toward Nat Rig. Pamani will be credited for the kill on the Communica here as well. So a little bit of back and forth in that kill feed. We can see Sabiri in the background lurking. as that plant does eventually go down here.
Difference maker in Moyanri on the shotgun, working from the flank in heaven. That gun going to be a little bit difficult to be able to navigate the distance with. See TarovHelp, although in a good position for side control, they are a little bit trapped in their spots now, as XPA have come to join the party. 30 seconds left on the clock. Fuse needs to come in soon. Top aim Sabiri smoke's going to cover off the front side of Maze towards sight. Romani on the flank, rotating around the backside, is going to get two with a great swing from the shotgun. The rotation just about closing the first round out now. Down goes Solyara to finish it off. TarovHelp will claim a second. Good rotation out of Pomani to make the difference.
It's nice to see him put a round on the board here off a rip, but I feel like they need 3, 4, 5 in a row at this point. XPA has been looking very dangerous, but again, we talk about how some of these maps can be a little bit one-sided, especially for some of these CIS region teams on a map like Skybridge, where it does tend to favor that attacking squad. So TarovHelp, they've got an uphill battle, but again, very capable of doing so. Eevee on this Enforcer class, though, it was the Scout class that we saw them really dominating on Bay 5. I'm kind of surprised to see him away from that.
Big forward aggression from TarovHelp puts pressure down both lane 1 and lane 2 before XPA are able to adjust. 3 members are rotating through. Communica's going to be fine in the back of red. Eevee comes out with an absolute slammer of a double. Pomani backs him up for a third. Natrig for a fourth, and TarovHelp might not just be helping, but they'll be causing havoc in the backsides of the B site. Eevee's there as the last man alive, defending from the edges of the action, whilst the rest of the TarovHelp body of the squad just protects the bomb. Cords Disabler is going to pick up Eevee on the hunt, but that's going to be about all is going to be said and done for, as the rest of TarovHelp slowly creep on in. Solyara, he's not interested in a gunfight. He just wants to play a game of catch.
Yeah, you saw that in a couple rounds ago from XPA. So he said, "I'm gonna get one of these final round nade kills here as well." Well done by TarovHelp as they begin to trudge through these trenches once more. It's a big storm they're gonna have to weather if they want to see the light on the other side, though. And we talked about it. I mean, they need realistically 3 rounds. I'd say at least 6, maybe more. To get to 6 before allowing XPA to get to match point, or it could be over very early.
We've seen Eevee go from strength to strength to strength in all these different maps like that of the name of the Pokemon it's akin to. Maybe going through all the different evolutions to be able to pull it off. And here we are again. Eevee explosion goes off as the shotgun is going to slay the body of Communica down to the ground. On the hunt is Eevee, not willing to let the buck go. Nobody's escaping that shotgun whilst he's got you in his sights. The Bloodlust gets a little overeager, and Moyanri is going to be able to pick him up, but you have to think with 2 kills down, the job's been done for this one as well. Natrig now capitalizing on the space on the A side, picks up the kill and moves the team onto plant. Bombs down. Moyanri looking to try and push in, takes a 2-tap into Romser on the legs of the close E-box push. Sight. The IP pressure goes down from the shots from Pomani. TarovHelp have good defense for this. Cords on the first pickup. 1v2.
Rotate toward the smoke side, looking for a hop over pick here as well, but actually shifts on through the smoke. So Yara had gone to the other side at the same time, and it actually plays out in TarovHelp's favor. Cords is going to go back for him. Unfortunately, a tough spot to be in. TarovHelp continue to fight back from unseen depths for them, really, but now within 3, 1 round at a time, they are inching closer and closer, and maybe just about a round away before they start to apply some of that pressure to XPA.
When the gap was at 6, it seemed like very much a go next feeling. Now the gap is 3, and XPA have not found that crucial final point to put them to map point. Still feels doable. Quick push from XPA. Eevee's going to spot this one out. He's going to claim Warner. He's up in the right place at the right time. The second time around, he doesn't get more than 1, though. Moyanri closes him down before too much damage is done. Health on Moyanri is not going to stop him from claiming a second or a third, and Moyanri steps up to take place of that, of the TarovHelp strength that had swung back.
That momentum has certainly been stifled a bit now from XPA, as they are looking to go to match point here early. Communica in that background, slowly crab walking forward. Pomani gonna look to upgrade to the spear here on the Enforcer class as well. So Yara rocking that spear They are going to need 4 kills here and a little bit of magic if they want to take this round away from XPA.
You can see Communique lurking just under the lobby position right now, which might come into play shortly for XPA. Good shots from Cords, traded out though, 1 for 1 as Pomani instantly responds. That's all she wrote. XPA get themselves to map point and do push us to an ever-confusing situation where they sit themselves to potentially take the lead in the best of 5 again.
Again, I'm a little bit shocked, but I'm pleasantly shocked, and I love it. I mean, this is what we came for, and I love the fact that we don't know how these games are going to unfold because the talent, the roster is so deep on both of these squads, and from a 4-9 defeat to a 9-0 victory and now struggling on Skybridge, it has really, truly been a huge game of tug and war, and these are big pools here, so TarovHelp, they need 4 in a row if they want to keep the dreams alive on Skybridge. It's going to open up with a Pomani pick, followed by 2 of Moyanri's.
Ankles are food. I don't know what sort of Finding Nemo you've been watching, but that's what the way that the piranha starts to speak. Romson's going to take Moyanri out, though. This right-hand versus left-hand peak is something we've spoken about so many times in VIP, and being good for a couple and then backing out, getting outside of that apex wall is seeming to be the way to go, but challenge after challenge after challenge, teams do not want to give up that space and consider the fight lost. They just continue to pile numbers in. Oh, you can see Romson's head over the top of that, and Romson can see top aim Sabiri trying to line up a nade over that. That's going to be the first going down from XPA in the 3 versus 3. Up comes Communique.
Communique's going to find one. Ramza answers back. A nice headshot here as well. Core's Disabler all alone. The device is planted, and TarovHelp, they're not ready to be done with Skybridge. They are fighting tooth and nail to bring this one back, and Cords is going to pressure in that rig. Opts to go ahead and just fade away here, looking to eat up as much time as possible. Cords is going to find the pick, but even if he gets Ramza here, it's not enough time for the defusal. TarovHelp gets a much-needed round to stay in this one.
Gap close to 3. Back to 3 again. But at this point in time, it is at that position where XPA only need to get 1 more over the line to push themselves to 2-1 in the series. Which way does TarovHelp bring this bomb? For one of the most crucial rounds here, to close the gap to 2. Starts to really sweat a little bit in the XPA bench. Up the stairs, 2, with the bomb towards the hole. The majority of the squad now diverting their attention off towards because Disabler is good for 2 opening kills on that spear. It's Pomani and it's Evie that goes down. Big kills out of XPA in a crucial round.
Yeah, they take a little bit of a gamble by going to B, but Cords shuts it down immediately, and it only gets tougher because Communique has absolutely destroyed Ramza with that headshot. Now we see him pressure 4, but in a 5v2, all the cards stacked against him in this deck. That rig cheating forward, a little bit of an angle here, but the patience from XPA, and they have this luxury of just forcing TarovHelp into their crosshair here. Communique dealing with a light beam, but not something that he really has to worry about. And so shots continue to ring out. We'll find that one, and now it's all down to Solyara.
All down to Solyara is right, and Solyara is going to be the one that's all down on the ground. XPA take it in map number 3, 2-1. We are going to Iceberg, baby, and XPA, they're in the driving seat. I can't believe we're saying that. This is what is going on in the finals. I mean, it's delivering entertainment that we were looking for, but I'm not sure it's delivering what we'd written in the script before we started this today. Swaps. Confident map victories back-to-back from either respective team. An outstanding performance out of Moyanri at 18-9, 14-8 Communique, 13-9 Cords Disabler. XPA firing on all cylinders in their 3rd.
I mean, Moyanri's been a big difference maker. He was a top fragger on Bowl when they won. He does it again here on Skybridge. It wasn't until they had trouble on Bay 5 that we saw them kind of, drop the ball there. But Iceberg, these 2 teams have met in the group stages before. It did go into overtime as well, where TarovHelp was able to squeeze out that victory 11-8. So if they can do something similar, we would get blessed with that 5th and final map on Fort War. Again, I'll remind you, neither team has visited at all through the Arena Cup Series 4. So fingers crossed, I'd love to see that happen. But if XPA comes out with the same type of nades from Siberia and they don't have an answer on the side of TarovHelp, they might just do it here in 4.
I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if this gets done in 4 or whether we are going to 5. The facts we've got to go from where XPA took the first map, which wasn't really supposed to happen, and then TarovHelp slammed a 9-0 home, okay, which wasn't supposed to happen. And then now XPA have won a very confident Skybridge, which was supposed to be a close game, which wasn't supposed to happen. So one could only think that TarovHelp doubles the swing back, and we're about to see a, 17-0? I don't know where we go from here. Do you get? I don't understand how we can possibly blow the ceiling off anymore. This has been so back and forth, and both team deserves it, really, for me. This Arena Cup Series 4 champion title is going to be bound to one of two very well-worthy teams, and both are going to be able to pat themselves well on the back at the end of the day. I mean, both of them have done their job of avoiding or overcoming the previous champions in Vertus Pro. Now...
Yeah, I mean...
No, go for it.
I was just going to say, I mean, if there's one thing for sure, it's that both teams certainly deserve to be here. But I love the fact that we've had this big mix-up, you know what I mean, to where we really don't know. We have no idea how this could possibly play out. And I think it makes it that much more fun that we truly get to sit, just cast over the action and see ourselves how it unfolds.
Yeah, absolutely. I was a little bit excited because I saw something pop up in the chat again from ourselves in the production. Ladies and gentlemen, not only is the gift of giving something that comes from our entertainment side of things with the partnership that gets brought from Battlestate Games and the Hunt Premier together alongside our sponsors in Steel Series, but it's prizes. That hot prize line, ladies and gentlemen, it's invigorated with the soul of Oprah Winfrey. We just keep on giving more stuff out there for you guys to get your hands on, and there's more. That's right, there is more. Yes, I'll say it a third time, because there's more. We've got one more Rival 3 Wireless Gen 2 Aqua Mouse, one more Apex 3 keyboard, and one more Rival 3 Wireless Gen 2 Black Mouse to be given away in the chat. Exclamation mark Steel Series. These giveaways are going to be going on throughout the entirety of the finals. Make sure you are locked in, typing in that keyword in the Battlestate Games chat to enter the giveaway. And a reminder, if you have won something at any point throughout the ACS and you still need to claim your prize, you must jump into the Hunt Premier Discord, create yourself a ticket for one of the Discord moderators or admins to be able to address, and we will get that prize straight out to you.
Love it. So many prizes we've given away and so many more to come. Again, a big shout out to Steel Series, but take a look at some of the gear they've got over here at Steel Series. It doesn't matter if it's the keyboard, the mice, the wireless headsets. It is phenomenal gear. And I, too, would love to have some of myself some Steel Series gear.
Yeah, absolutely. That insane keyboard you see on screen there, that's not actually one of the phenomenal prizes that's in the giveaway. That's another insane product that Steel Series has brought to the table that you guys could get your hands on by swinging by our amazing sponsors store. So don't forget, in your spare time, if you're looking to power up your performance, swing by a Steel Series shop and check out maybe one of those new keyboards. Maybe put a brand new mouse onto your desk so that you can have a go at putting us down in the arena. We're going to look to crown ourselves a champion in this best of 5 very soon. But before we get into that hot, we're going to have to take ourselves a small moment of time to take a breather. I do believe we have about 4 or 5 minutes before we rock on into our next. So any final thoughts for the audience and any votes for Iceberg before we go away for a break?
I'm excited for Iceberg. I just want to give a big good luck to everybody in chat as they enter this Steel Series giveaway. Again, exclamation point Steel Series has to be typed in the Battlestate Games chat. We'll give you guys a few moments to get that done as we take a short break, but we'll see you on the other side.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the finals day for Arena Cup Series 4. My name's Craig Wisdom, sat in the booth alongside Hot Sauce to be able to bring you guys all the action and entertainment from inside of the arena. We are currently in the process of duking it out between our last two teams fighting for the title, Arena Cup Series champions. Our two competitors at this moment in time, TarovHelp and XP Academy. XP Academy, after fighting it up back from the lower bracket, find themselves 2-1 up somehow, some way. And me and Hort, even in the green screen, in the green room behind the scenes in between the break, are still wondering how, just how are we even here?
And I feel like, none of these games have really been that close when a team is winning. I mean, we had that 9-4 to start things off, then a 9-0 right back from TarovHelp, and then a 9-5, a little bit closer, but I mean, still a pretty decisive win. So we get to go to Iceberg for the first time here today, which is great to see. We flash back to the group stages where these two teams met, and it was TarovHelp that was able to squeeze out that win in overtime, 11-8. So I would love to see them do something similar here, just because I want to see this go all the way to the best of 5. But XP Academy has been playing near perfect when they are popping off. And I think a big part of it, you look at how well Moyanri's been shooting, but how well Sabiri has been aiming those nades. I mean, I'd love to get a tally point at some point after the weekend's over, maybe go back and look at it, or maybe Kirk's out there tallying it up in his analyst report. But a ton of great nade kills from Sabiri today.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever gotten to see the model in a spectator camera where it does the wind-up effect, where it's throwing a grenade and it does a windmill effect just yet? That's what it feels like Top Aim Sabiri is loaded with today. It just feels like he has an auto-loader on his arm that just throws a grenade and then locks it in for the next one with magnetic, bullets or whatever. It just seems to be ridiculous. The last one that we saw, even so to the end, where both TarovHelp and XPA were able to produce a similar scenario where the last kill was delivered by that grenade. It's just prowess in multiple hours with the practice and the training, honestly.
All right, chat. Are you ready? Let's get some hype in the chat. The Steel Series giveaway has closed, and we are ready to announce 3 lucky winners in order of the Mouse Rival 3 Gen 2 Aqua wireless mouse, the keyboard, the Apex 3, and then finally that Mouse Rival 3 Gen 2, but in that sleek black. So without further ado, we are ready to shout from the top of the mountains the 3 lucky winners here today. Crack, who is it gonna be?
Big drum roll for the folks at home. And whilst we are going to be claiming ourselves 3 brand new winners here, a sweet short reminder, don't forget, if your name is called out, get yourself in the Discord, create a ticket, reach out to one of the moderators through that process to claim your prize. There will be 3 phenomenal members in the chat that are going to claim 3 phenomenal prizes, starting with our first place winner of that mouse, the Aqua Barrier mouse. It's Vodka Lachiknikov, and I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right, but if I'm not, you've been tagged in the chat, and it'll be coming on for the next one. The second place winner, Hort, taking home the keyboard, is
Basil Oregano _22. Big shout out to them and your keyboard victory. As Crack said, don't forget to get in the Hunt Premier Discord. Make that ticket on that contact us for that mod mail and work to getting that over to you as quickly as possible. But we've got one final winner of that sleek black mouse, Dawn Dish Soap. Let's go. Big GG's in chat. Let's get some hype for Steel Series, continuously providing wonderful prizes throughout both weekends here as well. And again, congratulations to you all, but do not forget to get in that Hunt Premier Discord. Contact us on the left side, click the mod mail, make that ticket, and we'll get that over to you as quickly as possible.
Yeah, 3 insane winners. Vodka Lashnikov, Basil Oregano 22, and Dawn Dish Soap. The one person that didn't drop the soap. Dawn nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. And a brand new Gen 3 Black Mouse to be able to take home with it as well. I've got clowns in my ears, chat. The production's giving me absolute wonders for that one. P45 in the post, ladies and gentlemen. We won't be seeing you next week. Moving smoothly on. If you guys have claimed the prize, please don't forget to get in touch through the Discord, okay? Jokes aside, the comedy should remind you, all right? If you want to claim your winnings, you've got to tell us how. We're not psychic. We need to know which letterbox to send the prize out to. Okay, please join the Discord, the Hunt Premier Discord. Create a ticket, and we will get that prize sent out to you via one of our lovely mods. And a thank you to SteelSeries, the sponsors for the prizes. Again, a massive shout out and thank you to the partnership, Hunt Premier and Battlestate Games, putting their hard work in to be able to make that sponsorship possible. SteelSeries doing their best job to keep everybody happy with the best gaming performance.
Hey, we always say the minimum requirement to showing up here is to have fun. And we certainly always have a ton of fun up here in the booth. Hopefully you guys at home are hanging out, are having half as much fun as we are. But we know for sure that we certainly appreciate all of you showing up, showing out, and typing that support in chat. Whether it's for the great vibes, the hype, or the giveaways. Again, we appreciate all of you being here. So again, a big shout out to SteelSeries for allowing us to have some stuff to give away to you guys. Of course, Hunt Premier, Battlestate Games, some in-game prizes that we've done throughout the weekends. All that amazing drip as well. So you can look a little bit flashier when you're out there stomping on the competition. But this series has been a bit unpredictable, I would say, at the least, correct?
I'm broken. I'm so done from this one. Honestly, you should see the conversation going on in the background. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, lock into the action because game number 4, brand new map, Iceberg, TarovHelp, taking on XPA.
Oh, here we go. We wanted Iceberg. We're going to get it finally. Communica and crew beginning to shift forward. So Yara is aware that there are a few here. We can see kind of a 3-2 split. One shifting toward mid here from TarovHelp. And again, Harald just holding down that potential flank.
Lurking in wait, slowly in the corridor. Pomani actually backs off at a good time, manages to cover off from the majority of the aggression. Communica matches the timing on the swing. Solyara and Pomani trying to juggle between that K3, K2 sort of angle. Maybe work together to find one of these opening picks, stop the attack coming through. Solyara really playing with her life here. Doing a good job of draining the mag, though.
Nade comes in, the step out, and Pomani is waiting, though. Communica immediately put down. Moyanari picking up where they left off from the last one, continues to put bodies in the dirt. We'll find this initial pick. But it is a player advantage that favors TarovHelp. Not for long. Moyanari stepping forward fearlessly to clean and collect the head of Pomani.
2 versus 3. 2 versus 2 now as Evie, after picking up the first blood in the round, gets themselves a second. They do finally get shut down by top aim Sabiri, but they've done enough to be able to create Romza some space to be able to move. Moyanri gonna wait slightly slower on from Beacon. Cover off the bomb going down. They have enough time to plant this. Romza's a really tough spot to come from now. It's very, very tight choke point. Doesn't work well onto stage. The right-hand side to the left-hand side. He almost manages to find the shots, but Moyanri will close him out.
Good start here. And again, it seems like XP Academy just kind of picking up where they left off on Skybridge. Bay 5 was the only time that they've really experienced any trouble. Now, TarovHelp gave him some trouble on Iceberg in that group stage, but XPA, again, they do a great job of doing that homework, putting in the VOD review, and they've come well prepared here today. They've been executing, like we said earlier, near flawlessly. Only on Bay 5 is where we saw, I think, the first time they began to really struggle in this series.
XPA go 4 to 5 rounds up early on in this map. I think we're going to see TarovHelp struggle for the rest of the series, I'll be honest with you, because this is, again, another force to be reckoned with. Look at how many of them are just swinging one after the other. Top aim Sabiri for one, Solyara for the response, but Moyanri and Harold have one of their own. Romza does have a second to help shut Moyanri down. Again, though, numbers favor XPA.
They consistently put themselves in good positioning to win these rounds, and they begin to gather that control over toward the B side as well. We see the device and crew member shift in toward mid here. But Romza, on a little flank of his own, finds Communica, and that's going to be the device that's knocked down back there.
Big pick. Very crucial. We spoke about this yesterday as well. That bomb goes down in the back of lobby. It's just so hard to recover. Cause to Sable are going to push around to try and claim it. The smoke off from the front of the lobby is actually doing a really good job of making their job a lot easier than it should be. Evie cosplaying a camping tree for the time being, just to try and sneak behind into the back lines. It's working for the time being. Audiocue's going to give him away, though. And you know that tucked into the corner, going to be both of these XPA members now that bomb is planted.
Yeah, they're able to fall back now. The plant goes down and give a little space. Look to swing off each other here. And for Evie, it's just a tough position to be in. There's so many spots to check and clear as you begin to shift on site. Harald with an easy swing out. And that's 2 rounds in a row here for XPA now.
Hold up a minute. Let me just double check and make sure that that was definitely what I heard. And we're definitely watching the same game. This is 2 rounds to XPA starting off on Iceberg. Okay. We're definitely here. This was the map pick that TarovHelp brought us to yesterday to get themselves through. Is this what we're seeing again today? Not the case for the time being. XPA wanting to put down a good attacking half, but it is the attacking half. And I do feel personally playing this map that attacking side is very strong in comparison to playing on defense.
And Evie, a quick peek, finds Moyanri dead. The jump across, Harald will spot him. Shots ring out, but no real damage done here as well. And TarovHelp for the first time in a while here, especially on Iceberg, will have a little bit of a player advantage to work with, but they still have to be careful of Sabiri. We've seen him a lot of devastating nades, and you take a look at him, he's really got all of them in his pocket here at this point.
Same approach again from Solyara, looking to just try and tease some of the information out of K3. Now, this is good discipline out of XPA. They play it well, knowing that Solyara played aggressively there the last time. They do not respond or flinch at all into that peak. Instead, they're going to wait it out, try and fake a lack of presence, and then move in.
Comes the flash. Pamani was waiting in the same position last time. Communica probably has an idea. There's the other nade. Ramza, Pamani. They combine for 2. And Dame Sabiri able to answer back. Looking for a second one, though. Look like Pamani maybe ducked just under the crosshair. Now on the peek out. Will duck behind the box, but it's not enough. Sabiri eventually finding Pamani here.
Good shots out of Ramza. 2 members together. TarovHelp. 3 versus 1 now have way better control over this A side. Good shots out of Siberia. Not going to be enough to take a 3rd round in their favor. TarovHelp put one on the board before it starts to run away from them.
Yeah, I think this is a very important round for them as well. I mean, we saw it in some of these previous maps when they start to get to that 3-0, 4-0 setting. It's tough on the mental as well. And so TarovHelp, they grab a very important round here. We'll see if they can build off of it, though. I'd like to see them grab a couple in a row and really start to put that fight back toward XPA. The first time they met on Iceberg, it did go to overtime. So I'm hoping we get blessed with another.
I was wondering how long it was going to be until we see TarovHelp start to try and push aggressively through the stage and maybe look towards some power in pipes or the wooden corridors off the B site, with XPA playing very A side heavy. A couple of them formed up like they were going to do so just then, but then moved very quickly away from it. You see rotation through library to middle by the stairs, and then through that new opening from the library on the right-hand side that takes you out towards split. This position then helps to support back sight wall, and even swing into headshot if that gets lost on the approach. They're feeling very bowl-like on the timing, though, Hort. Nearly 60 seconds off of the clock, and neither team have made too much of a move to try and make the difference just yet.
XPA, I think, just looking for an early pick, looking for a little bit of intel, but TarovHelp doing good of being patient. They have adjusted where they've been sitting from those previous 2 rounds. Harald finds one. Moyanri on the peak, though. Natrig able to answer back for one of their own, but XPA winning this battle and the device going down. We'll see if that nade can find one as Pamani picks up on the Communica.
Good trades either side, 2 for 2 down. Pamani a little bit healthier than Sabiri is for the time being, so slightly favored for that of TarovHelp. Roms has taken a little bit of damage, but not enough to really be anything to worry about just now. Flash over to K3 is good. Top aim Sabiri gonna have to back off for the second. Oh, Roms is looking to push this. They want to take advantage of that flash. Top aim Sabiri can see enough. More than enough. That's 2. XPA looking even stronger than ever, even in the sight of the stars in their eyes. Shots out of Natric aren't going to find a home. Moyamri closes it out hot. We're at 3-1 XPA, and they do not look like they are stopping anytime yet.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they've got the card over here on this site. They continuously pressure over here. They really haven't considered going anywhere else too much. And I feel like they're just waiting out a lot of this early utility. And then in the last 50 seconds or so, they make their push onto site. They've got great nades of their own coming in from Sibiri. They're winning a lot of these early gun battles to give them that player advantage as well. And so, I mean, every round but the one that we've seen TarovHelp win, they've had that player advantage in. So it's these early picks, this early utility, I think, that's really starting to set them apart.
You see the 2 of them in spawn there from the perspective. That was a cool little POV as the both of them simultaneously synchronized, popped 3 stims in a row next to each other in spawn. That was cool to watch. The hive mind as the team prepares as quickly as possible to get out of that spawn situation. The stims to take, utility to pick up, form up into positions and move out. Tempo and timings to match. You have to be quick and on the ball. XPA's Cords Disabler is going to open us up with the first into Solyara. 3 on the left-hand side of the A site, looking to pressure out of K3 and try and find something from here. Site wall has cover, headshots and support, split, looking to push up mid. TarovHelp have 1 member on that B side that should start to activate, but nothing happening just yet.
Going to begin to shift out towards site now, pressuring through the smoke. I don't think they saw him, but Communica did. They find the pick on the Ramza, who was looking for a bit of a little flank play through that smoke. Evie, at a minimum, able to find this kill onto Harold. Cords is waiting for that flank, and I think he heard the call come in. Waiting now patiently for Evie, who's going to shift back the other direction.
I think you're absolutely right. Everybody had their job there. Even Harold holding from the left-hand side, Communica watching that right, the cross. Nobody being forced to look in a different direction. They're just relying on everybody to hold their angles. You see Moyanri's down on the ground, and top aim Sibiri even looking out of K3. Doesn't even look at the opponent that Moyanri is fighting because they're all so confident in each other's performance that they are just to do their job. And it's working. You see crossfire after crossfire after crossfire as somebody steps out to try and challenge information. They are getting picked off because the setup is ready for it.
XPA, they came so close last season, falling just short. They don't want to make the same mistake here. They were 2-0'd previously by TarovHelp, but they've been putting in the work just since then. And man, have they come out strong here today. Already up 2-1 in the series. They are looking at a series point here themselves. Communica, quick and pace this time, but we'll back off based on all the audio cues.
In, out, step, right to left. Communica trying to push good shots down to Pamani. Doesn't quite find the model on this approach. It's again a fight for the Ks. K3, K2, and K1 from left to right as we're looking at it from this perspective. And Moyanri looking into K3, which Solyara has been playing very early on the opener of the round. All it's going to take is 1 bullet at the right time from Moyanri, and Solyara is going to be ripped out of this strength of spot. Cords Disabler and Harold instead on the outside pick up Natric and Ramza. This might signify a bit of a rotation. Evie picked up Harold again. He's got himself in a great spot to be able to find 2. Look at Moyanri's health bar, Hort. Oh,
I don't see it. I can't find it.
It was there, and then it wasn't. Oh, poor Moyanri.
You know, at 9-3, it really doesn't matter. When you're winning
Exactly.
5-1 and you're 9-3, but yeah, I mean, Moyanri is putting in work. Obviously, not a ton of health. Tries to run away, falls to the floor in a pool of his own blood, but job well done. I mean, you win the round. You're now up by 4, getting closer to halftime, and I mean, you've got to be feeling good. Things certainly looking like they favor your squad at the moment.
Yeah, I would love to find out where the Black Limb charity scores on the frag board versus some of these pro players, because it's had a couple now and again, and they always produce some of the best scenarios. Good utility use in an aggressive form from XPA is going to try and pressure into K2. Solyara is here in K3 again, though, and Solyara and Natri combined for 2 of their own. Good shots across as Moyanri takes out Natri on the angle. Solyara has backed off to find Moyanri down K2. Each team reacting to each other immediately here. Bomb down.
Uh-oh. So Yara killing a teammate here as well. And They had that numbers advantage. They were looking to get another round on the board. It's going to get a little bit tougher with that team kill. Core is looking to make no audio cues. Now, you'll hear that beep stop once he begins to collect that device, but we can see he's got some help from Harold here on the other side, beginning to shift toward the site as well.
That's a really good smoke to cover off one of the players watching over site. Harold just trying his hardest to find some form of damage to anybody if they were poking or trying to reach out from that back sight wall. But you can see, as we're on board with the spectator and that silhouette, we can see them through the sight wall. Jump across, Harold. Why? He finds the kill through the model of the teammate jumping left to right. Solyara is going to find the first, but it is Harold here to save the day. XPA close out their 6th round on the attack. 7 total down in the record books, and they're 1 away from putting home another 7 1/2.
I mean, even at best case scenario, 6-2 for TarovHelp, you got to wonder. I mean, historically, 2 rounds has not been enough to find a comeback. So we know they're capable, especially in the ACS. Anything can happen here, but XPA getting a little bit closer to closing this one out and looking to claim themselves the champions where they fell just a little bit short in ACS 3.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the weaponry that's doing all the damage right now, and it's coming down to Moyanri on this MCX that is absolutely tearing people apart. Quick, fast fire, the ability to handle 1v1s, 2s, and 3s in multiple amounts. Communica picking up the first onto Solyara. This time, Moyanri's watching for Natrik, Moyanri for Pomani. Moyanri trying to finish the magazine. Of course, Disabler is going to do the rest of the damage as Romsa just absorbed the final bottom part of that magazine from Moyanri on a tear at 12-4 at the moment.
I mean, they just keep going to the A side as well. There's the TarovHelp just hasn't been able to stop them. And we see a beautiful shot here from Evie, but you need an ace at this point, and you've only got about 35 seconds to find it here as well. And having to push blindly through a smoke is going to make it that much more difficult. Siberia's already spotted them, and in a 7-1/2, XPA is making a strong claim as to why they should be the new champions.
We're 2 rounds away from it. The swapping of the sides is going to be the telling factor. We have 1 round to figure this out. TarovHelp have 1 round worth of mistake to be able to make, or XPA are going to sit 1 mistake short of the whole tournament. Arena Cup Series champions, 10,000 euros, and that amazing gear to go with it.
So close. I'm sure they could almost taste it, but again, you can't let that affect your play style here. But now we swap sides. Can TarovHelp find that same energy, that same success that XPA did in their attacking side?
Here we go. This will be the real telling round. TarovHelp, this is their map. This is the team that chose to put Iceberg on the table. Not even just in the grand final, but on the semis. They wanted to play this one. But can they make it work from 1-7? B-site immediately the approach from TarovHelp. They're not interested in all A. We say this. If you keep a keen eye on where the bomb's actually sitting, it might not matter. Moyanri is taking matters into their own hands. The first step out into short's going to find the long kill.
That rig going to backpedal away just a little bit here. They're playing at that player disadvantage already, and you're right, Moyanri has been taking matters into his own hands on all the games that they've won here tonight. Has often been that top fragger. Looking to do so one more time. Evie posted up at mid. Harold, Moyanri in the background, being patient as well.
Patience is good in the discipline on the right-hand side of Beacon. Evie holding for that rotation to library, which you see Evie's just slightly ahead of the timing on. Moyanri matching it well, playing a little deep in reserve. Communica, Harold together. Communica good for 2, and Communica starting to feel a little bit of comfort in this one. Harold comes straight on into the face of Romsa and puts him right down into the ground. XPA take themselves 1 round short of crowning themselves Arena Cup Series champions.
One more round to rule them all. And I did not quite expect it to play out like this, but XPA showing why that they are very deserving. And now they just got to get through one more round. TarovHelp backs against the wall. This could be their final round. They need to lay everything on the line here.
Goes down. Evie not ready to let it go just yet. Pamani, quick, aggressive swing out of K3, puts pressure towards A site. They have full control. TarovHelp not losing a single member. And now this one looks like a round could go on the board for TarovHelp. Device being planted. 2, trying to rotate in behind. 1 from split. Moyanri looking first. We see top aim Sabiri behind, but Natrik has the angle. Harold on that flank has found one.
Need a lot more than one here, though. One member still standing. Shots ring out. Sabiri able to find Evie. It gets a bit more manageable, but you take a look at the time on the clock, and that's where it's going to get exponentially tougher here. Oro tries to step in and help find some assistance for Sabiri. He's just going to go right for it. The ninja defuse. So Yara finds Harold and Sabiri as well. TarovHelp. They'll hang on for another round.
Had a couple of scenarios like this today, though, haven't we, Hawk? And not one of them has ever ended up, as you so rightly said earlier on today, with them pulling it back. 6 rounds in a row. TarovHelp need to climb to even threaten overtime in this map here on Iceberg. XPA are set with 6 more attempts at putting this one home.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely favors them here. TarovHelp is going to need to pull out something crazy. Love to see that for it, but I'm not sure we're going to get there as Core's Disabler opening this pick up onto Evie as well, and they've got the player advantage to work with once more. It could be the final round of Arena Cup Series 4.
Harold up high in the sand pit. Are we getting a bit sneaky with it? Tough spot to play from. You can do a load of damage from this high angle because it's so obtuse to be up there. The big jump shot from top aim Sabiri doesn't quite find it. XPA lose members as many as they take, except until Communica brings his wrath to bear. 2 more go down and it's just Romza.
I mean, you talked about that 1v5 and ACS1. He's going to need a 1v3, but Harold says, not today. XP Academy has done it. They fell short in ACS3. They made sure not to make the same mistakes again, and they do it in dominating fashion. 9-2, 3-1 in the series. Your Arena Cup Series 4 champions, XP Academy. And man, was it well earned.
It came down to Romza, as it did 3 ACS ago. But this time, Romza was on the wrong side of the storyline. It was not the fairy tale ending he was looking for. And XPA started this best of 5 series as they intended to finish it. They put home a great performance in the first map after a relatively close game in comparison to the others. Then we went back and forth. It was just abuse left and right, with each team taking a map equally as dominantly. A 9-0. Something we don't normally see in the tournament, but all the way to Iceberg, where XPA managed to bring the hammer down to bear, and our brand new Arena Cup Series 4 champions are XP Academy. Moyanri, Harold, Top Aim Sabiri, Cords Disabler, and Communica, EFT ACS4 champions.
Just goes to show you it's never over until it's over. From the bottom bracket all the way to here, from suffering a 9-0 defeat in map 2 on Bay 5, it never lost sight of the goal. And just like that, we crown our new champions of ACS4. They've done it. But can they do it again next year? That's going to be the big question for me. We've had a back-to-back champion before. I mean, they look so good, and I'm excited just to see all of these teams continuously getting better. But, I mean, well-deserved here. XP Academy, they played tooth and nail through the entirety of both of these weekends. We get to take a look at exactly how they got here, and it was TarovHelp that was 2-0ing their way to victory, not dropping a single map here in the playoffs, but everything changed when we got to the grand finals.
Changed was an understatement. It changed so many times throughout the grand final. We went back and forth for the first 3 maps, wondering whether we were going to stop, whether we were going to see ourselves at 2-2 and go to that final map. But XP Academy were not interested in going all 5 down the line. Nope. Map number 4, they finish it off with a touch of flair on the newest map, most recently released in the game, with some of the newest names that people will find in the scene. If you're not familiar with the likes of their endeavors from previous encounters, Cords Disabler, Communica, Moyanri, Harald. We apologize. Whichever way your name is said, you are a king and a champion today. It doesn't matter because you are just that darn good. Congratulations to the XP Academy squad. And they are going to take home, as you see on screen, 10,000 euros. That top of the leaderboard now fully filled out, and all of the teams in their placements. Your second place teams and the tip of the hat. Congratulations to TarovHelp with 5,000 euros for them. Third place and a respective 3,000 euros in the prize pool goes to the 2-time champions. Now no longer champions. No reign, no more for Vertus Pro. Simply third place and a bronze medal on the podium this time around. Fourth, and a valiant effort, the EU remaining member that made it through as far as they could down the bracket, but last but not least fell in that 4th place spot with 2,000 euros. And that finishes off the top half of the table. Everybody else claims himself a little bit of the prize, but they find themselves out of the running for that title contention.
Yeah, I mean, Sicario Outcast, 1,500, K3 Jumbo Team, 1,000 apiece. So at least they don't get a go home empty-handed for a job well done throughout that first weekend as well. But Vertus Pro, they don't even make it into the top 2 after being back-to-back champions. A real mix-up here in this season. And again, a big shout-out to XP Academy on a very decisive win here. A job well done today. You got to give them all the credit in the world. Of course, we had a lot of great winners in chat, so big shout-out to all of those that won prizes, not just from Battle State Games and Hunt Premier, but from Steel Series as well. And if you haven't been able to claim that prize yet, make sure you hop into the Hunt Premier Discord, click Contact Us on the left side, make that mod mail, make that ticket, and we'll work on getting that over to you as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So many winners in the chat. Insane victors on screen after some great performances, and a fight back from the lower bracket is the one that sees themselves successful to claim the title champions. XP Academy, now the one to watch out for. The next time we come back for an Arena Cup series, they're going to be the ones considered reigning champions, and regardless of whether they're considered the number 1 seed in their region at the time, they're going to be one of the teams we'll be keeping our hot eye on. A great performance out of TarovHelp, who did qualify out of their region as the number 1 seed, sees them again unable to break the curse. TarovHelp have been destined for this finals match for so many occasions now, and it is just not said to be. Well, it's not going to be the last ACS, that's for sure. So I'm sure they're going to have another chance at going back at it. But a valiant effort this time around saw us for the first time ever surprised with Vertus Pro not being in the grand final conversation. I mean, what is that? What is that? And it set the tone for the rest of what was to come.
It just goes to show you again how much the talent continues to improve from season to season. So, as time goes on, it only gets better. So we're blessed to be a part of it all, as always. And again, a huge shout out to everybody in the background making our jobs easy up here. Again, we appreciate not only the competitors coming up and, putting on a clinic here for us today, but everybody hanging out in chat. It certainly wouldn't be possible without all of you guys. So we do appreciate you showing up and keeping the vibes real with us.
So many people to thank. Literally so many people. From the windows to the walls to everybody in the back of the Coliseum, sat up in the stands and the grandstands and the balcony, all the way down to the front row. You've been enjoying every single step of the action all of the way alongside of us in the casting booth. From myself, Cracked Wisdom, Hort Sauce, and Kirk on the Lurk. We've been trying to put together our heads to yap and bring you the entertainment at the highest of quality, including of that of the support from the Hunt Premier production crew and the Battle State Games partnership that brings us to bear, the sponsors in Steel Series. There are so many names that we could reel off from the top of the list to the bottom. And we can't just look at the people that have put their efforts in today, because although on those finals day, and we are going to give them ones a specific shout out for their hard work today, have put their efforts in on today, it's been a group effort for 6 days worth of Arena Cup Series greatness. And without every single one of the people involved, this would not be the same thing. A team, it's only as strong as its weakest link, and not one of you guys out there in the background are weak.
That's all the more reason we encourage you guys to hit that follow button down below and become part of the notification gang, so you can stay up to date with all the awesome things that we've got going on over here with Hunt Premier and Battle State Games. There's that QR code below me if you want to make it easy on yourself. The X, the Twitter, whatever it might be, a great place to follow as well. You can see Hunt Premier has a ton of wonderful things planned throughout this year and the start of next as well. So how do you stay up to date with the information? Well, follow the socials. I think that's an easy way to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Make sure you drop yourself a follow below on the Twitch page for Battle State Games, for the Hunt Premier. Get yourself on over to X in the socials. The QR code that's below Hort lets you take yourself with a free fast pass to all of those channels and avenues to explore your engagement. There's the Liquipedia page, which has been doing a great job to keep itself updated alongside of the tournament, and a couple of members in the background, you know who you are, doing some great work to keep on top of that. Helps all of us to immersify ourselves in this tournament just that little bit more. So to those of you working on the Liquipedia, thank you. Shout out to you for your hard work. A little personal shout out from myself to the partner that lives in the house with me for, of all of the comments and jokes that everybody makes about my pale complexion and my thin figure, without the food that gets delivered to me mid-broadcast during some of these longer broadcasts, I wouldn't be able to do what I get to do. And I know she's sat and taken the time to watch the finals day today, so a shout out goes to my partner. Thank you for keeping me able to do what I do for my job. You're the reason I'm still here, so thank you for that.
I feel like, you know, it would only be, I got to do the same. I got to shout out to my lady for always being so supportive. But we got a ton of helpers in the background as well. And so we do this one last time before we head out on the weekend here. But again, throughout the weekend, there's been a ton of phenomenal casters and helpers in the background. So we give a big shout out to all of those. But here today as well with that crew, Cynthia, Hellcat, Boosh, Don, Mecca, going to be sporting that new headset out there. We got Preppy, Turbo Bear, Schmitty, of course, the Eye in the Sky, Connor, King Connor, we trust, Crispy Lemon, Bilbo holding down the fort as always, Cracked myself. We certainly appreciate each and every one of you guys hanging out with us in chat. Again, it wouldn't be possible without you. And before we get going today, a reminder not only to hit that follow button, but we've got a tournament coming up in August for the Europe Pinnacle. And then we also have the NA one in September. So follow, become part of that notification gang, and we expect to see you back here for the next event as well. But until then, I hope that you all have a wonderful evening. That legend to my digital left is Cracked Wisdom. My name has been Hot Sauce. You guys are beautiful. Take care.